Chapter 333. Outside Kunlun Mountain. The old man with a thin face and many other martial artists were talking in low voices, guessing the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect. But the next moment, the world dimmed. There was a sun shining above the sky, but at this moment, there seemed to be another sun in the world. The 2 suns stood side by side, and a terrifying aura shook the world. Is that the Tang Guitian? Several legends saw the tall and slender figure walking out from the sun, and their voices trembled as they spoke. Even if the figure's face was blurred and seemed to be shrouded in fog, no martial artist on the scene dared to forget its overwhelming aura. Why did the Tang Guitian suddenly come? Some of the legends swallowed their saliva in disbelief. Since the celestial being of the Tang Empire destroyed the Thunder God sect and suppressed the overseas martial arts world, he had never made a move again. Countless warriors who wanted to meet the celestial being of the Tang Empire could only wait outside Chang'an City. Some people guessed that the Tang Guitian should be in seclusion, and would not set foot in the mortal world for at least a few decades. After all, even a myth-realm martial artist might spend a few years or even a decade in seclusion, let alone an immortal like the Tang Guitian. But even so, a large number of martial artists still gathered outside Chang'an City. These martial artists were like pilgrims, waiting for Su Qin to come out of seclusion. However, these martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain never dreamed that Su Qin would suddenly appear here. It seems that the 5 celestial beings led the Tang Guitian people here. The old man with a thin face forced himself to calm down and thought quickly. Although the old man with a thin face did not know the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect, the Tang Guitian people came not long after they arrived here. If there was no connection between them, how could it be possible? Just when the old man with a thin face and the other myths were in doubt. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the immortal sect who were just about to enter the War God Temple all looked at Su Qin with a solemn face. Su Qin's aura was too terrifying. The terrifying power of qi and blood was almost like the sun. If it were not for the fact that the 5 people from the immortal sect were all earth immortals and disciples of the Holy Land with many means, they would have been turned into powder under the ocean-like aura. Petty tricks. The burly man among the 5 was the first to lose control. His aura began to rise, and a wave of qi surged out of his body. As a disciple of the immortal sect's Holy Land, how could he be suppressed by Su Qin for no reason? Rumble! The moment the burly man's aura erupted, it collided with Su Qin's aura. Immediately, the entire Kunlun Mountain began to shake. Even the many martial artists far away from the Kunlun Mountain felt their qi and blood solidify. Their knees trembled and they could only retreat. Boom! The burly man's face turned pale and he suddenly took a few steps back. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Su Qin's aura and even suffered some injuries. Seeing this scene, the weak young master next to him narrowed his eyes. He knew the strength of the burly man very well. He was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, and with his many means, he was not too far away from the late stage of the spirit-severing stage. But now, he was quickly defeated in the battle of aura. As expected, Su Qin stepped forward step by step and arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain in an instant. There was an inexplicable whirlpool in the depths of his eyes as he sized up the 5 people from the immortal sect. You should be from the immortal sect, right? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said faintly. Although the 5 of them did not say a word, Su Qin observed with the eye of truth and found that not only were the 5 of them in the Earth God immortal realm, but their auras were also abnormally stable. It was obvious that they had been in the Earth God immortal realm for a long time. Whether it was the overseas martial arts world or the other continents, even if an Earth God was born, it was impossible for them to be unknown until now. For example, Lei Xuanzi returned to Raytheon not long after he stepped into the Earth God immortal realm, and used his great magic power to fill the sea and create land. Immortal sect? The weak young master was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He cupped his hands at Su Qin and said, May I know which immortal sect's holy land you are from? In the opinion of the weak young master, Su Qin's aura was terrifyingly powerful, and his qi and blood were soaring. It was obvious that the cultivation method he cultivated belonged to the divine art category. It was very likely that it was the inherited divine art of the immortal sect, and this kind of cultivation method could only be found in the immortal sect. Therefore, the weak young master guessed that Su Qin should also be from the immortal sect. Although the immortal sect was a small world created by the immortal sect's holy land and was far less vast than the human world, it was still the size of more than a dozen overseas martial arts worlds, and many of them were holy lands. That's right. I also want to know which holy land nurtured such a peerless genius like you. Tyene Fairy, who was at the side, looked at Su Qin and said slowly. The Tyene Holy Land had a special secret method that could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age based on their aura. However, this secret method was easily affected by the strength of both parties. Even so, Tyene Fairy could vaguely sense that Su Qin's real age should not be more than 500 years old. One had to know that even in the immortal sect, a 500-year-old Earth god was considered a genius, not to mention that Su Qin was not just an Earth god. From the exchange of auras with the strong man just now, Tyene Fairy concluded that Su Qin might already be at the peak of the spirit severing stage. A peak spirit severing stage less than 500 years old. This was enough to be compared to the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands. Which holy land? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He shook his head and said, I'm not from the immortal sect. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 people from the immortal sect, including Tyene Fairy, suddenly froze. Are you that heavenly being from the Empire of Tang? The weak young master quickly reacted and stared at Su Qin as he asked word by word. I don't care if you're from the Tang Guitian or not. The fight just now doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. The strong man next to him recovered. He strode forward, raised his right hand, and smashed it fiercely at Su Qin. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. The strong man's punch faintly communicated with the sea of vitality. In an instant, the endless power of the sea of vitality poured down like a flood and swept towards Su Qin. Fellow Taoist man, you is going all out. When the young man saw this scene, he looked at the other 3 people with a look of surprise on his face. In a fight between Earth immortals, unless it was a real life and death battle, they would not completely release the power of the Sea of Vitality. After all, the Sea of Vitality was too vast. It was also a great burden for Earth immortals to completely affect the Sea of Vitality. He's a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi. Su Qin looked at the strong man's punch and commented. The strong man's punch was indeed powerful. It carried a part of the power of the Sea of Vitality. Even if this part of power was only a small part of the Sea of Vitality, it was enough to topple the sky for other creatures. However, in Su Qin's eyes, the strong man's punch was only a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi's. Su Qin stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. An invisible aura condensed and seemed to pierce through the void, quietly rushing towards the strong man. Rip! The strong man's expression suddenly changed. His right fist began to tremble, and his body kept retreating. In the end, he barely stopped and looked at Su Qin with horror. Tyene Fairy and the others noticed that the strong man's right hand behind his back was faintly trembling. With just one blow, Man Yu, who was at the middle stage of the spirit severing stage, suffered a serious injury. One had to know that this was not the previous confrontation of aura, but the strong man was still defeated when he attacked with all his strength. Fellow Taoist, even if you are not a member of the immortal sect, since you know about the immortal sect, you must know what it means. Aren't you afraid of the sacred ground behind us? The young man looked at Su Qin with a faint trace of fear in his eyes. Su Qin defeated Man Yu with just one move. He was at least at the peak of the spirit severing stage. He might even have touched the true realm. Even if the young man and the others had the trump cards from their respective sacred grounds and thought that they were stronger than Man Yu, they were not willing to provoke a powerhouse like Su Qin. After all, with the strength that Su Qin had displayed, even if they joined forces and relied on various trump cards, it would be easy to defeat Su Qin. However, it would be very difficult to suppress or kill Su Qin. If Su Qin managed to escape and they entered the War God Temple, it would definitely be troublesome if the other party attacked again. Fellow Taoist is indeed powerful. Even if you are not a member of the immortal sect, you are qualified to explore the War God Temple with us. The weak young master squeezed out a smile and said slowly to Su Qin, "There are great opportunities in the War God Temple and even treasures left behind by powerhouses. If you are interested, you can join forces with us to enter," the weak young master said with a bright smile. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why the four of them didn't immediately join forces to suppress Su Qin was that they were worried that Su Qin would escape. However, if Su Qin entered the War God Temple with them, wouldn't he completely lose his chance to retreat? At that time, wouldn't Su Qin still be under their control in the War God Temple? Thinking of this, the young man also said with a kind face, "That's right. Fellow Taoist, you probably don't know what the War God Temple is. It is something that even the Divine Void stage land immortals in the last Vitality Tide era yearn for. If you get the treasures inside, you might have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse in the future." However, before the young man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Qin. "I know about the War God Temple." Su Qin smiled and looked at the majestic palace behind the 5 people from the immortal sect. He said casually, "I came for it this time." As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, before the 5 people from the immortal sect could react, he waved at the majestic War God Temple. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the 5 people from the immortal sect, the War God Temple, which was originally motionless and seemed to exist for eternity, suddenly shone brightly and suddenly rose up. It kept shrinking and finally turned into a stream of light that landed on Su Qin's right hand and spun. This? The 5 people from the immortal sect were dumbfounded. They spent a year searching the world to confirm the location of the War God Temple. Then, they even took the risk to merge their essence spirits into the depths of the void and used a secret art to pull the War God Temple out with great difficulty. In the end, they were full of expectations and prepared to enter the War God Temple to obtain a great opportunity. In the end, the War God Temple ran to Su Qin's hands. Chapter 334. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the immortal sect watched as the War God Temple rose up and landed in Su Qin's hands obediently, allowing him to play with it. "You!" The young man was stunned on the spot. He looked at Su Qin with a gaze full of confusion. The reason why he volunteered to leave the immortal sect and come to the human world was not only because of the Holy Land's order, but also because of the War God Temple. He predicted that the demonic dragon in the War God Temple would not be able to last for 10,000 years. Even if it did not die of old age, it would be close to dying. At this time, if they entered the War God Temple, they would be able to suppress the demonic dragon and take the War God Temple. In fact, that was indeed the case. Decades ago, when the War God Temple appeared, the demonic dragon's strength had already fallen to the myth realm. It was because of this that he was killed by Su Qin. Otherwise, if the demonic dragon still retained the strength of an earth immortal, Su Qin would have definitely turned around and left. The young man had predicted everything, including the demonic dragon's Shoyuan and the location of the War God Temple. However, the young man did not expect that after overcoming all difficulties and experiencing all kinds of dangers, he finally found the War God Temple. However, just as he was about to enter, the War God Temple flew into Su Qin's hands of its own accord. How could the young man accept this? "You refined the War God Temple?" The young man's lips moved as he stared at Su Qin and asked. Now that the War God Temple flew out of its own accord, there was no other possibility other than being refined by Su Qin. Only by refining the War God Temple and becoming its master could one control the War God Temple like it was their own arm. Refining the War God Temple? The expressions of Tying Fairy and the other 3 changed. The War God Temple and even the experts had spent a lot of money to refine a spatial Dharma treasure. The space inside was vast, and it was much more than the so-called supreme-grade spatial Dharma treasure. It was easier said than done to refine such a spatial Dharma treasure. Even their initial plan was only to temporarily take the War God Temple, bring it back to the immortal sect, and hand it over to the Holy Land. At that time, they would consider how to refine it. Not bad. Su Qin revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the spinning war god's temple in his palm. Among all magic treasures, spatial magic treasures had always been the rarest. This was because only supreme experts who had mastered the power of space had the ability to refine spatial magic treasures. A few years ago, Su Qin had also received a spatial artifact, the Void Gourd, from the stargazing tower of the Imperial Palace. However, the space contained within the spatial gourd was only the size of a palace. How could it compare to the War God Hall? Su Qin sized up the War God Temple a few times, and with a thought, the War God Temple entered his body. When the 5 people from the immortal sect saw the War God Shrine disappear, their hearts sank, especially the young man. He had already regarded the War God Shrine as his possession. Now that the War God Shrine had fallen into the hands of others, one could imagine the unwillingness in his heart. Since fellow Taoist has refined the War God Shrine, you are naturally the owner of the War God Shrine. However, we worked hard to leave the immortal sect and search the world to find the War God Shrine. If fellow Taoist takes the War God Shrine away without a word, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? When the young man said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Qin. He continued, I wonder if fellow Taoist can give up his treasure and hand over the War God Shrine to us. Of course, we won't take fellow Taoist things for free. When we return to the immortal sect, we will naturally report fellow Taoist's contributions to the Holy Land. The young man said slowly. Although his tone didn't fluctuate much and seemed to be discussing with Su Qin, the threat was obvious. When the other 4 heard the young man's words, their hearts skipped a beat. The young man was obviously prepared to force Su Qin to hand over the War God Shrine. He even didn't hesitate to mention the Holy Land. Realizing this, young Master Wenrua, Man Yu, and the other 2 spread out and surrounded Su Qin. Although Su Qin had just shown the strength to defeat Man Yu, one had to know that there were 5 of them. Su Qin could defeat Man Yu, but how could he block the 5 of them together? An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Su Qin took away a treasure like the War God Shrine in front of them. He couldn't blame them for snatching it. Oh? You want me to hand over the War God Shrine? Su Qin looked at the young man and said calmly, What if I refuse? Refuse? The young man smiled with a murderous look. If fellow Taoist refuses, then let us join forces and experience fellow Taoist's means. As soon as these words came out, young Master Wenrua and the others' auras slowly rose. Although they hadn't completely erupted, they vaguely blocked Su Qin's path of retreat. The War God Shrine was too precious. If they could bring the War God Shrine back to the immortal sect, young Master Wenrua and the others would definitely be rewarded by the immortal sect. At that time, they might have a chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. In order to become an Earth Immortal in the Divine Ruins realm in the future and become a powerhouse in the Immortal sect, it was only possible to take back the War God Shrine. Of course, this was also because the strength Su Qin displayed was still at the spirit severing stage. Although the value of the War God Shrine exceeded the life treasure of an ultimate expert, it was still a spatial Dharma treasure and didn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, if Su Qin didn't refine the War God Shrine but a treasure, no matter how bold young Master Wenrua was, he wouldn't dare to make a move on Su Qin. A spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal with a treasure, even if it wasn't a life treasure, could still fight a true stage Earth Immortal, not to mention that Su Qin was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. In that case, you can stay here today. Su Qin's eyes were deep as he said faintly. Although the 5 people from the immortal sect were powerful, and any one of them was stronger than Lei Xuanzi, Su Qin was even stronger. Not to mention that after a year of hard work, he had already faintly touched the true stage. Even if he was still at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, he wasn't something that the 5 Earth Immortals could compare to. You sure talk big. The young man sneered. Then, young Master Wenrua and the other 2 took a step forward together. In an instant, a majestic aura soared into the sky, spreading to every corner of Kunlun Mountain and crazily spreading in all directions. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin-faced old man and the other legends seemed to have sensed something and their hearts trembled. Even though they didn't see what happened on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, they could feel the boiling, killing intent from the rapidly boiling aura. They're about to make a move! The Tangwutian people are about to fight with the 5 Earth Immortals! The thin-faced old man only felt that his heart was in his throat. Several Earth Immortals were fighting at the same time. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. In the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, Earth Immortals were extremely rare. A fight between Earth Immortals had never happened before, let alone 6 Earth Immortals at the same time. The other legends were also very excited to be able to witness the fight between several Earth Immortals. For legends like them, it was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can the Tangwutian people stop the 5 Celestials? The Tangwutian people are invincible in the world. The 5 Celestials shouldn't be able to do anything to the Tangwutian people. That's not necessarily true. These are 5 Celestials. When they join forces, the sky will fall and the earth will crack. How can the Tangwutian people stop them? The legends were discussing in a low voice, but most of them thought that Su Qin shouldn't be a match for the 5 Celestials. After all, the 5 Celestials joining forces was simply unimaginable and unheard of. Even if Su Qin's divine power shook the world, how could he stop them? At this time, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, as the young man's aura rose, the other 4 people no longer held back. Their aura rose steadily, like a vast ocean, sweeping towards Su Qin. In the depths of the void, the Yuanqi Ocean rippled, forming waves like tornadoes. With the 4 people as the center, 4 huge eyes of the storm were formed. At this moment, the Yuanqi Ocean in the depths of the void began to boil faintly. A terrifying aura followed the layers of void and came to the mortal world. However, among the 5 people from the immortal sect, Taiyin Fairy still didn't make a move. She quietly looked at Su Qin, who was surrounded by the 4 people. Taiyin now had a very high status in the Taiyin Holy Land. To her, although the War God Temple was important, it wasn't indispensable. Even without the War God Temple, she still had the chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. Therefore, she naturally wasn't like the young man and the other 4 who had to enter the War God Temple. And the reason why Taiyin Fairy didn't make a move was that she couldn't see through Su Qin. According to Taiyin Fairy's secret technique, Su Qin's true bone age was definitely not more than 500 years old. Such a peerless genius with unlimited potential actually came from the mortal world where the Yuan-Chi was silent and all the laws withered. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, what Taiyin Fairy didn't know was that Su Qin's true age wasn't even 100 years old. Although the secret technique of the Taiyin Holy Land could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age, it was greatly affected by external factors. In addition, Su Qin's golden crow divine body innately blocked all kinds of probing, so Taiyin Fairy came to the conclusion that his bone age wasn't more than 500 years old. Just as Taiyin Fairy was silently observing Su Qin, the young man and the others obviously couldn't bear it, and directly made a move. Boom! Prince Wenrei was the first to make a move. He took out a folding fan, gently opened it, and leisurely swept it towards Su Qin. A terrifying hurricane appeared. This hurricane was only a few meters in size at first, but it became bigger and bigger in midair. In the end, it turned into a storm that reached the heavens and the earth, sweeping left and right. The killer move of the Wind God Valley? Taiyin Fairy recognized this move, and her face turned slightly serious. The Wind God Valley was also one of the holy lands in the Immortal Sect. It was said that the real killer move of the Wind God Valley could summon the Wind of Destruction and destroy everything. And at this moment, Man Yu, the young man, and the other 2 also made a move. As soon as the 4 of them made a move, they didn't have the slightest intention of probing. They directly used their killer moves, wanting to kill Su Qin in one blow. They didn't have any modesty or retreat, leaving no way for Su Qin to retreat. Obviously, the scene of Su Qin defeating Man Yu with one finger made these people of the Immortal Sect feel very pressured, so they didn't hold back. Chapter 335. The joint attack of the four Earth Immortals was simply earth-shattering. The whole Kunlun mountain shook as if it couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. Even the legends hiding far away outside Kunlun mountain felt their scalps tingle as they retreated. Too strong. The old man with a thin face once watched the battle between Su Qin and Lei Xuanzi in Chang'an City, but compared to this battle, it was simply insignificant. This is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, shaking the heavens and earth with one's own strength. Although the rest of the legends were frightened, there was a look of longing on their faces. Although a legend can control the power of heaven and earth and can fight against millions of people, but compared with the Earth Immortals who can touch the sea of vitality in the depths of the void, the gap is more than 1,000 times. It's like the gap between a baby and a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. The Tang Guitian people are in danger. The legends looked at each other, and this thought emerged in their hearts. They have overestimated the Tang Guitian people, but they also don't think that the Tang Guitian people can easily block the joint attack of the four Earth Immortals. And at this moment, facing the joint attack of the four immortal sect people, Su Qin finally moved. Su Qin slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it towards the weak young master. 1. The void faintly solidified, and wisps of black wind emerged and collided with the terrifying hurricane released by the weak young master. Whoosh! The pitch-black wind was silent like a gentle spring breeze. However, as soon as it came into contact with the hurricane, the two violently melted. In just a moment, the hurricane that young Master Wenrua had unleashed collapsed. A weak black wind slowly blew towards young Master Wenrua. This? The weak young master's expression changed greatly, and he dodged without hesitation. The dark wind blew to a mountain in the distance. The mountain range melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was completely erased, which made people palpitate. Excessive momentum, insufficient power. Su Qin glanced at the weak young master and shook his head. You! When young Master Wenrua heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The killing move of the immortal sect's sacred land, Wind God Valley, had become an overbearing and insufficient power in front of Su Qin? If news of this spread to the immortal sects, and the land immortals of the Wind God Valley knew about it, they would probably go all out to hunt down Su Qin. After defeating young Master Wen's killing move with the divine ability Wind Calling, Su Qin extended his right hand into the depths of the void and pulled out a strange long saber that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. Then, Su Qin held the demon god's blade and slashed at the air. Rip! Heaven and earth turned pitch black. A saber radiance that looked like a crack in space flashed and slashed toward the young man. At this time, the young man also pulled out a dazzling long blade, which seemed to be composed of divine light, and slashed towards Su Qin. 9 styles of the heavenly knife. Immortal sacred ground heavenly blade mountains inherited killer move. It was known as one of the most powerful killing moves in the immortal sections. Once the strongest 9th move was used, it was enough to kill a land immortal of the divine ruins realm. Although the young man was far from being able to use the 9th move, he had already used the 3rd move. Ordinary spirit-severing stage land immortals would not dare to face this saber head-on. However, under the young man's shocked gaze, the dark blade radiance that Su Qin had casually chopped out was abruptly standing on the flaw of the 9 styles of the sky blade. Suddenly, the long blade of divine light in the young man's hand let out a mournful cry, like a poisonous snake that had been hit at its weakest point. The divine radiance was shattered layer by layer, and its aura fell to the bottom. You're not proficient in saber techniques. Learn for another 100 years, Su Qin said casually. When the young man heard this, he looked at the long saber in his hand with an extremely ugly expression. The dignified heavenly saber mountain's killing move was evaluated as not proficient in saber techniques. Dong dong dong. At this time, Man Yu's body suddenly expanded and turned into a 5-meter-tall giant, rushing towards Su Qin. The entire Kunlun mountain seemed to be shaking. At this moment, Man Yu's body was extremely powerful, and his terrifying qi and blood spread to every corner like an ocean. Su Qin stretched out his left hand and clenched his fist. He didn't even look at Man Yu and gently punched him. Bang! Like an ancient giant hammering the earth, Su Qin's fist quietly imprinted on Man Yu's chest. Man Yu's face suddenly turned pale, and the qi and blood that originally filled the surroundings quickly collapsed. He took a few steps back and finally sat on the ground. You! Man Yu suppressed his surging qi and blood and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. Your body is cumbersome and can't withstand a single blow. Su Qin's gaze moved slightly and looked at the last person. This person was an old man with white eyebrows. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and he didn't seem to have made a move. But Su Qin could feel a huge amount of primordial spirit power brewing in the air. At the next moment, the primordial spirit power condensed into a black hammer shape that instantly crossed 1,000 meters and passed through layers of domains before drilling into Su Qin's forehead. Primordial Spirit Killer Move! At this moment, the old man with white eyebrows was actually using an primordial spirit killer move. After all, no matter if it was the weak young master, the robust Man Yu, or even the young man, all of them utilized killer moves that were related to the body. Even though their might was vast, it was extremely easy to block them. But primordial spirit killer moves were different. The primordial spirit was formless, and primordial spirit killer moves could easily pass through most substances in the world. To block an primordial spirit killer move, one could only use their own primordial spirit to block it, apart from using an extremely precious primordial spirit treasure to protect their primordial spirit. If you can withstand it, you will live. If you can't, you will die. Whoosh! After the illusory black hammer drilled into Su Qin's forehead, it entered his ancestral aperture. However, before the black hammer could go any further, it was shattered by the golden Buddha that was sitting in the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture. A moment later, under the old man with white eyebrows' incredulous gaze, the primordial spirit attack technique does have its merits. Su Qin raised his gaze and looked at the old man with white eyebrows, as if he was praising him. He nodded. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "But it is useless against me." Primordial spirit killer moves were famous for being strange and unpredictable. Even divine ruin realm land immortals would be extremely careful when encountering primordial spirit killer moves. After all, this was a killer move that ignored most defenses and only targeted the primordial spirit. Other than facing it head-on, there was no other way. However, primordial spirit killer moves that other land immortals were wary of were the least important to Su Qin. The golden Buddha in the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture, other than symbolizing the inheritance of Buddha's palm, it also had the effect of suppressing Su Qin's sea of consciousness, and was immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. It's over? Outside Kunlun Mountain, many martial artists who were originally full of worry widened their eyes in disbelief. Just now, they clearly felt the monstrous power of the four land immortals joining forces, but in less than a moment, this power quickly stopped, as if it was forcibly suppressed by some existence. Compared to the martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain who were puzzled for a long time, the four land immortals from the immortal sects had huge waves of emotions in their hearts. Su Qin's palm, saber, and fist defeated the killer moves of three land immortals, and in the end, he easily withstood the primordial spirit killer move. It was as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. It was simply shocking. Especially the white-browed old man, even a true realm land immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from his primordial spirit killer move without knowing its depth. But Su Qin actually blocked it so easily? Is this the method of the immortal sects? Su Qin looked at the four land immortals who were shocked, and there was a trace of disappointment in his tone. Ever since he learned about the immortal sects, Su Qin had a great interest in the world inside the immortal sections. After all, the world inside the immortal sects was an orthodoxy of supreme experts. Whether it was the methods or the foundation, it was far beyond the mortal world in the era of vitality. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin intended to let the four land immortals take action. He wanted to see the methods of the immortal sections. But Su Qin was disappointed in the end. Except for the white-browed old man's primordial spirit killer move that piqued Su Qin's interest, the other three people's killer moves could not enter his eyes at all. Fellow Taoists' methods are really unfathomable. In that case, we will take our leave and return to the immortal sections. The young man's eyes flickered, and finally, he began to retreat carefully. Su Qin blocked their full-strength attacks with just a raise of his hand. His terrifying strength was definitely far beyond theirs. The young man even guessed that Su Qin had probably stepped into the true realm. Under such circumstances, the four of them immediately had the intention to retreat. Although they still had killer moves that they had not used, facing a land immortal who was suspected to be in the true realm, no matter how many trump cards they used, they would probably not be able to do anything to him. In that case, why should they continue to attack? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Seeing this, Su Qin chuckled, took a step forward, pointed at the sky, and said softly, "Myriad thunder attraction!" Rumble! The sky instantly darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, and faint purple lightning constantly surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. Myriad Thunder Attraction was the Thunder Element killer move that Su Qin had obtained from signing in at Thunder God Island this year. Together with the 5 Thunder God Fist, its power was simply earth-shattering. So much 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? Seeing this scene, Mr. Wen's scalp instantly exploded. If it was only 1 or 2 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, he might not be afraid. If it was 10 or 29 Heavens Divine Thunder, he could still grit his teeth and block it. But now, there were more than 109 Heavens Divine Thunder condensed under the sky. Rip. The next moment, bolt after bolt of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder fell, and the peak of Kunlun Mountain seemed to have turned into a faint purple sea of thunder. Mr. Wen and Man Yu's faces turned pale. They quickly gathered everything and held up their domains, barely resisting the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. But even so, the 4 of them were still retreating. The domains that they tried their best to hold up kept shrinking under the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. In the end, it only covered a 3-meter radius around them. At this moment, Mr. Wen roared in a low voice, "Tying Fairy, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it?" Just as Mr. Wen finished speaking, a soft sigh was heard. A woman wearing a light veil and as cold as jade slowly walked out. It was Tying Fairy, who had been watching the battle from the side but didn't make a move. Tying Fairy pointed out a finger, and the world suddenly filled with the power of Tying Moonlight. The endless power of moonlight continued to surge out, quickly blocking the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder that kept falling. Chapter 336. Tying Fairy. She was one of the candidates for the Saintess of the Tying Sacred Land. She had the highest status and means among the 5. If it wasn't for the Tying token being so important that the Tying Sacred Land didn't want to give it to other disciples, Tying Fairy would never take the risk and come to the human world. After all, thousands of years had passed. Even the people of the immortal sect didn't know what the human world had become. With Tying Fairy's help and the other 4 Earth Immortals resisting, the light purple lightning that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The dark clouds disappeared, revealing the vast sky. Prince Wenrua and the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Although the 4 of them weren't Earth Immortals at the peak of the Spirit Severing Stage, they could still fight against those at the peak of the Spirit Severing Stage if they worked together. However, Su Qin defeated them with a palm, a blade, and a punch in front of them. Finally, he summoned the 9th Heaven Divine Thunder. If it wasn't for Tying Fairy, the 4 of them would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was comparable to the saints and saintesses of the immortal sect's sacred land. What a pity! Su Qin shook his head slightly when he saw the 5 people of the immortal sect blocking the 10,000 Thunder Attraction. Although the 10,000 Thunder Attraction was a lightning-type killer move, the 5 people in front of him were still from the immortal sect. They were far from being comparable to Lei Xuanzi and the other Earth Immortals who had just entered the Spirit Severing Stage. Especially Tying Fairy, whose aura was so strong that she was probably close to the peak of the Spirit Severing Stage. Su Qin was powerful, but it was still difficult for him to suppress 5 Earth Immortals with one move, especially one who was close to the peak of the spirit's severing stage. Of course, this was also the reason why Su Qin didn't use his real trump card. The 10,000 Thunder Attraction was just a killer move that Su Qin had signed in at the Thunder God Island in the past year. It was far from being his trump card. How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid of death? Su Qin looked at Tying Fairy. If it wasn't for Tying Fairy, Prince Wenru and the other 4 would have been seriously injured. They are all from the Immortal Sect. If they die, I won't be able to explain myself. Tying Fairy's tone was cold, but the serious look on her face showed that she was not as calm as she looked. In the eyes of young Master Wenru and the others, after Tying Fairy made her move and blocked the 9 Heavens' divine thunder, she seemed to be on par with Su Qin. However, only Tying Fairy herself knew what kind of price she had paid just now. Until now, Tying Fairy still felt her body faintly numb. Besides, even if I don't make a move, will you let me go after you kill them? Tying Fairy looked helpless. Since Su Qin knew about the Immortal Sect, he would naturally know that there was a Taoist legacy within the Immortal Sect. Under such circumstances, once Su Qin decided to attack young Master Wenru and the rest, he would definitely not leave anyone alive to report back to the Immortal Sect. In other words, if Tying Fairy didn't want to be hunted down by Su Qin, she could only join forces with Mr. Wenru and the other 3 land deities. You're smart. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Indeed, he did not intend to let Tying Fairy off. Once he decided to make a move, he would naturally eliminate her completely. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Give it your all. If you hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Tying Fairy's voice was clear, but there was anxiety in it. Don't worry, Tying Fairy. We know what to do. Young Master Wenru and the other 3 said solemnly. The other 3 nodded as well. At their level, they naturally knew that the only way to survive was to join forces to block Su Qin. As for escaping in all directions, they would only be hunted down. Moreover, even if they escaped, what could they do? The Tying token had not recovered and could not protect the 5 of them as they passed through the Void Passage. At that time, they would still have to face Su Qin. Heavenly Blade, 4th form. The long blade in the young man's hand shone with divine light again. Vaguely, a vast blade intent condensed. This blade intent was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Block! Su Qin pulled out the demon god's blade and casually stood on the blade intent condensed by the young man. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The young man's body trembled as he looked at Su Qin in shock. The 9 forms of the Heavenly Blade was the inherited killing move of the Heavenly Blade Mountain. With his strength, he could only use the 3rd form at most. Even so, it was enough for him to run amok in the spirit's severing stage. Just now, the young man paid the price and barely managed to use the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. The power of this form had completely surpassed the level of the spirit's severing stage. Originally, he thought that even if this blade could not do anything to Su Qin, it could at least delay him for a while. However, in the end, he was forced to retreat by Su Qin's blade. Next, Su Qin continued to attack. With a raise of his hand, the 5 people from the Celestial Sect were forced to retreat. If it were not for Tying Fairy constantly condensing the power of Tying Moonlight, which could barely delay Su Qin for a moment, the 4 of them would have been suppressed long ago. Even so, the situation on the field was extremely unfavorable for the 5 people from the Celestial Sect. Who is this person? How can such a freak be born in the world of the silent era of vitality? The white-browed old man vomited a large mouthful of blood. Among the 5 people on the field, he was the one who suffered the most injuries. The white-browed old man was good at the healing primordial spirit killer move. In terms of physical body and spiritual power, he was weaker than ordinary Earth Immortals. However, Su Qin was the least afraid of primordial spirit killer moves. The golden Buddha in the depths of his ancestral aperture directly made Su Qin immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. Therefore, no matter how the white-browed old man used his primordial spirit killer move, it was like a stone falling into the sea, causing no waves when it landed on Su Qin. On the contrary, the aftermath of a casual punch from Su Qin was enough to injure the white-browed old man. The two were completely unequal in terms of strength. If it were not for Taiyin Fairy who could occasionally restrain Su Qin, the white-browed old man would definitely be the first to die. Die! Man Yu strode forward. His eyes were blood-red, his black hair was gradually turning white, and his lustrous skin was getting dimmer. But correspondingly, Man Yu's aura was rising steadily. He quickly surpassed the middle stage of the spirit's severing stage, and directly reached the peak of the spirit's severing stage. Obviously, Man Yu had begun to fight with his life. This method of increasing one's strength was considered a forbidden technique even in the celestial sect. Using it once would greatly damage one's origin. Hee hee! Su Qin chuckled. His right hand clenched into a fist, and under Man Yu's incredulous gaze, it was as if it had transcended space. Dong! Man Yu was sent flying like a stone, and heavily smashed into the ground. You! Man Yu vomited a large mouthful of blood, and even the remnants of his internal organs were spat out. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, there was no vitality left. Chapter 337. Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Although Su Qin's punch seemed to have landed lightly on his body, the terrifying power instantly penetrated his entire body. Even though Man Yu's body was the strongest among the five, he couldn't stop his body from collapsing. Buzz! In the next moment, Man Yu's primordial spirit flew out of his body and looked at Su Qin in horror. Compared to the myth realm, the primordial spirit of an earth immortal was extremely condensed. Because of this, Man Yu's primordial spirit was still alive even if his body collapsed. However, unlike the white-browed old man, Man Yu's abilities mostly came from his body. At this moment, he had lost his body, which was equivalent to being crippled. Although he wasn't completely powerless, he obviously couldn't intervene in the battle between Earth immortals. How can your body be so strong? Man Yu stared at Su Qin. He couldn't understand. He was good at physical strength. Even a true realm Earth immortal might not be able to destroy his body in a short time, let alone Su Qin with just one punch. You talk too much. Su Qin's eyes seemed to be burning with the power of the sun. The power of the golden flames directly crossed thousands of meters and enveloped Man Yu's primordial spirit. Golden eyes of the great sun. This fire elemental divine power was once again displayed in front of the world. Not good! Man Yu's primordial spirit was terrified. He hurriedly retreated and unleashed a surge of primordial spirit power. But all of this was useless. The golden flames instantly enveloped him. Man Yu's primordial spirit suddenly let out a shrill scream. Then, his primordial spirit body was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. What? Young Master One and the others watched as Man Yu's primordial spirit was completely destroyed, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. Everything just happened too quickly. In their eyes, it was just Su Qin punching Man Yu's chest. Then, Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Then, they saw Su Qin's eyes spurt out golden flames and burn Man Yu's Yuan spirit to ashes. By the time Taiyin Fairy reacted, Man Yu's primordial spirit had already been enveloped by the golden flames. It was already too late. You man died? The white-browed old man felt his scalp go numb. Man Yu had the strongest fleshly body among the five of them. Even Man Yu couldn't withstand a single punch from Su Qin, let alone him? The white-browed old man was very clear about his own strength. He was skilled in primordial spirit killer moves, but his physical body was really weak. Although his physical body was replenished by the primordial Qi Ocean when he entered the land immortal realm and became a conjured body, it was still the weakest among conjured bodies. Not to mention Su Qin's gold crow divine body, even Lei Xuanzi, who had just become an earth immortal, was inferior. At this moment, After Su Qin killed Man Yu with the great sun golden pupil, his figure slowly disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only a phantom. Not good! Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 immortal sect disciples' expressions changed drastically. Even Taiyin Fairy didn't want to take Su Qin's punch head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Su Qin's figure appeared again, he was already within 100 meters of the young man. His target is me! The young man's scalp went numb as he burned his blood without hesitation, trying to distance himself from Su Qin. In the young man's opinion, as long as he dodged Su Qin's punch, he should be able to save his life. However, the next moment, under the young man's incredulous gaze, Su Qin raised his right hand again and pulled out the demon god's blade from the depths of the void. His face was slightly solemn as he gently slashed down. The sky and the earth turned into a pitch-black ocean. A long and narrow black gap appeared in the space. The pitch-black blade aura seemed to be able to cut the world apart as it shot out in an instant. Crack! The young man was stunned. Suddenly, a line of blood appeared on his forehead. This line of blood. At first, it was only a line of blood, but it quickly spread down, passing through his nose, lips, neck, and chest. In the end, he was actually cut in half from the middle. A sharp and majestic blade she gushed out from this line of blood. You held back just now. The young man's eyes shone with disbelief. During the battle just now, Su Qin had also slashed out the demon god's blade. However, although the demon god's blade was extremely sharp and could even cut open the Sky Blade 9 styles of the Sky Blade Mountain. However, compared to the blade aura that easily cut the young man's body in half, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In a flash, the young man wanted to control his essence soul and escape from his body like the burly Man Yu. Unfortunately, at this moment, an aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell appeared. Under this aura, the young man's essence soul was quickly eroded, and his thoughts kept falling into darkness. The disciples of the Sky Blade Mountain also died. The most powerful aspect of the demon god's blade was that other than its sharpness, it was also strange and insidious. The aura of hell contained in it could restrain all essence soul power. I was just playing with you just now. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The demon god's blade was a treasure that Su Qin had signed in from the cave world. It was suspected to be related to a certain demon god in the depths of the world. Like a divine ability, its power would increase exponentially as Su Qin's strength increased. Now that Su Qin was already at the peak of the spirit-severing stage and was half a step into the true realm, coupled with the terrifying qi and blood of the Golden Crow divine body, once he slashed out the demon god's blade, it would be enough to kill most of the spirit-severing stage land immortals. Of course, the demon god's blade was not without flaws. That was, the blade light of the demon god's blade could be dodged. This was also the reason why Su Qin only slashed out the demon god's blade when he was within 100 meters of the young man. Firstly, it was because the young man didn't think that the demon god's blade could pose a threat to him. Secondly, it was difficult for the other party to dodge at such a short distance. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin turned his hand and slashed at the weak young master. The pitch-black blade light almost cut through the space and appeared in front of the weak young master in an instant. When young master Wenrua saw this blade, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body seemed to have turned into a wisp of invisible wind, and he instantly hid a few miles away. Looking at Su Qin's blade that easily cut off a mountain peak, he was terrified. Fortunately, my Wind God Valley is good at extreme speed. Otherwise, I'm afraid my body and soul would have been destroyed. The weak young master swallowed his saliva and for a moment, he wanted to retreat. Su Qin was too terrifying. In just a short period of time, 2 of the 5 Earth Immortals who came from the immortal sects had fallen and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. If it were anyone else, they would have run as far as possible. The blade light of the demon god's blade is too slow after all. Su Qin was not surprised when he saw the weak young master escape. After seeing the strange sharpness of the demon god's blade, no Earth immortal would choose to take the attack of the demon god's blade head-on. Isn't the Tang Guitian too strong? Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin old man and other martial artists had just mustered up the courage to approach the mountain peak when they saw this scene. They only felt their whole body trembling. Originally, in their opinion, no matter how invincible the Tang Guitian was, when the 5 Earth Immortals joined forces, they could only save their lives at most. As for fighting or even defeating them, it was impossible. How could the Tang Guitian fight against the 5 Earth Immortals? What could they use to defeat them? But what was the truth? In front of Su Qin, the 5 Earth Immortals could not even delay, and 2 of them had fallen. Killing Earth Immortals like killing dogs. What kind of means was this? What kind of ability was this? Not only did these mythical martial artists not dare to imagine it, even the thin old man who thought he had seen a lot of things could not imagine it. Rip. Su Qin casually held the hilt of the demon god's blade with his right hand and then kept it in the system storage. He looked at the remaining 3 immortal sects again. Not bad. You can dodge this attack. I underestimated you just now. Su Qin's gaze fell on the weak young master, and said lightly. In the beginning, the wind god Valley's destructive wind that the weak young master used, in Su Qin's eyes, had become an evaluation of excessive momentum but insufficient power. But now it seemed that the weak young master's means were indeed good. At least in terms of escaping speed, he was better than the young man. The weak young master said bitterly. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. The dignified immortal sect's sacred ground, Wind God Valley, was reduced to running for his life. Fellow Taoist. Just as Su Qin was about to continue attacking, Taiyin Fairy finally spoke again. Taiyin Fairy stared at Su Qin and asked tentatively. The golden flames released from your eyes just now should be some kind of divine ability, right? You know about divine abilities? Su Qin stopped and looked at Taiyin Fairy with some interest. Ever since he stepped into the martial Tao, Su Qin had heard of divine abilities. For example, in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin read Buddhist scriptures and found Buddhist divine abilities such as heavenly ear ability and divine feet ability. But whether it was Buddhist divine abilities or other divine abilities, they only existed in myths and legends. No one had really seen divine abilities. Even in the overseas martial Tao world, it was the same. And Su Qin only obtained some divine abilities when he signed in. But now, it seemed that Taiyin Fairy seemed to know about divine abilities. Otherwise, she would definitely not think that Su Qin's golden eyes of the sun was a divine ability. I once read in the ancient books of the Taiyin Holy Land that the supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm will master a divine ability when they transcend heaven and earth. In addition, the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses will also inherit these divine abilities through bloodline inheritance. Speaking of this, Taiyin Fairy paused for a while and said in a low voice, could it be that fellow Taoist is a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse? Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only the supreme powerhouses and the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses could master divine abilities. In Taiyin Fairy's opinion, although Su Qin's strength was terrifying, he was still far from being a supreme powerhouse. If Su Qin was a supreme powerhouse of the void-breaking realm, she was afraid that a thought would be enough to turn them, the Earth Immortals, into ashes. A supreme powerhouse could even break space, let alone Earth Immortals like them. Since Su Qin wasn't a supreme powerhouse, but he had divine abilities, then he could only be a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. I see. Su Qin's face was thoughtful, and he finally shook his head and said, I'm not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. All of his divine abilities were obtained through signing in through the system. Even the golden eye of the great sun, a fire element offensive divine ability that originated from the picture of the great sun, belonged to the system. After all, even the picture of the great sun was a reward from the system. Not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Taiyin Fairy was silent. Even if Taiyin Fairy racked her brains, she couldn't imagine that there was such an incredible creation as the system in this world. It was possible to obtain divine abilities just by signing in. Okay. Now go to hell. Su Qin was too lazy to continue talking. His gaze turned slightly and looked at the weak Prince Wen. At this moment, the weak Prince Wen had already retreated dozens of miles away and was almost out of the range of Kunlun Mountain. Not good. I've been discovered. The weak Prince Wen immediately began to retreat. He directly turned into a breeze and disappeared in an instant. Buzz! Su Qin's mind moved. A small sword formed completely from the power of the primordial spirit floated out. It was the Heart Sword technique. The Heart Sword technique was an primordial spirit killer move that Su Qin obtained from signing in on the Myriad Worlds Island. It could condense the power of the primordial spirit into the shape of a sword and destroy everything. The next moment, an illusory miniature sword crossed dozens of miles and landed on the weak Prince Wen's body. The Heart Sword technique was an primordial spirit killer move. Most of the defenses in countless worlds directly destroyed the weak Prince Wen's primordial spirit. And without the support of the primordial spirit, the weak Prince Wen's body fell to the ground. Although his heartbeat was still beating and his blood was still flowing like the sea, without the control of the primordial spirit, no matter how strong his body was, he was like a walking corpse. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the primordial spirit? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The power of the primordial spirit was invisible and intangible. It could ignore most of the obstacles in the world. How could the speed of the physical body compare to it? And you guys! After killing the weak Prince Wen, Su Qin raised his right hand again and slapped towards Taiyin Fairy and the white-browed old man. Taiyin Moonlight Power! A bright moon mark flashed in the depths of Taiyin Fairy's forehead. Then, the Taiyin Moonlight Power within dozens of miles began to boil. Whoosh! Compared to Taiyin Fairy's resistance, the white-browed old man was much more straightforward. His primordial spirit escaped from his body without hesitation and quickly flashed into the distance. After seeing Su Qin kill 3 Earth Immortals, the white-browed old man didn't dare to continue fighting. He directly abandoned his body and escaped with his primordial spirit. After all, his lineage focused on cultivating the primordial spirit. For the white-browed old man, as long as his primordial spirit could escape, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. As for losing his body, even a pinnacle legend could be reborn with the primordial spirit, let alone an Earth Immortal. The speed of the primordial spirit was so fast that it almost instantly lost track of the white-browed old man. You can't escape. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and memorized the white-browed old man's aura. The Eye of Truth could see through all the aura in the world. As long as the white-browed old man didn't leave this world, even if he escaped to the end of the world, Su Qin could still locate him. In just a short while, 3 of the 5 Earth Immortals from the immortal sects died and 1 escaped. Only the pale-faced Taiyin Fairy was left. Almost all of them were wiped out. Chapter 338. Kunlun Mountain was known as the home of the gods, the ancestor of all mountains. The immortal fruit in Su Qin's hand, the peach of immortality, was obtained from signing in here. And now, this famous mountain was already dyed red with blood. 3 Earth Immortals from the immortal sects were killed by Su Qin. Even the white-browed elder only managed to escape with his primordial spirit. As for his physical body, it was directly shattered by Su Qin with a slap. The body of the Earth Immortal had been replenished by the power of the Sea of Vitality. Every drop of blood contained a huge amount of energy, but now, it was constantly sprinkled on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Terrifying killing intent filled almost every inch of the air. You're the only one left. Su Qin's gaze turned slightly as he looked at Taiyin Fairy and said indifferently. Although the white-browed elder's primordial spirit escaped, to be precise, he didn't really die. However, his aura had already been completely locked onto by Su Qin. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that the immortal sects and the other sacred grounds will come after you in the future? Taiyin Fairy calmed herself down and forced herself to calm down. So be it. Why are you so cautious? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he said indifferently. According to Su Qin's guess, there must be a huge gap between the immortal sects and the mortal world. If the earth immortals in the mortal world wanted to enter the immortal sex, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If the people of the immortal sex wanted to return to the mortal world, it would be equally difficult. Otherwise, why had the people of the immortal sex never stepped into the mortal world for more than 10,000 years? Only today did they send a few spirit-severing stage earth immortals to the mortal world to test it out. As long as Tyene Fairy and the other four died, the experts in the immortal sex would definitely be shocked and not dare to act rashly. Of course, this was only Su Qian's speculation. His current realm was at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, half a step into the true realm. Even if the experts in the immortal sex were furious and entered the mortal world en masse, it would still take time. By then, Su Qian would probably be a true realm earth immortal. The strength of the true realm, coupled with countless trump cards and methods, Su Qian would probably be able to fight against an ordinary divine ruin stage earth immortal. This kind of strength, even in the immortal sex, was only below the strongest. As for the immortals, more than 10,000 years had passed. Su Qian was starting to wonder if there were any supreme experts who could shatter the void in the immortal sex. After all, even Shou Yuan, who was a supreme expert, could not surpass 10,000 years. The immortal gate was merely a small world with an incomplete great Tao. It was almost impossible for a divine ruin realm land immortal to truly step into the realm of supreme experts. Besides, take 10,000 steps back. There really was a supreme expert overseeing the immortal sect. Furthermore, this supreme expert disregarded everything and returned to the mortal world to seek revenge on Su Qian. Su Qian was not afraid at all. Now that he had obtained the War God Temple, Su Qian could just move the Empire of Tang into the vast space in the War God Temple, and then escape to the cave world with the War God Temple, and wait until he stepped into the void-shattering realm in the future before returning. Su Qian has the Demon Buddha Golden Body, which can completely transform his aura into that of the demon race. This way, he can avoid the perception of the demon gods in the depths of the cave world. For him, the cave world was not only not dangerous, but also a sign location. However, entering the cave world was tantamount to courting death. No matter how much the aura of the supreme expert was restrained, it would definitely alarm the demon gods in the depths of the world. At that time, the supreme expert would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Therefore, as long as the supreme expert was not a fool, he would definitely not enter the cave world. "Do you know why I attacked you last?" A smile appeared on Su Qian's face as he looked at Tyene Fairy. Among the 5 people from the immortal sex, Tyene Fairy was definitely the strongest. Even if she was still not Su Qian's opponent, she could still barely contain part of Su Qian's strength. Logically speaking, if Su Qian made a move, he would definitely kill Tyene Fairy immediately. Once Tyene Fairy fell, the other 4 would no longer have any ability to resist. "What do you mean?" When Tyene Fairy heard this, her expression changed slightly. "There are remnants of the power of space in your body. I think that must be your last trump card. If I attack you directly, it is very likely that I will activate the power of space in your body and let you escape, or be trapped by the power of space," Su Qian said lightly. Even with Su Qian's current strength, he could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with the power of space. In any case, this was a power that only the supreme expert could hope to master. It could shatter and shatter everything. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, the more it was so, even if the existence below the supreme expert had a treasure related to the power of space, it was very difficult for them to actively activate it. They could only passively protect themselves. Therefore, Su Qian did not attack Tyene Fairy. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would activate the trump card in Tyene Fairy's body. And with every sentence Su Qian said, Tyene Fairy's expression changed a little. The expression that had just settled down changed wildly again. "The power of space is a power that the supreme expert can master. Only a few treasures such as supreme treasures can bear the power of space, but how precious are supreme treasures? How could the sacred ground behind you let you bring a supreme treasure to the human world? Let me guess. Your trump card is not a supreme treasure, but it was left behind by the supreme expert. And the 5 of you were able to come to the human world this time because of that trump card? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, Tying Fairy could no longer maintain her cold image. She could not help but ask, "How did you know?" At this moment, Tying Fairy's heart was in turmoil. Su Qin was right. The reason why Tying Fairy still dared to stop Su Qin after seeing his terrifying strength was because of the Tying token in her body. The Tying token was left behind by the supreme expert of the Tying's sacred ground. It was even made of space crystal. Although it was not a supreme treasure, it could actively emit the power of space to protect Tying Fairy when she was in danger. Of course, other than actively emitting the power of space to protect, the Tying token also had various other magical uses. When Tying Fairy and the other 4 people from the Celestial Sect passed through the void passage between the Celestial Sect and the human world, they used the Tying token. With Tying Fairy's strength, she would definitely die if she entered the void passage. She would be torn to pieces by the power of space that was everywhere in the passage. It was because of this that the Tying token was activated and actively released the power of space to resist. In the fight just now, Tying Fairy had attacked many times in hopes that Su Qin would have the intention to kill her. Once that happened, the Tying token would also be activated. At that time, under the power of space, even a supreme expert of the Divine Ruins realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. But unfortunately, Su Qin did not really attack her from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had seen through everything. "Fellow cultivator, Tying admires your profound knowledge. Since that is the case, Tying Fairy will not waste your time. I will take my leave first." Tying Fairy did not dare to continue staying. This was because she knew that since Su Qin took the initiative to tell her everything, he must have a way to deal with her trump card. Then, she thought of Su Qin's seemingly magical King Tong. Thinking of this, Tying Fairy's heart moved. Suddenly, an extremely exquisite token appeared in front of her. Although this token was floating in the air, it was as if it did not exist in the world. It was misty, illusory, and real. Chapter 339. The lunar token was only half the size of a palm. It was very delicate, but at this moment, it exuded an aura that could shake the void. Although the Tying Fairy couldn't activate the space power in the lunar token, she could activate the other functions of the lunar token through the secret method of the Tying Holy Land. Although these functions were nothing compared to the real space power, the Tying Fairy had no other choice at this moment. Su Qin was too scary. With just a few sentences, he had revealed her trump card clearly. If she continued to stay here, the Tying Fairy might not even have the confidence to escape. "I am the source of the space power that I felt." Su Qin's spirit shook slightly, and he was obviously more cautious. No matter how confident Su Qin was, how could he be careless when facing the space power that only the strongest could control? "It's weaker than the Thunder God clock, but the space power inside is very active." Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and observed the lunar token that was half the size of a palm. As a treasure, the Thunder God clock could naturally bear the space power. However, the Thunder God clock had been silent for too long, at least more than 10,000 years. After such a long time, even if it was a treasure, the space power inside it would gradually die down. However, the lunar token in front of him was different. Su Qin could clearly feel that the space power in this delicate token was constantly circulating, faintly protecting the Tying Fairy. Once the Tying Fairy's life was in danger, the space power in the lunar token would explode. "Now! Run!" Just as Su Qin was sizing up the lunar token, the Tying Fairy bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the lunar token. Suddenly, the Tying token emitted a hazy brilliance. Under the illumination of this hazy brilliance, the space under Tying Fairy's feet was pulled closer and closer. She took a step forward. Even without using any means, she appeared a few miles away. This wasn't an illusion caused by excessive speed. It was real. The space where the Tying Fairy was being pulled closer. It was equivalent to an ordinary step of the Tying Fairy and a few miles of distance of other living creatures. This difference in space was enough to make the scalp of an ordinary god statue go numb. This was another use of the lunar token, so close yet so far. This wondrous use was not to directly stimulate the power of space, but to use the power of space to influence the void, changing the distance of space in a small area. This was Tyene Fairy's limit. With her strength and realm, she was unable to activate the space power in the Tyene token. She could only use the space power indirectly by using the secret technique of the Holy Land. Is it just a reduction in spatial distance? Su Qin watched quietly as Tyene Fairy fled 10 miles away. Before a smile appeared on Tyene Fairy's face, he slowly extended his right hand and softly uttered 2 words. Pure land on the palm. All of a sudden, a glazed Buddha palm enveloped heaven and earth, and an aura that suppressed all things pervaded the air. Numerous golden udumbra flowers bloomed in all directions. Each flower was a world, and each leaf was a universe. Layers of pure lands were formed, and they were boundless. It was the second style of the Buddha's palm that Su Qin had comprehended after entering the Earth God stage. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 styles. The first style, the unique and righteous, was a pure offensive palm. With this palm, Su Qin could unleash a blow comparable to an Earth God in the myth stage. Although it was only comparable in power, it was already incredible. The Buddha's palm was not the Vairocana picture. After the Vairocana picture was completed, the golden crow divine body was naturally derived. It could allow Su Qin to challenge an Earth God. However, in order to cultivate the Vairocana picture to the small mastery, Su Qin had paid an unknown amount of martial arts resources. In the end, he even used up a fire element source. However, the Buddha's palm did not need these. Moreover, the Buddha's palm would increase in power as Su Qin's strength and realm continued to increase. As for the second style of the Buddha's palm, it was the pure land on the palm. This style was not an offensive palm, but a suppressive palm. It could suppress a space. In the end, when the palm landed, the entire world would be suppressed. Of course, Su Qin was only in the spirit-severing realm. Even so, the pure land on the palm could easily cut off the space within 100 miles. If there was an ultimate expert here, he would be shocked to find that Su Qin's palm had already begun to step into space. Moreover, he did not borrow the influence of space, but directly cut off space. Clang! Tyene Fairy used the Tyene token and instantly appeared dozens of miles away. However, in the next moment, Tyene Fairy suddenly screamed and her body suddenly retreated as if she had bumped into something. She used the power of the Tyene token to close the distance between them. She was originally relying on the entire space as a springboard. Now that the space within 100 miles had been cut off by Su Qin's pure land on the palm, the Tyene token naturally lost its effect. This is the power of space? Tyene Fairy's pupils suddenly shrank. She turned her head to look at Su Qin, who was slowly walking over. Panic appeared on her face. You are indeed related to an ultimate expert. Tyene Fairy looked at Su Qin in despair. At this moment, she was trapped in a space. Unless she could break the space, she could not escape at all. As for breaking the space, that was a method that only a true ultimate expert could use. How could Tyene Fairy dare to hope for it? An ultimate expert? Su Qin did not comment. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal disciple. Su Qin had learned the Buddha's palm, which was equivalent to half a disciple of the Buddha. However, the Buddha was not as simple as an ultimate expert. Even in the depths of the cave world, those incredible demon gods were far from being comparable to the Buddha. I'll give you 2 choices. Su Qin looked at Tyene Fairy, neither happy nor sad. It was as if he had transformed into a real Buddha, overlooking all living beings. Hand over the token, Su Qin said lightly. You want the Tyene token? Tyene Fairy's expression changed slightly. Although the space she was in was completely suppressed at this moment, Tyene Fairy's heart was not completely desperate. If she could completely stimulate the power of space in the Tyene token, there was still hope for her to escape this space. Su Qin wanted her to hand over the token, which was tantamount to cutting off her last hope. What was even more unacceptable to Tyene Fairy was that Su Qin only asked her to hand over the token. As for whether he would spare her life or other things, he did not say anything. In other words, even if Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she might still be killed by Su Qin. What's the second choice? Tyene Fairy couldn't help but ask. Your current hope is nothing more than counting on the power of space in this token to perish together with me. Su Qin's face showed a mocking smile. Once Su Qin made a move on Tyene Fairy, he would stimulate the real power of space in the Tyene token. Although Su Qin did not think that the power of space in a mere token could kill him, he might suffer some injuries. Su Qin's eyes were deep as he continued. But I won't make a move on you. Instead, I'll suppress and seal you. More than 900 years ago, Arhat of the Shaolin Temple used the pure land in the palm to suppress the Devil Buddha for 900 years. Now, Su Qin's strength was far beyond that of Arhat, and his understanding of the pure land in the palm was far beyond that of Arhat. Once he really chose to suppress and seal Tyene Fairy, it would take at least 10,000 years. Suppressing and sealing Tyene Fairy did not threaten her life, and the Tyene token would not be activated passively. Suppress and seal. Tyene Fairy's face turned pale. Obviously, she knew what Su Qin meant. If it was other experts, or even Origin returning Divine Ruins Realm Earth Immortals, Tyene Fairy did not think that the other party could completely suppress her. After all, in a few decades or hundreds of years at most, the Holy Lands in the Immortal Sect would return to the mortal world. At that time, the experts of the Tyene Holy Land would definitely use secret techniques to locate her. However, Tyene Fairy had seen Su Qin's means, suppressing a space with a raise of his hand. If Tyene Fairy had not confirmed that Su Qin's aura was extremely young, less than 500 years old, she would have thought that Su Qin was a body that was taken over by a supreme expert. But even so, if Su Qin really chose to suppress and seal her, he would definitely choose to seal her with the power of space. Under the isolation of the power of space, no matter how hard the Tyene Holy Land tried to sense her location, they would not be able to find anything. You only have 10 seconds, Su Qin said softly when he saw Tyene Fairy's struggling expression. Maintaining the isolation of the pure land in the palm with a radius of 100 miles also put a lot of pressure on Su Qin. Almost every moment, a large amount of spiritual power was consumed. If he continued to maintain this, Su Qin's spiritual power would be exhausted in a few months. After 9 seconds, Tyene Fairy finally sighed softly. She bowed to Su Qin and said, I am willing to hand over the Tyene token. After Tyene Fairy finished speaking, she pushed the Tyene token that was floating in front of her to Su Qin. If Tyene Fairy were to spend the rest of her time in Shouyuan in the seal and be trapped in one place for hundreds of years without being able to move, she might as well die completely. That was why Tyene Fairy chose to hand over the Tyene token. The worst result would be Su Qin killing her directly. Su Qin glanced at the Tyene token. With a thought, he kept it in the Temple of War. The Temple of War and even the super-large space Dharma treasure refined by the experts. Although it was not an ultimate treasure, it was more precious than an ordinary life ultimate treasure. After putting the Tyene token in it, no matter what tricks were left on it, it would be foolproof. After Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she was completely relaxed. She lowered her head and waited for Su Qin's judgment. Su Qin had never said that as long as she handed over the Tyene token, he would spare her life. The space has returned to normal? Not long after Tyene Fairy handed over the Tyene token, she felt the faint pressure from the surroundings disappear. The heaven's essence she began to surge in again. Su Qin's mind merged into the Temple of War. After looking at the Tyene token a few more times, his gaze fell on Tyene Fairy again. Su Qin did not kill Tyene Fairy immediately. Firstly, it was because she took the initiative to hand over the Tyene token, which saved him a lot of trouble. Secondly, Su Qin needed information about the Immortal Sect. All along, Su Qin had learned about the existence of the Immortal Sect from many high sects and special forces like the Heaven's Secrets Sect. However, how could these forces know more about the Immortal Sect than Tyene Fairy, who came from the Immortal Sect? Chapter 340. The Immortal Gate was a small world created at the end of the previous Vitality Tide era by the joint efforts of various supreme experts to break through the void. Now that thousands of years had passed, even if Su Qin didn't think that there were still powerhouses in the Immortal Sect, he wouldn't underestimate the Immortal Sect. One must know that the Immortal Sect wasn't something that the great sects overseas could compare to. Even the great sects like the Witchcraft Sect and the Thunder God Sect, which seemed to have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had countless resources, were nothing in the previous era of the Vitality Tide. Otherwise, they would have followed the other holy lands and entered the immortal sects. Why would they still stay in the mortal world and suffer the influence of the Vitality Tide? Therefore, Su Qin was still quite afraid of the immortal sect. Although he still had a way out, he could take the Empire of Tang into the War God Temple and then bring them all into the cave world, but it was best not to use this way of retreat. After all, for Su Qin, the cave world was a treasure land, but in the eyes of mortals like the Emperor of Tang, the cave world was an out-and-out purgatory. Therefore, Su Qin planned to get information about the immortal sect from Taiyin Ferry first, and then prepare to face the immortal sect. Su Qin wasn't afraid of the immortal sect, but he wouldn't underestimate them either. He was always prepared to make foolproof plans. Just as Su Qin was thinking, Taiyin Ferry, who was standing respectfully with her head lowered, not far from Su Qin, was uneasy. Although Taiyin Ferry could clearly feel that the space had returned to normal and the vitality tide was pouring in again, with her strength, as long as she wanted, even without the Taiyin token, she could escape hundreds or thousands of miles in a short time. But Taiyin Ferry didn't dare to move at all. What kind of joke was this? With the Taiyin token, a treasure left behind by a powerhouse, Taiyin Ferry had become Su Qin's possession, not to mention now that she had lost the Taiyin token. Just as Taiyin Ferry was waiting for Su Qin's judgment with trepidation, a wisp of primordial spirit power emerged from Su Qin's eyes, and then quietly entered Taiyin Ferry's body, and then poured into the ancestral aperture between her eyebrows. This is... Taiyin Ferry noticed this. Instead of being shocked, she was delighted. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this wisp of primordial spirit power was a terrifying restriction. As long as she moved slightly, this wisp of primordial spirit power would explode. At that time, the primordial spirit in Taiyin Ferry's sea of consciousness would be completely destroyed. She would not even have the chance to take over her body. However, Taiyin Ferry heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Because the more Su Qin left a mark on her body, the more it proved that he had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, with Su Qin's strength, he could directly slap her into meat paste. Why would he do something so superfluous? Greetings, Master. Taiyin Ferry immediately bowed respectfully to Su Qin. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If Taiyin Ferry wanted to live, she had to show her submission. As for the dignity of a land immortal, at this moment, Taiyin Ferry had already determined that Su Qin was related to a supreme expert. Even if he was not taken over by a supreme expert, he must be a direct descendant, or something. Otherwise, how could he have supernatural powers and control the power of space? And acknowledging a direct descendant of a supreme expert as her master was not a shameful thing. In the many holy lands in the immortal sect, countless disciples were extremely eager for this opportunity. All right. Tell me how you came to the human world. Su Qin's eyes were calm. He glanced at Taiyin Ferry and asked lightly. Master. Taiyin Ferry replied without hesitation. The 5 of us came to the human world through the void passage under the protection of the Taiyin token. I see. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. This was similar to Su Qin's speculation. There were restrictions if the living beings in the immortal sect wanted to enter the human world. However, compared to the land immortals in the human world who entered the immortal sect, there were methods left behind by the supreme experts in the immortal sect that could safely come to the human world. Even so, this method could not be used without any scruples. For example, the Taiyin token that Taiyin Ferry took the initiative to hand over contained the power of space. Even if it was not comparable to a supreme treasure, it was probably not too far away. Even in the immortal sect, it was a rare treasure. Next, Suchin asked about other things in the immortal sect. Tyene Fairy answered all of them without any intention of hiding anything. Tyene Fairy even took the initiative to tell him all of the questions that involved the secrets of the immortal sect. According to Tyene Fairy, although the small world in the immortal sect could not be compared to the human world, it was still vast. It was the size of dozens of overseas martial arts worlds. In addition, the vitality in the immortal sect was rich and spiritual vigor was everywhere. It was not inferior to the peak of the previous vitality tide. If it were not for the gradual dissipation of the laws of the Great Path, the few holy lands in the immortal sect would not have thought of returning to the human world. Now, there are 6 holy lands in the world of the immortal sect. These 6 holy lands are the orthodoxies of the supreme experts. Together, they rule the entire world of the immortal sect, Tyene Fairy said respectfully. 6 holy lands? Suchin repeated in a low voice. Then, he asked with interest, what's the strength of the strongest in these 6 holy lands? The strongest. Tyene Fairy hesitated. She seemed to be organizing her words. I don't know about the other holy lands, but the strongest in my Tyene holy lands should be at the peak of the divine ruin realm. The land immortal realm was divided into 3 levels: spirit severing, origin returning, and divine ruin. Among them, the land immortals in the divine ruin realm had already begun to come into contact with the power of space. Of course, even the peak of the divine ruin realm could not forcefully shatter the void like the supreme experts. However, a small number of those at the peak of the divine ruin realm could borrow the power of space. For example, they could use the Tyene token to close the distance of space. Tyene Fairy hesitated for a while and said carefully, Master, actually, the strongest in the world of the immortal sect are not those at the peak of the divine ruin realm. The peak of the divine ruin realm is not the strongest? Suchin raised his eyebrows. Although there was still an insurmountable gap between the peak of the divine ruin realm and the supreme experts at the shattering void realm, it was undeniable that the peak of the divine ruin realm was already the end of the earth immortal realm. The only thing left was to be able to take that step, shatter the void, and become the supreme expert that stood above everything. Could it be that there are still supreme experts in the immortal sect? Suchin looked at Tyene Fairy and said slowly, Supreme experts? Tyene Fairy was slightly stunned. Soon after, she kept shaking her head and said, Supreme experts are only 5,000 years old, Shoyuan. Since the end of the last origin Chi tide, more than 10,000 years have passed. There is no supreme expert that can live until now. Although supreme experts could shatter the void, like living beings who created the world, there was still a limit to Shoyuan's life. There was no need to doubt this point. Even if supreme experts could maintain their physical body, their primordial spirit would gradually deteriorate. And the limit for supreme experts' primordial spirit to deteriorate was 5,000 years. In other words, the limit for supreme experts like Shoyuan was 5,000 years. In addition, the great Tao laws in the small world of the immortal sect were incomplete. For more than 10,000 years, there was no divine ruin realm expert who could take that step and shatter the void. Then who is stronger than the peak of the divine ruin realm? Suchin asked directly. Tyene Fairy carefully glanced at Suchin and said solemnly, The bloodline descendants left behind by supreme experts. From Tyene Fairy's point of view, Suchin was at least a bloodline descendant left behind by a supreme expert. Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The realm of supreme experts is far beyond our imagination. According to the ancient records of our Tyene Holy Land, supreme experts can pass down some of their abilities to their descendants through bloodline inheritance. Tyene Fairy paused for a while before continuing. And the descendants of supreme experts have a very small chance of inheriting some abilities of supreme experts, such as some kind of divine ability. Tyene Fairy's tone was astonished. Obviously, this kind of inheritance method was extremely unbelievable. This kind of descendant doesn't refer to the son of a supreme expert. Instead, among the descendants who have the bloodline inheritance of the supreme expert, there will occasionally be a descendant whose bloodline awakens and inherits some ability of the supreme expert. This kind of descendant will become the true bloodline descendant of the Supreme Expert. Tyene Fairy explained. Once a descendant who had awakened the bloodline of a Supreme Expert cultivated to the Divine Ruin Realm, relying on his powerful bloodline power, he would be able to surpass those old antiques who were at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the descendant of the Supreme Expert could perfectly control the corresponding life treasure left behind by the Supreme Expert. One must know that even the various Holy Lands were unable to completely activate the life treasure left behind by the Supreme Expert. However, the descendants of the Supreme Expert could. Just based on this point, it was enough to crush all those at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. To a certain extent, he was also considered a descendant of the Supreme Fire-type Divine Beast, the three-legged Golden Crow. Moreover, compared to the descendants of the Supreme Expert, Su Qin was more thorough. The descendants of the other Supreme Experts could only inherit some ability of the Supreme Expert, and it would be greatly reduced. However, Su Qin could inherit all the innate abilities of the three-legged Golden Crow. Moreover, once the picture of the Great Sun was completed, Su Qin would be equivalent to a baby of the three-legged Golden Crow. After half an hour, Su Qin roughly understood some information about the Celestial Gate, then brought Tyene Fairy and left Kunlun Mountain. After Su Qin disappeared, the legends outside Kunlun Mountain looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had seen with their own eyes that Tyene Fairy, who was like a fairy, was respectful to Su Qin like a servant. One must know that Tyene Fairy was a high and mighty earth immortal. The legends could only feel their hands and feet trembling, unable to control themselves. What kind of method was this to use an earth immortal as a servant? What kind of courage was this? Everyone thought that the Tangguitian people were only better than ordinary earth immortals, but now, the Tangguitian people were fighting 1 against 5, and he even took an earth immortal as a servant. The thin old man's face was full of emotion. It was easy to defeat an earth immortal, but it was very difficult to kill an earth immortal. As for taking an earth immortal as a servant, it was even more difficult. If they didn't realize the gap between heaven and earth, no earth immortal would be willing to be a servant of others. Even in the heyday of the previous vitality tide, an existence like the Tangguitian people was enough to dominate a region and suppress all living things. The thin old man sighed deeply in his heart. He looked in the direction where Su Qin left, and an inexplicable look of awe appeared on his face. Check-in at the beginning of the game. Address. Opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm full text reading address. /read/155154 opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm TXT download address. Opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm mobile reading address. /read/155154 for the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the Collect button below to record this time. Bloodline Descendant. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm full text reading address. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 341. After Su Qin left Kunlun Mountain with Tyene Fairy, he did not return to Chang'an City. Instead, he went to the depths of the overseas martial arts world, to an island shrouded in misty clouds. 3,000 illusions? Su Qin put his hands behind his back and looked at the island in front of him quietly. There were 9 forbidden lands in the overseas martial arts world. It was said that they were related to the previous vitality tide. Even Earth Immortals did not dare to set foot in the 9 forbidden lands. Lei Xuanzi of Raytheon was trapped in one of the 9 forbidden lands, the Thunder Valley, for hundreds of years. However, Lei Xuanzi was very lucky. Not only did he not die in the Thunder Valley, but he also made use of the harsh environment in the Thunder Valley to successfully break through and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Of course, Lei Xuanzi's survival did not mean that there were no dangers in the 9 forbidden lands. On the contrary, the 9 forbidden lands overseas were extremely dangerous and could severely injure Earth Immortals. The island in front of him was one of the 9 forbidden lands overseas, called the 3,000 Illusions. This forbidden land was very special. It was shrouded in layers of inexplicable spiritual power that could make people sink. Even Earth immortals would be in danger if they dared to set foot on this island. In the history of the overseas martial arts world, there was an Earth immortal who wanted to see the secrets of the 3,000 illusions, but he never walked out of the island. 3,000 illusions? When Tyene Fairy saw the misty island, her pretty face suddenly changed as if she had thought of something. You know about the 3,000 illusions? Suchin glanced at Tyene Fairy and asked casually. The reason he had come to this forbidden land was naturally because this was where the origin soul of the white-browed old man had disappeared in the end. Among the 5 people from the immortal sect, Mr. Wenru and the burly man Yu had completely died in the hands of Suchin. Tyene Fairy was left behind by Suchin to inquire about the immortal sect. As for the white-browed elder, he knew that things were not going well. He directly abandoned his physical body and escaped with his primordial spirit. However, what the white-browed old man didn't expect was that even though he had abandoned his body, he still couldn't escape from Suchin's lock. The only thing that exceeded Suchin's expectations was that through the eye of truth, he discovered that the white-browed old man's last breath was here. After that, the white-browed old man's aura completely disappeared. It was as if this forbidden ground could cut off everything. Even the aura could not be sensed. Master, in the ancient records of our Tyene Holy Land, these 3,000 illusory realms were left behind by a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves. There are a total of 3,000 illusory realms, and whoever can pass these 3,000 illusory realms can become that supreme expert's personal disciple, Tyene Fairy said uneasily. Even the strongest were not omniscient and omnipotent. Everyone had their own strengths. Among them, experts who were proficient in primordial spirit killer moves were the most terrifying. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and formless. Just a glance could cause your primordial spirit to collapse. It was extremely bizarre. Even when you die, you won't know how you died. Oh? Suchin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had the Buddha bead golden body and the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves was worthy of Suchin's respect. One had to know that to become a supreme expert, the first thing one had to do was to break through the void and control the power of space. To break through the void with the power of fire? With the power of earth? With the power of lightning? There was a glimmer of hope. But to break through the void with the power of primordial spirit, the power of primordial spirit was formless and could easily blend into the depths of the void. To break through the void with the power of primordial spirit was definitely 10 times more difficult than other paths. However, in the previous Vitality Tide era, even at its peak, no living being had passed these 3,000 illusory realms. Tyene Fairy shook her head and continued. And once you choose to pass the 3,000 illusory realms, to turn back, you have to pass through the current illusory realm. Tyene Fairy's meaning was easy to understand. For example, when Suchin started to pass the 3,000 illusory realms and reached the 10th illusory realm, if he wanted to turn back, he had to pass through this 10th illusory realm. If he couldn't pass through it, he would be trapped in this 10th illusory realm until he died of old age. So that's how it is. Suchin nodded slightly. Tyene Fairy's understanding of the 3,000 illusory realms was obviously far above those of the overseas great sections. At least she knew that this forbidden area was the dojo of a supreme expert, and once one completely passed through the 3,000 illusory realms, they could directly become the direct disciple of that supreme expert. Do you know the abyss? Suchin kept looking at the forbidden area in front of him with the eye of truth and asked casually. The so-called abyss was also one of the 9 forbidden areas in the overseas sea, and it was ranked first. It was said that it was connected to the underground cave world. Forbidden area abyss? Tyene Fairy's expression stiffened, revealing a trace of fear. Master, if I remember correctly, the forbidden area abyss was the battlefield of the final battle between the human world and the cave world during the last Vitality Tide. Tyene Fairy's expression was extremely solemn, and she said in a deep voice, "The Forbidden Area Abyss is extremely dangerous. Even if it's a land immortal of the Divine Ruins realm, once he enters the abyss without permission, he will most likely die. More than 10,000 years ago, countless martial artists of the human race and the demon race of the cave world fought bloody battles at the entrance of the abyss. Countless land immortals fell, and even the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm once spilled their blood there. In the end, a certain demon god of the cave world even set his eyes on the abyss. Since then, the abyss has become a forbidden area in the human world. The supreme experts have issued decrees that no living beings are allowed to approach the abyss." Tyene Fairy's voice was also trembling. Even though more than 10,000 years had passed, Tyene Fairy had learned about the horror of the abyss from ancient books. If the 3,000 illusory realms were a forbidden area with the meaning of guiding the descendants, then the abyss was a place of death. The cave world. The depths of Su Qin's eyes faintly stirred up waves. Although in Su Qin's eyes the cave world was just a place to sign in, for other living beings in the human world and even the supreme experts, the cave world was like purgatory. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked at the 3,000 illusory realms again. No matter how dangerous the abyss was, what Su Qin needed to do now was to completely eliminate the root of the problem, and crush the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man. After a while, Su Qin took a step forward and appeared on the island of the 3,000 illusory realms. Although this island could suppress the aura, since Su Qin was sure that the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man had entered the 3,000 illusory realms, he could just follow him directly. "Master." When Tyene Fairy saw Su Qin step into the 3,000 illusory realms, her expression changed slightly. In the end, she hesitated for a while, but still followed. At this moment, her life was completely in the hands of Su Qin. Even if Su Qin entered the forbidden abyss, she had to bite the bullet and follow him. Besides, the first 100 illusory realms of the 3,000 illusory realms were not very dangerous for the land immortals. Rumble. As soon as Su Qin stepped onto the island of the 3,000 illusory realms, he noticed that the clouds began to churn, turning into illusions that appeared in front of him. There were peerless beauties, heaven-defying divine skills, supreme treasures, and so on. It was as if as long as Su Qin wanted to, he could sit on all of these and easily become the supreme expert who dominated everything. Break! Su Qin's eyes were still as calm as water. These illusions couldn't confuse him at all. As the power of his primordial spirit surged, all of them were turned into ashes. As expected. After entering the island, I felt the aura. Su Qin's eyes lit up as he looked into the depths of the island. Outside the island, Su Qin couldn't feel the white-browed old man's aura, but after stepping onto the island, he noticed the white-browed old man's aura. He's probably in the 98th illusory realm. Su Qin estimated for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Master. At this moment, Tyene Fairy followed behind Su Qin. She had also experienced the first illusory realm and successfully passed through it. Next, Su Qin continued to pass through illusory realms one after another. As he kept going deeper, the illusory realms that Su Qin encountered became more and more realistic. Some of the illusory realms were even an illusory world, and Su Qin became a living being in the illusory world. He had to break through the illusory world to pass through it. At the same time, in the 100th illusory realm, this illusory realm had evolved into a dynasty in the mortal world. In the imperial capital of the dynasty, the white-browed old man sat on the throne with a relaxed expression. This is only the 100th illusory realm, and it already gives me such a realistic feeling. How terrifying are the illusory realms after this? The white-browed old man stroked his beard and thought to himself. How terrifying is the supreme expert who left behind this island of 3,000 illusory realms? Although the sacred land he was in also had high achievements in the primordial spirit lineage, it was nothing compared to the 3,000 illusory realms. With my primordial spirit realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass through the first 100 illusory realms, but after the 100th level, I'll have to be careful. The white-browed old man's expression turned serious. If he was in his prime, he could at least pass through the 150th level of the illusory realm, or even the 200th level of the illusory realm. But now, the white-browed old man was only left with his primordial spirit. And without the nourishment of his physical body, the white-browed old man who was only left with his primordial spirit would definitely be weaker. Under such circumstances, the white-browed old man was naturally unwilling to pass through the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. However, that Tang Guitian probably didn't expect that I would come here. A hint of pride appeared on the white-browed old man's face. After he abandoned his physical body and escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, he immediately found this place according to the ancient records of the sacred land and entered without hesitation. Even if that Tang Guitian knew, so what? Would he dare to come here? The more the white-browed old man thought about it, the safer he felt. I'll hide in this illusory realm for decades or even centuries. After my immortal sects invade the human world, I'll find the Tang Guitian to take revenge. A hint of gloom flashed across the white-browed old man's face. Although most of his means were on his primordial spirit, it was not a small price to pay to give up his physical body that he had cultivated for hundreds of years. Just as the white-browed old man was fantasizing about how to take revenge on Su Qin. Rumble. The human dynasty created by the 100th level of the illusory realm was constantly shaking. What's happening? The white-browed old man was shocked. He quickly flew up and looked at the sky. However, the white-browed old man saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw layers of illusory realms being torn apart. A slender, tall figure was strolling through the layers of illusory realms and descending into the 100th level of the illusory realm. The Tang Guitian? The white-browed old man was stunned and filled with horror when he saw the slender, tall figure. Chapter 342. The 9 Great Forbidden Lands. The 100th level of the 3,000 illusions. The white-browed old man's essence soul looked at Su Qin, who had broken through the layers of illusions and arrived at the 100th level with unstoppable power. How did you get here so quickly? The white-browed old man couldn't believe it. The reason why he got to the 100th level so quickly was that he had read the information about the 3,000 illusions left behind by his sacred land. He knew how to break through the first 100 levels of illusions as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if the first 100 levels of the 3,000 illusions were not dangerous to Earth immortals, ordinary Earth immortals would need to spend decades to figure it out. Even if there was no danger, it didn't mean that one could get through it quickly. The layers of illusions in the 3,000 illusions required a lot of time to comprehend before one could get out. But now, the old man with white eyebrows watched Su Qin step through the layers of illusions as if there was no one there. He even tore a big hole in the 100th layer of the illusions, and came here with great strength. It was simply shocking. I've finally found you. Su Qin saw the stunned white-browed old man and didn't attack immediately. Since he was here, it meant that the white-browed old man had nowhere to go. Therefore, after Su Qin glanced at the white-browed old man, he turned to look at the human dynasty created by the 100th level of illusions with interest. It's a god. A god has come to the world. Countless people of the human dynasty created by the illusions looked at Su Qin standing in the sky with fanaticism. A large number of them even knelt down and kept kowtowing. Although these people were created by the illusions and were not real living beings, they didn't know their own nature. The illusions gave them all their memories and experiences, so these people already had spiritual intelligence. The supreme expert who left behind the 3,000 illusions in this forbidden land is really unimaginable in terms of essence soul. Even Su Qin was quite emotional at this moment. This was only the 100th level of the illusion, and there were already such lifelike creatures in the illusion. If it was the later levels, the 1,000th, 2,000th, and even the 3,000th, wouldn't it be no different from the real world? What a pity! No matter how realistic it is, it's still an illusion. In the depths of Su Qin's pupils, an indescribable whirlpool was spinning. He gently raised his right hand, then waved his sleeve. In an instant, the entire illusory realm was torn apart, and the vast human kingdom collapsed in an instant. Countless illusory creatures turned into nothingness. Master! At this moment, Tyene Fairy's figure appeared behind Su Qin, staggering in her steps. If Tyene Fairy were to challenge the 3,000 illusion arrays alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach the 100th level so quickly. However, Tyene Fairy was following behind Su Qin. Along the way, Su Qin broke through the layers of illusions. Tyene Fairy took advantage of this opportunity to carefully follow behind Su Qin through the gaps between the illusions. Even so, when Tyene Fairy entered the 100th level of the illusion, she was instantly trapped. If Su Qin hadn't broken the 100th level of the illusion with a wave of his hand, Tyene Fairy would probably still be thinking about how to break through the array. When the white-browed elder heard how Tyene Fairy addressed Su Qin, his pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe it. Tyene Fairy, what did you just say? One had to know that Tyene Fairy was the saintess-to-be of the Tyene Holy Land. Her status was only below the Saint Lord and the Grand Elders of the Holy Land. The reason why Tyene Fairy came to the human world with them this time was mainly because the Tyene token was too important. The Tyene Holy Land didn't feel at ease to give this treasure to other disciples. However, what the white-browed elder didn't expect was that Tyene Fairy would actually let Su Qin be her master at this moment. She was willing to become a servant? Humph! Tyene Fairy glanced at the white-browed elder coldly. She didn't even bother to explain. The white-browed elder's primordial spirit had escaped too early. He only knew that Su Qin was powerful and could defeat 5 spirit-severing realm earth deities. He might have already entered the true realm. Although true realm earth deities were terrifying, there were still experts of this level and many holy lands within the immortal sect. Tyene Fairy's status as the saintess-to-be was even higher than ordinary true realm earth deities. This was also the reason why the white-browed elder found it unbelievable. However, what the white-browed elder didn't know was that after he escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, Su Qin used the second style of the Buddha's palm to cut off the void. This directly made Tyene Fairy believe that Su Qin was a direct descendant of a supreme expert. In fact, if the white-browed elder knew about this, he wouldn't be too surprised that Tyene Fairy had recognized Su Qin as her master. Within the immortal sect, there were many descendants of supreme experts. However, there were only a few direct descendants who could awaken their bloodline and inherit some of the supreme expert's abilities. As for any direct descendant of a supreme expert, as long as there was enough time, they would be able to stand at the top of the immortal sect sooner or later. Even an old monster at the peak of the divine ruin realm would have to bow down to them. Master, do you need me to do it? Tyene Fairy didn't plead for mercy for the white-browed elder. Instead, she took the initiative to kill the white-browed elder. Tyene Fairy's words made the white-browed elder's expression change drastically. At this moment, he also realized that he was in danger. He quickly bowed to Su Qin and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I'm also willing to submit to you. No need. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The white-browed elder was only left with his primordial spirit body. If he really accepted him, Su Qin would have to find a suitable body for him. This was too troublesome. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, a huge sun was faintly burning in the depths of his eyes. Then, bright golden flames filled Su Qin's eyes. In the end, they spurted out and directly enveloped the white-browed elder. In less than a moment, as the white-browed elder wailed, his primordial spirit body was completely burned. This is a divine power. It's definitely a divine power. Tyene Fairy, who was next to him, clearly felt the horror of the golden flames. Her body trembled, and there was only one thought left in her mind. If it was before, when Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun to burn the burly man's primordial spirit, Tyene Fairy was only guessing and wasn't very sure. But now, after Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun again, Tyene Fairy was very sure that Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun at such a close distance. No matter what move or killing move it was, when it was used, it would inevitably need to mobilize one's true essence, or the power of the primordial spirit. However, Su Qin's golden flames just now ignited out of thin air. Before that, Tyene Fairy couldn't feel any fluctuations of the primordial spirit. And the only thing that could do this was a divine ability. Legend had it that divine power wasn't a killing move. It was more like a kind of talent that could be mastered by the spirit. It didn't need the primordial spirit to be used. In a flash, Tyene Fairy's thoughts fluctuated, and she became more and more respectful. Generally speaking, even the direct bloodline descendants of the strongest could only inherit a certain ability of the strongest. But so far, Su-Chin has shown more than one kind of secret art. First, this was a divine power that obviously belonged to the fire element. Second, it was a means of controlling the partition of space. Su-Chin naturally didn't know what Tyene Fairy was thinking. After he killed the white-browed elder's primordial spirit, he once again looked into the depths of the 3,000 illusory realms. Now, he was already in the 100th level of the illusory realm. If he continued to go deeper, he would be in the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. Master. The power of the illusory realms and the 3,000 illusory realms increases every 100 levels. But with Master's ability, the first 2,000 levels shouldn't be a problem. You even have a chance to pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm, Tyene Fairy said respectfully. Pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm? Su-Chin shook his head slightly. The horror of the 3,000 illusory realms was definitely far beyond Tyene Fairy's imagination. Even if Su-Chin used the Eye of Truth to observe, he could only see through the 1,000th level of the illusory realm. As for the illusory realms beyond the 1,000th level, even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through them. This was very terrifying. The Eye of Truth could observe the chi movement of heaven and earth. Even the illusory realms were no exception. But now, the Eye of Truth had lost its effect. Of course, this was because Su-Chin's strength was too weak. He was only in the spirit-severing realm, and couldn't unleash the true power of the Eye of Truth. But even so, it showed how terrifying the 1,000th level of the illusory realm was. Su-Chin had a cautious personality, and wouldn't put himself in danger. Even if he had the Buddha golden body in the depths of his ancestral aperture, and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, this could only ensure that Su-Chin wouldn't die under primordial spirit killer moves. If a certain illusory realm after the 1,000th level didn't have any lethality, and only trapped Su-Chin for a few hundred years, this would be a heavy loss for Su-Chin. Being trapped in one place for a few hundred years was equivalent to making Su-Chin unable to sign in everywhere. Although Su-Chin left 2 incarnations outside, how could the strength of the incarnations compare to Su-Chin's original body? Some places with rich Dao accumulation were extremely dangerous. No matter how many incarnations there were, they couldn't enter. Therefore, after sensing the possible danger after the 1,000th level of the illusory realm, Su-Chin didn't plan to continue. Not to mention whether he could pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm. Even if he really passed through it, he would only obtain the inheritance of a certain supreme expert. And for Su-Chin, this was what he didn't lack the most. However, this 3,000 illusory realm is after the 9 great forbidden lands. It was famous even in the previous Vitality Tide era. There must be a lot of Dao accumulation, enough for me to sign in. Su-Chin's heart suddenly palpitated. Although he didn't plan to continue because there would be danger later, he could still sign in before this place. Thinking of this, Su-Chin looked around again. After confirming that there was no danger, he said in his heart, "System, sign in here." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su-Chin's ears. Primordial spirit killer move? Abyss of Darkness? In a trance, Su-Chin felt as if he was in a vast world, and in the center of the world stood a white-haired man in white. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a vast world in the depths of his pupils. Even Su-Chin felt his primordial spirit begin to tremble the moment he looked at the white-haired man in white. Chapter 343. After a while, Su-Chin opened his eyes and muttered to himself. So this is Abyss of Darkness? Abyss of Darkness was an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer move. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and intangible. They were known for being strange and unpredictable. Abyss of Darkness was even more so. For example, when Su-Chin used Abyss of Darkness to look at the enemy's consciousness would fall into darkness and lose the ability to resist. If the primordial spirit's level was too low, the enemy's primordial spirit might directly disintegrate. Of course, the higher the opponent's level, the stronger the primordial spirit, and the stronger the resistance. With this primordial spirit killer move, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Su-Chin smiled in satisfaction. If Lei Xuanzi appeared in front of him now, Su-Chin only needed to use the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness to look at Lei Xuanzi, and the other party would fall into darkness. Su-Chin did not even need to make a move. Because Lei Xuanzi had just become an Earth Immortal and was at the initial stage of the spirit's severing stage, his primordial spirit was far inferior to Su-Chin, who was at the peak of the spirit's severing stage. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness was that it was not only useful against experts below Su-Chin's level, even if they were at the same level as Su-Chin, or even stronger than Su-Chin, this killer move could restrict part of the enemy's consciousness. Master, are you alright? At this moment, Tai-Yin Fairy looked at Su-Chin cautiously. After Su-Chin killed the white-browed old man's primordial spirit with the great sun golden pupil, he had been standing there. Tai-Yin Fairy thought that Su-Chin had discovered something and raised her head to look at Su-Chin. However, Tai-Yin Fairy's gaze met with Su-Chin's eyes. At that instant, Tai-Yin Fairy only felt that she had seen a dark and deep world. This world seemed to be filled with a fatal attraction to her. Tai-Yin Fairy could not help but sink into it. Come back! Just as Tai-Yin Fairy's consciousness was completely submerged, she heard a voice that sounded like a thunderclap. Tai-Yin Fairy was immediately pulled out from the dark abyss. What happened to me? Cold sweat kept appearing on Tai-Yin Fairy's smooth forehead. Although Tai-Yin Fairy didn't know what had happened, she realized that if it wasn't for that voice, her consciousness would have been completely obliterated. Master! That pair of deep eyes suddenly appeared in Tai-Yin Fairy's mind. She couldn't help but shiver. It seems that I have underestimated this primordial spirit killer move. Su-Chin observed Tai-Yin Fairy's reaction and pondered. Originally, Su-Chin thought that this primordial spirit killer move was a great killer move to deal with group attacks. Even if he was surrounded by a group of land immortals, as long as he used this killer move, no matter how many land immortals there were, they would be defeated. But Tai-Yin Fairy, although Tai-Yin Fairy's strength hadn't reached the peak of the spirit's severing stage, she was very close. Even Tai-Yin Fairy couldn't withstand the dark abyss. In the end, if Su-Chin didn't hold back in time, her primordial spirit would have collapsed. One could imagine the power of this killer move. Of course, this might be because Tai-Yin Fairy didn't guard against Su-Chin at all. But no matter what, he was able to silently subdue a land immortal who was close to the peak of the spirit's severing stage. But no matter what, the power of this primordial spirit killer move had already surprised Su-Chin. This primordial spirit killer move should be the ultimate skill of the owner of the 3,000 illusions. Su-Chin touched his chin and guessed. He still remembered that when the system instilled this primordial spirit killer move, Su-Chin's mind faintly entered a vast illusory world. And in the middle of the world stood a white-clothed, white-haired man. A supreme expert of the primordial spirit lineage. Su-Chin sighed in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and continued to familiarize himself with the dark abyss. Next, Su-Chin continued to stay in the 3,000 illusions for a few more days. He even went deep into the 1,000th level of the 3,000 illusions and tried to continue signing in. After all, the primordial spirit killer move Dark Abyss had given Su-Chin an advantage. With such a powerful killer move, even if there were another 100 of them, Su-Chin wouldn't mind. However, to Su-Chin's disappointment, it seemed that the Dark Abyss that he had signed in had exhausted the Dao accumulation on the island. I might have to pass through the 3,000 illusions and enter the deepest core of the island before I can continue to sign in. Su Qin stood on the 1,000th level of the illusion and thought silently in his heart. Su Qin had signed in for decades. Of course, he knew that even in the same place, there were only a few places where he could sign in. For example, the Shaolin Temple covered an area of dozens of miles, but the places where Su Qin signed in were only the Scripture Pavilion and the Bodhi Court. And this 3,000 Illusions Island was probably the same. Su Qin's first sign-in was equivalent to signing in all the Tao accumulation on the periphery of the island. The remaining Tao accumulation was hidden deeper. If Su Qin wanted to continue signing in, he would have to go deeper into the 3,000 illusions. To me, the primordial spirit killer move is just an additional method. It's not necessary. There's no need to take the risk of going deeper into the 3,000 illusions. Su Qin thought for a while and gave up on the idea of going deeper into the 3,000 illusions. If Su Qin was trapped in a certain illusion for hundreds of years because of this, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Although the primordial spirit killer move was strange and unpredictable and could kill people without leaving a trace, Su Qin didn't have to use it. The killer move Dark Abyss was enough for Su Qin. I'll come in and take a look when I become a supreme expert in the future. Su Qin made up his mind. And just as Su Qin was pondering, Taiyin Fairy, who had been following behind Su Qin, felt her heart trembling. This is the 1,000th layer of the illusion. Taiyin Fairy looked around and swallowed her saliva. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only Earth immortals at the peak of the true realm had a chance of reaching the 1,000th layer of the illusion. As for those below the true realm, they would stop at 400 or 500 layers at most. Could it be that Master's strength is at the peak of the true realm? Taiyin Fairy couldn't help but think. The true realm and the peak of the true realm were two completely different concepts. Originally, Taiyin Fairy thought that Su Qin was at most at the true realm, but she didn't expect him to be at the peak of the true realm. Even in the many holy lands of the immortal sects, the peak of the true realm was second only to the Holy Lord and a few Grand Supremes. It was enough to look down on a region. If Su Qin knew what Taiyin Fairy was thinking, he would probably smile indifferently. The reason why Su Qin could easily pass the 1,000th layer of the illusion was not because he had the strength of the peak of the true realm, but because he used the Eye of Truth to observe and ignore all primordial spirit killer moves. The Eye of Truth observed the flaws in each layer of the illusion, but Su Qin relied on the primordial spirit killer move to force his way through. It was because of these two methods that Su Qin could reach the 1,000th layer of the illusion in just a few days. However, this was also Su Qin's limit. If he went any deeper, even if Su Qin could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, he might be trapped in a certain layer of the illusion. Of course, although Su Qin was not at the peak of the true realm, in Su Qin's eyes, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the peak of the true realm. As long as Su Qin stepped into the true realm, he could use countless methods and trump cards to fight against the peak of the true realm. All right. Let's go back. Su Qin glanced at Taiyin Fairy and directly turned to leave the 3,000 Illusion Island. Now that the white-browed elder's primordial spirit had fallen, and Su Qin had obtained the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness from signing in on the 3,000 Illusion Island, he had gained a lot and naturally should return. Just as Su Qin brought Taiyin Fairy back to Chang'an City. Inside the immortal sect. Clouds and mist. Extremely dense primordial qi and spiritual vigor filled the air. On a divine mountain that looked like a heavenly saber, more than 10 figures sat cross-legged. The life fire of the disciple that my heavenly saber mountain sent into the human world has extinguished. The heavenly saber mountain master was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe, but the saber aura between his brows seemed to be able to cut the world apart. As one of the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sect, Heavenly Saber Mountain was an orthodoxy left behind by a supreme expert. Not only did they have the supreme expert's life treasure, but they also had more than one overlord of the divine ruin realm. His life fire extinguished? The elders of Heavenly Saber Mountain looked at each other. In their opinion, After more than 10,000 years of primordial chi in the human world, it had probably declined to the extreme and could not produce any experts. The disciple they sent was a mid-stage spirit severing stage earth immortal. Logically speaking, even if he could not dominate the human world, at least he should not have died. How are the disciples of the other sacred grounds? A heavenly saber mountain elder on the left thought for a while and asked. Other than the disciple of Taiyin sacred ground, the life fire of all the disciples of the other sacred grounds has extinguished. The heavenly saber mountain master said indifferently. To a sacred ground like heavenly saber mountain, the death of an earth immortal disciple was a little painful, but it was not unacceptable. However, what the heavenly saber mountain master cared about was what the human world was like now. What happened? Why did their disciple die? The disciple of Taiyin sacred ground had the Taiyin token and activated it to save his life. It's understandable, but the other disciples. The heavenly saber mountain elders were puzzled. It seems that something big has happened in the human world. After a long while, the heavenly saber mountain master said slowly. I'll discuss this with the other sacred grounds and see if we should use that treasure. The heavenly saber mountain master's eyes flashed. That treasure? The expressions of the heavenly saber mountain elders changed slightly, but they did not refute. Almost all the disciples sent by the other sacred grounds to the human world had died. This made the other sacred grounds feel uneasy. Even if they had to pay a certain price, they had to understand the current situation in the human world. At the same time, Su Qin and Taiyin Ferry finally returned to Chang'an City after several hours of traveling. Familiarize yourself with it first. Su Qin left Taiyin Ferry in the East Palace and asked the old man Fei Yu to introduce some of the rules of the palace to Taiyin Ferry. Then, he returned to the black majestic underground hall. Since the war god temple is back, Su Qin sat cross-legged and raised his right hand. A majestic palace hovered above his hand. Next, it's time to cultivate the war god catalog. Su Qin's expression changed. His mind quickly sank into the 49 void relief sculptures. Chapter 344. War God Catalog. Bits and pieces of information about the War God Catalog quickly appeared in Su Qin's mind. The supreme expert who created the War God Temple, Ho Yuan, accidentally obtained 49 void relief sculptures when he was traveling in the void outside the realm. As for these 49 relief sculptures, they were the Battle God Catalog. However, the War God Catalog was too obscure and difficult to understand. Even someone as powerful as Ho Yuan found it difficult to comprehend it. However, he sensed that the void relief sculptures weren't simple. They might represent some powerful and unknown inheritance. Hence, he specially preserved the void relief sculptures and placed them in the War God Temple. They would appear every few thousand years so that countless geniuses in the future could comprehend the 49 void relief sculptures together. This was also the origin of the War God Temple. Unfortunately, after such a long time, coupled with the fact that the War God Temple was hidden in the depths of the void and had experienced several void storms, the 49 void relief sculptures inside were severely damaged, and there were even fractures. Under such circumstances, not to mention the War God Catalog being obscure and difficult to understand, even a normal divine art would be difficult to cultivate. If Su Qin hadn't signed in at the War God Temple and directly obtained the complete War God Catalog, this incredible inheritance would have been lost. The War God Catalog isn't a divine art manual, nor is it an essence soul killer move. Su Qin carefully comprehended the War God Catalog. This inheritance that even supreme experts couldn't comprehend was as easy as flipping his palm for Su Qin after the system instilled it into him. It's an ultimate technique for cultivating a domain, Su Qin muttered to himself. The so-called domain was a special domain formed by a martial artist continuously compressing the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary peak mythical legends had the ability to condense a domain. However, if one wanted to cultivate the War God Catalog, they had to at least raise their domain to the phenomenal stage. As for the phenomenal stage, only after becoming an earth immortal could one have a chance of reaching it. In other words, this War God catalog was an ultimate technique that only Earth immortals could cultivate. After entering the Earth immortal realm, my miniature domain naturally evolved into a phenomenal stage domain after being replenished by the Sea of Essence Chi. I reached the bottom line of cultivating the War God catalog. Su Qin's curiosity grew. According to the information left behind by the supreme expert Ho Yuan, this Battle God catalog had never appeared in the mortal world before. It was an item from the outer realm and was extremely mysterious. Su Qin didn't suspect that this secret technique had been left behind by some powerful figure. Since the system gave him this secret technique, it meant that it wouldn't harm him at all. Su Qin just needed to cultivate it without worry. Through the War God catalog, I can transform my domain into the War God domain. And the War God domain is above all domains in the world. Su Qin slowly comprehended the War God catalog, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. This divine battle catalog is enough for Ho Yuan, a supreme expert, to forge the divine battle hall at a great cost just to preserve it. Could it be that it's only enough to cultivate the divine battle domain? Su Qin muttered to himself. A supreme expert could even shatter space with a raise of his hand, let alone a domain. No matter how powerful the War God domain was, could it be stronger than the omnipresent space? Since that was the case, why was the supreme expert, Ho Yuan, so obsessed with the Battle God catalog? Let's start cultivating. Su Qin thought for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. Although he had a deep understanding of the Battle God catalog through the system's infusion, he couldn't determine the true upper limit of the Battle God domain due to the lack of comparison. However, cultivating the Battle God domain isn't something that can be done with hard work. It also requires space crystals. Su Qin frowned. Space crystals were the main material for refining spatial magic treasures. They existed in the layers of the void, and only supreme experts had a chance of obtaining them. This War God temple was refined by the supreme expert, Ho Yuan, using a space crystal the size of a small mountain. Although I've refined this War God temple, I can't destroy it, let alone extract the space crystals inside. Su Qin's gaze turned and looked at the majestic palace that was constantly bobbing up and down in his palm. Do I have to make a trip to the immortal sect? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. There were orthodoxies left behind by supreme experts in the immortal sect. These orthodoxies must have hidden space crystals left behind by supreme experts. After all, space crystals weren't too precious to the supreme experts. They just needed to break through space in the market and collect them in the depths of the void. However, although Su Qin was certain that there were space crystals in the immortal sect, those space crystals weren't something that Su Qin could take away. Suddenly, Su Qin's heart stirred and a small dark yellow gourd appeared in front of him. This small gourd floated in the void and spun, faintly emitting the aura of space. Void gourd. It was the spatial magic treasure that Su Qin signed in at the stargazing tower in the palace. The space contained in this void gourd was the size of a hall. Although it was still far from being comparable to the Battle God catalog, it was still considered a top-grade spatial magic treasure. Although Su Qin couldn't destroy the Battle God temple, he didn't take this palm-sized void gourd seriously. Now that I have the Battle God temple, I won't be lacking spatial magic treasures for a long time in the future. I won't need this void gourd either, so I might as well take out the space crystals inside to cultivate the Battle God catalog. Su Qin raised his right hand, held the demon god's blade, and stood gently on the void gourd. Block. The void gourd vibrated continuously and actually blocked Su Qin's blade. Block, block, block. However, as Su Qin continued to slash, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the void gourd. And within these cracks, sparkling light spots floated out. Su Qin looked at these light dots, as if he was looking at one space after another. These are the space crystals? Su Qin was shocked. These sparkling and translucent light spots were naturally not complete space crystals. They were just fragments of space crystals, but for Su Qin, it was enough. Battle God Domain. Su Qin took a deep breath and slowly transformed the domain according to the Battle God catalog. Buzz. Just as Su Qin was immersed in cultivating the Battle God domain, Su Qin's phenomenal success stage domain actually expanded on its own. However, Su Qin's phenomenal success stage domain didn't directly cover a radius of a few hundred miles. Instead, it condensed within 100 meters around him. One after another, the space crystal fragments continued to pour into Su Qin's domain. As the space crystal fragments merged, Su Qin's domain became deeper and deeper. It bloomed with layers of light, and there seemed to be a world condensing inside. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the vast land was slowly condensing. Countless auras kept appearing, increasing in number, making this world more and more real. If other Earth immortals saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Creating a world. This was a heaven-defying technique that only supreme experts who had broken through the void could use. Moreover, even supreme experts had to break through the void and borrow the power from the depths of the void to create a world. Even so, supreme experts could only create a space. They had to draw in a large amount of essence chi, spiritual vigor, and nomological Tao from the human world to gradually take shape. However, Su Qin was able to create a world in his own domain. Although the current world was extremely illusory and couldn't even compare to the layers of illusions on the 3,000 illusion islands, since there was a beginning, as long as Su Qin continued, there would be a day when he would evolve a real world in his own domain. So this is the Battle God domain. After a long time, Su Qin opened his eyes with a hint of shock on his face. In the process of cultivating the War God catalog, how could Su Qin not know the changes in his domain? Creating a world with his own strength. This was a scene that many martial artists dreamed of. Even those Earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruin realm were far from being able to do it. This was already stepping into the true authority of an immortal god. It's a pity that I don't have enough space crystals. Su Qin was overwhelmed with emotions, but in the end, he shook his head slightly. The cultivation of the Battle God catalog not only requires a large amount of space crystals, but it also consumes my physical body's chi, blood, and dermic powers. Su Qin sat cross-legged and carefully recalled the changes in his body during the cultivation. If the end of the cultivation of the Battle God catalog is to create a world within one's own domain, then the formation of a world not only requires sufficient space but also boundless energy. Su Qin thought silently. In just a short moment, he had already consumed 10% of his chi and blood. This was under the premise that the Golden Crow divine body was rich in chi and blood. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary spirit-severing stage Earth immortal, his chi and blood would have been drained long ago. Looks like I have to prepare enough divine pills and spirit liquids to replenish my chi and blood when I cultivate the Battle God catalog next time, Su Qin thought. However, my current domain is more than 10 times stronger than before. Su Qin felt his domain, and a smile appeared on his face. Even for Su Qin, making the domain evolve into a complete world was an unattainable goal. Not to mention the huge need for space crystals, just the supply of chi, blood, and dermic powers was enough to give Su Qin a headache. From a certain point of view, it was even more difficult than the Great Sun portrait. However, at this moment, the changes in his domain were real. It was an improvement that Su Qin could feel immediately. In terms of mastery of heaven and earth, it's 10 times stronger than an ordinary phenomenal domain. Even if I encounter a true realm Earth immortal, he will be suppressed by my domain immediately, and can only unleash 60% of his strength. Su Qin nodded slightly, extremely satisfied. One had to know that in a battle between Earth immortals, the increase or decrease of one's strength was enough to affect the outcome of the battle, let alone being suppressed by 40%. Other than that, if I use my domain to envelop myself, I will completely conceal all my aura. This is a bit like the supreme experts. All dharma vanishes, karma does not touch, Su Qin thought to himself. Although his current domain had only slightly evolved the shadow of a world, which was thousands of miles away from the real world, even if it was only the shadow of a world, it made Su Qin feel as if he was in another dimension. Whether it was scanning with the power of the primordial spirit or covering with the domain, none of them could detect Su Qin at all. This was because under the cover of his own domain, to be precise, Su Qin was no longer in the human world. Whether it was the power of the primordial spirit or the domain, they could only envelop the space of the human world. For Su Qin, who was no longer in the human world, there was naturally nothing they could do. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts spun rapidly and he was in a good mood. This method was simply crushing all the aura concealment secret techniques in the world. One had to know that even the strongest aura concealment secret technique could only conceal one's own aura. However, one was still there and had not disappeared. There was still the possibility of being discovered. However, if Su Qin used the war god domain to conceal himself, it was equivalent to being completely independent of this space. Of course, if Su Qin made a move, he would naturally be able to escape from this state and return to the human world. Even so, this was an extremely incredible method. It's very difficult for the war god catalog to improve in a short period of time. Next, it's time to break through and enter the true realm. After Su Qin felt the changes in his body again, his mind slowly calmed down, and he prepared to completely enter the true realm. In fact, long before Su Qin left Thunder God Island and went to Kunlun Mountain, he was already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, and was half a step into the true realm. Now, after the accumulation of experience on the 3,000 fantasy islands, stepping into the true realm was as simple as eating and drinking. Just as Su Qin was about to break through and enter the true realm, the Earth Immortal Realm. After Tyene Fairy walked around the palace, she returned to the East Palace and stood quietly outside the Right Spring Square, waiting for Su Qin to summon her. "How should I address you, Fairy?" the old man, Fei Yu, and the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoist sect asked tentatively. Although Tyene Fairy's aura was restrained, the old man, Fei Yu, could still feel the aura that surpassed the myth realm that Tyene Fairy unintentionally revealed. "You can call me Tyene," Tyene Fairy said. Every generation of saintess to be in the Tyene Holy Land, no matter what their previous name was, after becoming a saintess to be, they would all be called Tyene. "We're all working for Master. You don't have to treat me as an outsider," Tyene Fairy said softly. She didn't care about her identity. Since she recognized Su Qin as her master, Tyene Fairy completely let go of the arrogance in her heart. "Tyene? What a strange name." Yan Hai, who was beside her, blinked and muttered softly. Among the many large sects overseas, none of them had anything to do with Tyene. Even among the many powerhouses born in the past 1,000 years, none of them had a name or title similar to Tyene. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Tai sect suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. He immediately cupped his hands at Tyene Fairy and said, "You've just arrived at the palace, so you must need some time to rest. We'll take our leave now." After saying that, the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoist sect forcefully pulled Yan Hai, who was curious and wanted to ask more, and quickly left the East Palace. Outside the East Palace, Yan Hai looked at the Lao Dao cultivator with a puzzled expression. "Masters Junior, why are you pulling me?" Seeing the strange expression on the Lao Dao cultivator's face, Yan Hai immediately reacted and glanced at the East Palace. "Masters Junior, is that Tai not simple?" "It's more than simple." The old man, Fei Yu, gulped. There was still a trace of fear and uneasiness on his face. "Is she really not simple?" Yan Hai's expression became serious. The old man, Fei Yu, was a pinnacle legend and had followed Su Qin for a long time. To be able to make him so frightened, it was obvious that the woman named Tyene had a great background. "You guessed it too." The Lao Dao cultivator saw the old man's expression and smiled bitterly. As the Lao Dao cultivator spoke, his tone was filled with disbelief and incredulity. The old man, Fei Yu, shook his head and finally said, "I'm afraid that Master's strength is not only unparalleled in history, but also able to compete with that place." After listening for a long time, Yan Hai finally couldn't help but ask, "Masters Junior, what are you talking about?" The Lao Dao cultivator glanced at Yan Hai. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Have you heard of the Immortal Sect?" Chapter 345. Immortal Sect? When Yanhai heard these two words, he was at a loss at first, but then his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. As a disciple of the Taoyi sect, even if Yanhai didn't know the specific information about the Immortal Sect, he had read the ancient books passed down from the last Vitality Tide era and had more or less seen the words Immortal Sect. The woman named Taiyin just now, is she related to the Immortal Sect? Yanhai reacted very quickly and immediately thought of Taiyin Fairy. He couldn't help but ask. More than related. The old man Feiyu smiled bitterly. His expression was still full of shock. In the last Vitality Tide era, there was a strong person named Taiyin who passed down a sacred ground called the Sacred Ground of Taiyin. Since then, every prospective saintess in the sacred ground was named Taiyin. The old man Feiyu said slowly. Even if thousands of years had passed, the legends about the strong were still recorded in the ancient books of the major sections. Among them, the strong Taiyin was even more dazzling. If it wasn't for the strong Taiyin at the end, the final result of the battle between the human world and the cave world might not have been the winner. Taiyin's sacred ground? Yanhai was still immersed in shock, while Ruan Qing next to him was confused and said, You mean Master kidnapped the prospective saintess of the Taiyin's sacred ground? Ruan Qing was just a rogue cultivator overseas, so he naturally didn't know the status of the Immortal Sect and what kind of existence the Taiyin's sacred ground was. He just simply said the important information in the old man Feiyu's words. As soon as Ruan Qing finished speaking, the old man Feiyu and the Lao Dao were silent. Their thoughts were similar to Ruan Qing's, but they didn't dare to say it as casually as Ruan Qing. That was the Taiyin sacred ground, a sacred ground that dominated the Vitality Tide era. How noble was the prospective saintess! It was far beyond the ordinary land immortals, but now, the prospective saintess of the Taiyin sacred ground, who was expected to become a real saintess or even a sacred lord in the future, had actually become Su Qin's servant? If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even the entire Immortal Sect would be shaken. Could it be that we got the wrong person? Just the same name? Yanhai finally struggled out of his shock and asked tentatively. Although the two words Great Moon were incomparably heavy, it was one of the most dazzling existences in the previous Vitality Tide era. However, there were millions of living beings in the world, and it was only a name. It was very likely that there would be someone with the same name. Same name? If she were an ordinary person, it would be possible. But that woman just now, even if she had been restraining her aura, she could still suppress us with a raise of her hand. Obviously, she has far surpassed the pinnacle of the myth realm. I'm afraid that she has stepped into the earth immortal realm like you, my lord. An earth god stage martial artist who has never appeared before, also known as Taiyin. How can this be a coincidence? The old man Feiyu shook his head and said, If it was just an ordinary person, or even a legend, they might use the name Taiyin without authorization because of their ignorance. But the existence at the level of earth immortals, which one of them was a fool? How could he not know what the word Great Yin meant? No matter how bold an earth immortal was, he wouldn't dare to do this to an omnipotent expert. This was not only because of the huge gap in strength, but also because of the respect for the seniors who walked at the end of the martial Tao. If it weren't for the omnipotent expert Taiyin and other omnipotent experts resisting the invasion of the cave world back then, the entire human world would have been reduced to the devil race's back garden at this moment. My lord's means are really comparable to an immortal god. After a long time, the old man Feiyu sighed softly. He was shocked and felt that submitting to Su Qin was the best decision he had made in his life. At the same time, inside the Immortal Gate, in a palace that floated under the firmament, 6 figures were sitting cross-legged. These 6 figures, just sitting there, faintly made the void stop. A terrifying sense of oppression shrouded the world. Ordinary earth immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing stage wouldn't even dare to think of resisting in front of these 6 figures. We disciples of the Holy Land have inexplicably fallen in the human world. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, a man in a green robe said slowly. With every word he spoke, a gentle breeze blew slowly in the void. In a trance, it was as if a destructive wind was brewing. This man in green was the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley, one of the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects. He was an earth immortal at the peak of the Wind God ruins. Of course, we must investigate thoroughly. But how should we investigate thoroughly? Now that the situation in the human world is unclear, and our disciples have inexplicably died, do we continue to send disciples to the human world? The sacred master of the great beginning holy land said in a booming voice. Among the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects, the great beginning holy land specialized in the physical body. Every earth immortal of the great beginning holy land had an extremely powerful physical body, surpassing the Dharma body of an ordinary earth immortal. That's right. Under the circumstances where the situation in the human world is unclear, we shouldn't continue to send disciples, the sacred master of Tyene said slowly. Although the life fire of Tyene Ferry was still burning and Tyene Ferry was not dead, the Tyene token of the Tyene Holy Land was lost in the human world. In a way, the Tyene Holy Land had suffered the greatest loss. The value of the Tyene token was incomparable to that of an earth immortal at the divine ruin stage. I suggest that we use the eye of the demon god to observe the human world, the mountain master of the Sky Blade Mountain said at this moment. The so-called eye of the demon god was not the real eye of the demon god. It was a treasure that was refined by the supreme powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago by imitating the opening of the demon god's eyes. In the previous era of the Vitality Tide, when the countless demons of the cave world were about to be defeated, a certain demon god in the depths of the world suddenly opened his eyes, and his terrifying gaze swept across everything. Countless human powerhouses fell, and even the strongest powerhouses were seriously injured. After the supreme powerhouses escaped into the immortal sect, they refined an eye-type treasure according to the terrifying gaze of a certain demon god from the depths of the cave world and named it the Eye of the Demon God. The Eye of the Demon God was not a supreme treasure. It did not have any offensive ability, but through the Eye of the Demon God, one could see everything in the world, even the cave world. Of course, even the supreme powerhouses were not willing to use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the cave world. The demon god in the depths of the cave world was inconceivable. If they were to attract the attention of the demon god again because of spying, who could bear the consequences? Use the Eye of the Demon God? The sacred lord of the primeval sacred land frowned slightly. The Eye of the Demon God was refined by the supreme powerhouses, so it was jointly owned by the 6 sacred lands. As long as one of the sacred lands did not agree, the Eye of the Demon God could not be used. After all, the Eye of the Demon God was too terrifying. Under the Eye of the Demon God, there were basically no secrets in the world. No sacred lord was willing to see all the trump cards of their sacred land exposed to the Eye of the Demon God. It's just used to see the situation in the human world, the master of the Sky Blade Mountain said calmly. What he meant was that he would not use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the secrets of the primeval sacred land. The Eye of the Demon God is not something that can be used at will. To awaken the Eye of the Demon God, one needs to consume a lot of vitality and a lot of space power, the sacred land of the primeval sacred land said, shaking his head. Although the space power was everywhere, only the supreme powerhouses could master it. Before the supreme powerhouses died of old age, they would seal some space power and leave it in the sacred land to serve as a foundation. After all, whether it was to awaken the life treasure or to use some other treasures, space power was needed. The other sacred lords also looked hesitant. Although there was still a lot of space power in their sacred land, it was a special power that only the supreme powerhouses could master. Before the next supreme powerhouse was born, every bit of space used was a little bit less. If we don't use the Eye of the Demon God, do we have to hide in the immortal sect forever? The master of the Sky Blade Mountain sneered. The vitality in the outside world is beginning to recover. If we don't go out, we will most likely miss the critical point of the recovery. You should know very well what we will miss by then. Moreover, we can't take that step out of the immortal sect. As long as we walk out of the immortal sect and feel the great Tao of the real world, we can break through the void and become a supreme powerhouse," the master of the Sky Blade Mountain said slowly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the sacred lords changed. Although the small world of the immortal sect was created by the supreme powerhouses, it could not be compared to a great world like the human world. The sacred lords present were all earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruin realm. To them, their only goal was to improve. "Then let's use the eye of the demon god," the Grandine sacred lord said slowly after pondering for a long time. This time, even the primeval sacred lord did not object. It was obvious that he agreed. Using the eye of the demon god would consume space power. However, if they did not use the eye of the demon god, their space power would be used up sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. The real solution was to give birth to another supreme powerhouse. However, to give birth to another supreme powerhouse, there would only be a glimmer of hope if they returned to the human world. In that case, then let's begin. The master of the Sky Blade Mountain looked excited. He took out a token with only a single corner. This incomplete token was extremely mysterious. It floated quietly in the air and emitted an indescribable aura. The other 5 holy lords glanced at each other, and also took out a token with only a single corner. As soon as the 6 tokens appeared, they seemed to sense something and quickly gathered together to form a complete token. Rumble! The moment this hexagonal token appeared, a series of rumbles came from above the palace. A vortex began to appear at the highest point, and a huge eye appeared in the vortex. Eye of the Demon God. When the 6 sacred lords saw this huge eye, they were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, this huge eye was still tightly shut as if it had not opened yet. "Let's work together to activate the Eye of the Demon God." The 6 sacred lords moved their minds, and endless primordial chi and spiritual vigor surged toward the huge eye. Other than that, the 6 sacred lords raised their right hands and released traces of space power toward the huge eye. Chapter 346. As a large amount of vitality, spiritual vigor, and traces of space power continued to pour in, the huge eye that was tightly shut finally opened slowly. The pupils of the enormous eye were pitch black, as unfathomable as an abyss. Even the holy lords at the peak of the divine ruin realm present felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw the eye of the demon god open. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth, and layers of the void froze as if a supreme expert was awakening, opening his eyes, and looking at the mortal world. This is the demon god's eye? The grand beginning divine lord's face was solemn, and so were the other divine lords. The aura of the demon god's eyes awakening was too terrifying, and the divine power that could shatter everything made the divine lords feel as if they were facing a true supreme expert. Of course, the divine lords understood that this should be an illusion. Even if a supreme expert's life treasure was fully awakened, it would only be close to a supreme expert, let alone the demon god's eye. Although the demon god's eye was jointly refined by the supreme experts, it was not an offensive treasure, and the power it produced was naturally not comparable to a life treasure. It's said that this demon god's eye was refined by a few supreme powerhouses by imitating the demon god of the cave world. It can't be compared to the power of a demon god when he truly opens his eyes. The lunar holy master took a deep breath and said solemnly, "More than 10,000 years ago, a certain demon god in the depths of the cave world merely opened his eyes and looked at the human world from a different world, yet countless powerhouses of the human race had fallen, and even the strongest powerhouses had been severely injured. How could such power be compared to a mere treasure? The reason why the supreme experts refined this demon god's eye together was that they wanted to look up at the height of the demon god, and not really to replicate the attack when the demon god opened his eyes. Alright. The demon god's eye has been activated," the sect master of the Heavenly Blade Mountain said word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, under the huge eye, images suddenly appeared. The images moved from far to near, and instantly traversed the entire immortal gate, then crossed layers of void, and finally landed on a huge ancient stone gate. "That is the entrance to the mortal world." The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley's eyes lit up. The connection between the immortal gate and the mortal world was the huge ancient stone gate. It was because of this stone gate that the small world and the immortal gate could be tightly locked to the mortal world. Otherwise, there was no up, down, left, or right in the depths of the void, and the small world and the immortal gate would have been lost in the layers of void after 10,000 years. The next moment, under the watchful gazes of the sacred masters, the demon god's eyes' line of sight passed through the stone door and looked at the human great world. On the other side, Su Qin's breakthrough has also reached a critical moment. Whoosh! The countless divine pills and spirit liquids placed in front of Su Qin collapsed and turned into endless essence qi and spirit vigor, which merged into his body. At this moment, Su Qin was no longer satisfied with swallowing the pills one by one. He absorbed the pressure of all the pills in an instant to help himself break through the shackles and enter a higher level. If there were other people present, they would be shocked to find that the pills in front of Su Qin were divine pills and spirit liquids that were rarely seen in hundreds or thousands of years. Even an earth immortal would be overjoyed to get one. However, they were piled up in front of Su Qin like jelly beans, and a small mountain would disappear after a while. But even so, after a hill disappeared, another hill appeared. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was endlessly sucked into Su Qin's body. In the end, even pills couldn't satisfy Su Qin anymore. A vast ocean appeared silently in the sky above Chang'an City. It was the Essence Qi Ocean in the depths of the void. As soon as the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean appeared, a large amount of extremely pure Essence Qi leaked and poured into the underground of Chang'an City, into Su Qin's body. The phenomenon that appeared in the sky above Chang'an City immediately attracted the attention of countless people in Chang'an City. What's that? From the looks of it, it looks like the sea. Are you an idiot? Why would the sea appear in the sky? Many people in Chang'an City stared at it with their eyes wide open and kept talking. Compared to the puzzlement of the citizens, a small number of myth realm martial artists had a storm raging in their hearts. This is the Essence Qi Ocean? Isn't the Essence Qi Ocean hidden in the depths of the void? How could it appear? Is someone going to become an earth immortal? That's not right. In the records of my sect, when a peak myth realm martial artist became an earth immortal, there was no such phenomenon. The myth realm martial artists from the major sects were in disbelief. Many of the major sects overseas were basically related to earth immortals. They probably knew what would happen when a myth realm martial artist broke through to the earth immortal realm. In the records of these major sects, when a myth realm martial artist entered the earth immortal realm, only his primordial spirit merged with the Essence Qi Ocean, and then drew a small part of the power of the Essence Qi Ocean to replenish his body. After all, with the body of a myth realm martial artist, he could at most absorb a small part of the power of the Essence Qi Ocean. Otherwise, if it exceeded a certain limit, the body would not be able to bear it, and would directly explode. But now, the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean that appeared in the sky above Chang'an City was vast and mighty. It was nearly 500 miles long, and this was called a small part. Could it be that the celestial of the Empire of Tang has broken through again? A myth realm martial artist asked cautiously. As soon as this was said, the rest of the myths were shocked. Although a myth realm martial artist wanted to refute, the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he could no longer say it. Because other than this explanation that could explain what was happening, no one could think of any other possibility. The Celestial of Tang Guitian is already invincible in the world. Now that he has broken through again, what level has his strength reached? An old man in cotton clothes sighed softly. The rest of the myths looked at each other, and did not speak. They just silently looked at the shadow of the Essence Qi Ocean that was nearly 500 miles long above Chang'an City. The scene in front of them had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. These myths did not even have the qualifications to look up to Su Qin. How could they know how strong Su Qin was? However, although they did not know, it did not affect their observation of the Essence Qi Ocean. One must know that the Essence Qi Ocean was only accessible to peak myths and earth immortals. Now that it suddenly appeared in the human world, it was simply a rare opportunity for them. If by virtue of this experience, they had some understanding of the essence Chi ocean, wouldn't the possibility of breaking through to the earth immortal realm increase by a little? Besides, even if there was no improvement at all, it could be used to broaden their horizons. Anyway, they did not need to pay anything, so why not? At this moment, inside the East Palace, in front of the right Spring Square, Tyene Fairy, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Master is going to step into the Divine Ruins realm? Tyene Fairy saw the vast essence Chi ocean that was nearly 500 miles long appear. Although she was shocked, she could barely accept it. As the saintess-to-be of the Tyene Holy Land, one of the 6 great holy lands in the Immortal Sect, Tyene Fairy naturally knew that a breakthrough in the Earth Immortal Realm would cause the essence Chi ocean to appear again. Of course, the breakthrough here referred to the crossing of a large realm, such as breaking through from the Spirit Severing stage to the Origin Returning stage, and from the Origin Returning stage to the Divine Ruins, not from the early Spirit Severing stage to the Middle Spirit Severing stage. Although it is only a matter of time for the direct descendants of Master or even the strongest to step into the Divine Ruins realm, Master is not even 500 years old. Tyene Fairy was still in disbelief. According to the ancient records of the Tyene Holy Land, once the descendants of the strongest awaken their bloodline, they would advance by leaps and bounds and step into the Divine Ruins realm. This was also the reason why the direct descendants of the strongest were above the Earth Immortals who were at the peak of the Divine Ruins realm. However, success and failure depended on bloodline. Throughout the several Essence Chi recovery eras, almost no direct descendants of the strongest were able to break through the shackles, shatter the void, and become the strongest. Even if the direct descendants of the strongest grew to the limit, they would only be close to the strongest. Of course, this could not cover up the strength of the direct descendants of the strongest. After all, how many of the countless living beings in the world could become the strongest? That's not right. Master is not stepping into the Divine Ruins realm. Suddenly, Tyene Fairy seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes suddenly widened. According to the ancient records of the 6 great holy lands in the Immortal Sect, when the Origin Returning stage Earth Immortal broke through to the Divine Ruins realm, the Essence Chi ocean that appeared was at least 500 miles long. But now, the Essence Chi ocean that appeared above Chang'an City was only close to 500 miles long, but in fact, it was only 490 miles long. It was still a little short of 500 miles. In other words, Su Qin's breakthrough was not from the Origin Returning stage to the Divine Ruins realm, but from the Spirit Dividing stage to the Origin Returning stage. Realizing this, Tyene Fairy was dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. She was so shocked that she could not recover from it. Tyene Fairy couldn't imagine that Su Qin was just a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal. One had to know that Su Qin had shown his power on Kunlun Mountain. He had killed 5 Earth Immortals with a raise of his hand, and he had broken through the void with a flip of his palm. In the end, he had easily broken through the 1000th level of the Illusion Realm. Tyene Fairy would believe that he was a Divine Ruins realm Earth Immortal. But in the end, Su Qin was only at the Spirit Dividing stage? How was this possible? Tyene Fairy herself was also at the Spirit Dividing stage, and she was almost at the peak of the Spirit Dividing stage. With the inheritance secret method of the Tyene Holy Land, she was enough to sweep through the Spirit Dividing stage. However, Tyene Fairy, a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal, was only a matter of a slap in front of Su Qin. How could Su Qin be a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal? How could he be a Spirit Dividing stage Earth Immortal? Tyene Fairy didn't dare to believe it, but she had to believe it. After all, the Essence Chi ocean wouldn't lie. Since the Essence Chi ocean didn't exceed 500 miles, it meant that Su Qin didn't break through to the Divine Ruins realm from the Origin Returning stage. As for deceiving the Essence Chi ocean, even a supreme expert who could break through the void couldn't hide from the Essence Chi ocean. Just as Tyene Fairy was in disbelief. The Essence Chi ocean that had originally appeared above Chang'an City began to gradually disappear and hide in the depths of the void. The disappearance of the Essence Chi ocean represented the end of Su Qin's breakthrough. Under Chang'an City, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the violent aura on his body gradually calmed down, but the pressure that naturally flowed out was even higher. I've finally stepped into the true realm. A smile appeared on Suchin's face. Calculating the time, it had been almost 10 years since he stepped into the spirit-dividing stage Earth Immortal. In 10 years, he had broken through a major realm. Although the speed was far from when he was in the myth realm, Suchin was already quite satisfied. Now, the power of my primordial spirit, the power of my physical body, chi and blood, and the power of my domain all belong to a certain point. No wonder this realm is called the true realm. Suchin seemed to have understood something. At this moment, my strength is at least 10 times stronger than before the breakthrough. Suchin clenched his fists and nodded slightly. Of course, this was only his speculation. The specific changes in strength would only be known after he attacked with all his strength. In addition, my war god domain has also skyrocketed. Suchin felt it carefully and thought silently in his heart. The large success domain of an Earth Immortal could grow stronger as their strength increased. The Aries domain was originally built on the large success domain and was transformed from the cultivation of the Aries catalog. However, the potential and power of the Aries domain far exceeded that of the large success domain. Just as Suchin was about to stabilize his realm and come out of seclusion, suddenly, Suchin felt a sense of peeping in the bottom of his heart. It was as if a certain existence had lowered its gaze and looked at Suchin from afar. No, to be precise, this gaze was not looking at Suchin, but at the entire human world. It was just that Suchin was in the human world, so he naturally received this gaze. And the reason why Suchin had this feeling was not because of his strength, but because the Buddha golden body in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows began to slowly vibrate. Who is it? Suchin suddenly stood up and tried his best to activate the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man observation technique to look at the source of the peeping. In a trance, Suchin saw an ancient and huge stone door. And inside the stone door, there was a huge eye that was as dark as an abyss and was slowly looking at him. Chapter 347. It's the Immortal Sect! The moment he looked at the huge ancient stone gate, Suchin quickly deduced the whole story. The 4 Earth Immortals from the Immortal Sect had died in the hands of Suchin. The 6 great sacred lands in the Immortal Sect probably knew about it long ago. Even many of the exalted sects overseas had left their disciples' life fires. Through the life fires, they could immediately know whether their disciples were alive or dead, let alone the 6 great sacred lands in the Immortal Sect. And now, this gaze that was faintly peeking at the world must be the means used by the 6 great sacred lands in the Immortal Sect to find out the reason. The 6 great sacred lands in the Immortal Sect were eager to know why their Earth Immortals suddenly died in the human world. That gigantic eye! Suchin's expression was solemn. Through the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man aura gaze, he could barely see the source of the gaze. It was a huge eye with an unfathomable black pupil. It's at least a treasure at the level of a natal cardinal treasure, Suchin judged in his heart. He had never seen the natal cardinal treasure of a supreme expert, but now, just by relying on the gaze of that huge eye, Suchin felt that it had already surpassed Raytheon's treasure, the Thunder God Cauldron. If I'm scanned by this gaze, I'm afraid I'll immediately be exposed to the Immortal Sect. Suchin suddenly felt that it was troublesome. Suchin didn't sense any threat from this gaze, so he speculated that the huge eye wasn't an offensive treasure, but some kind of detection treasure. But even so, Suchin didn't want to be stared at by this gaze. After all, before he had the peerless strength to fight the entire Immortal Sect, Suchin still planned to keep a low profile as much as possible. Just as Suchin was thinking quickly, the gaze from the huge eye in the Celestial Gate instantly swept across the entire overseas martial arts world, and at a terrifying speed, it looked towards the battlefield. I have to find a way to avoid this gaze. Suchin's thoughts fluctuated. After signing in for decades, he had obtained countless secret techniques to conceal his aura. But under this gaze that seemed to be able to see through the entire human world, Suchin had no confidence in these secret techniques. Right. I still have the war god domain. In the blink of an eye, one thought after another flashed through Su Qian's mind. In the end, he locked onto the war god domain. The war god domain was a domain that Su Qian cultivated from the war god catalog that he obtained from signing in at the war god temple. This was a mysterious inheritance that even the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, couldn't obtain. When cultivated to the end, one would be able to evolve a complete world within the domain. Of course, Su Qian's cultivation of the god of war domain was far from reaching the level of evolving a world. Even so, the god of war domain was far superior to the domain of an ordinary earth immortal. There were two main reasons why the Ares domain was stronger than a phenomenal success domain. The first was the suppression of heaven and earth. In this aspect, the war god domain was 10 times stronger than a phenomenal success domain. Just based on this alone, Su Qian could easily suppress at least 40% of a true realm earth immortal of the same level. The second was that the war god domain was ultimately based on the evolution of a world. As a result, the war god domain itself had a trace of the world's spatial attributes. Under the cover of the war god domain, Su Qian seemed to be in another space. Whether it was the power of the primordial spirit or the domain covering methods, they couldn't detect Su Qian at all. This was because under the cover of his war god domain, Su Qian was already considered to be independent of the human world to a certain extent. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make the war god catalog worthy of the great price that the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, had paid to specially create the war god temple to pass it down. I can only try to avoid that gaze with the war god domain. Su Qian's mind moved, and layers of hazy domains suddenly spread out, covering a 10-meter radius around Su Qian. At this moment, although Su Qian still seemed to be in the black towering hall, in fact, if one looked carefully, they would find that Su Qian's figure was a little blurry and illusory, as if it was just an illusion. Next, Su Qian's mind moved. Suddenly, one of Su Qian's primordial spirit avatars on the Thunder God Island quickly dissipated. The war god domain wasn't a magical power, so it couldn't be mastered by the original body and the avatars at the same time. After doing this, Su Qian didn't do anything else and quietly waited for the gaze to descend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just a moment later. This gaze had already covered Chang'an City. Almost in an instant, countless living beings in Chang'an City, including Taiyin Fairy, were under the gaze of that gaze. However, even Taiyin Fairy didn't notice it at all and allowed the gaze to sweep across her body. In fact, Su Qian didn't find it strange at all. If not for the reminder from the golden Buddha statue in the ancestral aperture at mid-brows, Su Qian might not have noticed the gaze that was looking out from the immortal gate. Soon, that gaze came to the black towering hall under Chang'an City. Buzz! A slight fluctuation flashed by, and when it swept past Su Qian's blurry and illusory figure, it didn't stop at all and directly swept further away. I dodged it! Su Qian's face was filled with joy. If that gaze had discovered him, Su Qian would have inevitably felt that he was being spied on. But just now, there was no abnormality at all, and the Buddha's golden body in his forehead gradually calmed down and no longer vibrated. This war god domain is really incredible. Su Qian sighed slightly. Originally, he was just giving it a try with the war god domain. Even if it failed, Su Qian could bear it. At most, he would hide in the cave world. I can't rush. Su Qian didn't immediately retract the war god domain, but maintained this state. Sure enough. A moment later, that gaze swept over again until it scanned the human world several times before quickly returning to the immortal gate. This gaze that spies on the world isn't without a price? Su Qian speculated in his heart. If the 6 holy lands in the immortal gate could maintain this gaze without any restrictions, they would continue to observe the entire human world. How could they retract it? Since they had retracted it, it meant that the 6 holy lands had paid a price, and the price wasn't small. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. In the end, I still know too little about the holy lands in the immortal gate. Su Qian shook his head slightly. Although Taiyin Fairy was the prospective saintess of the Taiyin Holy Land, She was not a real saintess after all. Her understanding of the secrets of the Holy Land was limited. However, after spying on the human world this time, the Holy Lands in the Immortal Gate should be reassured. I think they will send more people out in the future. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. According to Tyene Fairy's description, now that the vitality tide in the human world had begun to recover, and the great path in the Immortal Gate had begun to dissipate, the 6 Holy Lands would definitely want to return to the human world as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the huge ancient stone gate that he had sensed with the eye of truth. It's impolite not to reciprocate. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face as he took a step forward and disappeared from the black majestic hall. Immortal Gate. The huge, pitch-black eye slowly dissipated. The Holy Lords were full of doubts as they recalled the scenes they had seen through the eye of the demon god. It's extremely normal in the human world. The most powerful person is only a pinnacle legend. The only Earth Immortal is Tyene Fairy. How did we die? The Grand Beginning Holy Lord said with a frown. If they had discovered through the eye of the demon god that there were true realm Earth Immortals in the human world, it could explain the death of the Holy Land's disciples. However, the truth was that there was not even a single spirit severing realm Earth Immortal in the human world, let alone true realm Earth Immortals. Under such circumstances, how did the 4 Earth Immortal disciples sent by the Holy Lands die? Could it be those few supreme treasures? The Valley Master of the Spirit Severing Valley guessed. The eye of the demon god had indeed discovered the aura of a few supreme treasures in the overseas martial arts world. Impossible. Those supreme treasures are just ordinary supreme treasures. They're not natal supreme treasures. Without an Earth Immortal powerhouse activating it, it's impossible to kill other Earth Immortals. The sect master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain immediately shook his head. Even supreme treasures needed to be activated by powerhouses to unleash their power. Then what's the reason? The Holy Lords looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that the person who did it dodged the eye of the demon god? The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley pondered for a while and said, Dodged the eye of the demon god? The Grandine Holy Lord immediately retorted. The eye of the demon god was refined by the combined efforts of several supreme powerhouses. It can see through all the secrets in the world. Unless it's a supreme powerhouse who's immune to karma, who can dodge it? The Grandine Holy Lord paused for a while before continuing. If the person who did it is really a supreme powerhouse, why hide? Can't he just kill his way into the immortal sect? The Grandine Holy Lord had just finished speaking. The other Holy Lords nodded slightly. Indeed. What kind of existence was the eye of the demon god? To dodge the eye of the demon god, one had to have the strength of a supreme powerhouse. Even if the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect worked together, they would not be able to stop such a powerhouse. Although the 6 great holy lands had countless foundations and natal supreme treasures to suppress them, their natal supreme treasures were only close to a supreme powerhouse. There was a huge difference between a supreme powerhouse and a true supreme powerhouse. Logically speaking, the Holy Lord's thoughts were not wrong. In order to dodge the eye of the demon god, one needed to be in supreme powerhouse to control space. Even the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses who inherited part of the supreme powerhouse's control of space would not be able to dodge the eye of the demon god. But all the Holy Lords had overlooked the War God Catalog. The War God domain formed by the War God Catalog already had the attributes of the world to a certain extent. It was equivalent to the embryonic form of the supreme powerhouses immune to karma. It was normal for it to be able to dodge the eye of the demon god. The War God Catalog was an inheritance that even the supreme powerhouse, Ho Yuan, could not obtain. No matter how hard the 6 great holy lands racked their brains, they would not have thought that there would be such a method to dodge the eye of the demon god. Chapter 348. In the Palace. The Sacred Lords fell into deep thought. At this moment, the Purple Mansion's Sacred Lord, who had been silent all this while, said, Perhaps our disciples were not killed by others? The Purple Mansion's sacred lord came from the Purple Mansion's sacred ground, which was the only one among the 6 sacred grounds that specialized in essence soul killer moves. Not killed by others? The Grandine's sacred lord looked at the Purple Mansion's sacred lord and asked, "What do you mean?" The other sacred lords also looked at the Purple Mansion's sacred lord. To enter the human world from the immortal world, one has to pass through the void tunnel. The void tunnel is filled with spatial turbulence and spatial fragments. The Purple Mansion's sacred lord glanced at everyone and continued, "Even with the Grandine token's protection, there is no guarantee that one can pass through the void tunnel. That is indeed possible." The Grand Beginning's sacred lord nodded. The Grandine token contained the spatial power left behind by an ultimate expert. Logically speaking, it should be able to block the spatial turbulence and spatial fragments. But theory was theory, and reality was reality. The power of space was a high-level power that only the strongest could master. Even if the several land immortals at the divinity separation stage had the protection of the Tyene token, they might not be able to block the space fragments and space turbulence. All right. Since you have confirmed that there is no threat in the human world, what should we do next? The Heavenly Sword Mountain Master agreed with the Purple Mansion's sacred lord. After all, they could not think of any other reason other than the Purple Mansion's sacred lord. If there was no threat to the land immortals in the human world, what else could it be other than an accident during the void tunnel? Since we have confirmed that there is no threat in the human world, why don't we send a few elders with a treasure to the human world? The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley looked at the others and said, "In the immortal world, only true realm land immortals had the chance to become elders of the sacred grounds. The elders of the sacred grounds were considered to be at the top of the sacred grounds. Other than the sacred lords and the grand elders, the elders had the highest status. In the entire immortal world, there were less than 100 elders of the 6 sacred grounds. Every one of them was extremely important. Before they knew what the situation in the human world was like, the 6 sacred grounds were only willing to send spirits severing land immortals. That way, even if an accident happened, they would be able to handle it. As for the true realm elders, losing one was enough to make a holy land feel the pinch for a while. Therefore, without full confidence, no sacred ground would be willing to lose a true realm elder. However, now that they had confirmed through the eye of the demon god that there was no threat in the human world, the sacred lords naturally did not have such worries. If it weren't for the fact that the sacred lords needed to guard the sacred grounds and control their natal treasures, there would have been sacred lords who would have gone to the human world themselves. That's right. Although the Tyene token was left behind by an absolute expert, it can't be compared to a true treasure. If we have the protection of a true treasure, we should be able to pass through the void tunnel safely, the Tyene Holy Master said with a nod. It's a pity that only after the vitality tide in the human world has passed through at least 6 tipping points will a certain balance be formed between the world of immortals and the human world. At that time, the immortal gate will be completely opened. Before that, if you want to go to the human world, you can only go one by one. The Grand Beginning Sacred Land shook its head. In order to prevent the world within the immortal gate from being affected by the stillness of the human world's vitality chi, the absolute experts 10,000 years ago had put in a lot of effort. Only at a specific time could they completely open the tunnel to the human world. As for now, the sacred lords were using the backup plan left behind by the absolute experts to forcefully send people to the human world through the gap in the seal. At most, 3 to 5 people would be sent each time. After the sacred lords discussed and decided, they immediately returned to their respective sacred grounds and chose the elders who would go to the human world. In the end, 3 people were chosen. They were the Wind God Valley's Wind King, the Purple Mansion's Sacred Grounds Taoist Wan Yuan, and the Heavenly Sword Mountain's 9 Senses Saber Master. These 3 true realm land immortals had all entered the true realm for 100 or 200 years. Although they were not as strong as those peak true realm land immortals, they were not weak. As for the treasure to pass through the void tunnel, it was provided by the primeval sacred land. It was a pagoda-shaped treasure. This pagoda-shaped treasure was a defensive treasure. As long as the 3 true realm land immortals were under this pagoda-shaped treasure, they would be safe and sound no matter how many spatial fragments there were. When you arrive at the human world, immediately occupy the battlefield and wait for the 6th critical point of the vitality tide recovery, the Taiyin Sacred Lord said lightly. The reason why the Taiyin Sacred Land did not send anyone this time was because Taiyin Fairy was still alive. Through the eye of the demon god, Taiyin Fairy should already be in the battlefield. Yes, Sacred Lord. The Wind King and the other 2 true Realm Land Immortals bowed slightly. In that case, you may go. The primeval Sacred Land waved its hand. Suddenly, a pagoda-shaped treasure rose and stopped on the Wind King and the other 2. Then, it brought the 3 Land Immortals into the entrance to the human world. The inside of the void passage was gray and hazy. There was no direction to go up or down, but in the distance, one could vaguely see a huge ancient stone gate standing tall. That's the human world? Taoist Wan Yuan of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground looked in the direction of the stone gate with a trace of anticipation on his face. He was born in the immortal gate since he was young. He only knew about the existence of the human world from the ancient books in the sacred ground. In Taoist Wan Yuan's knowledge, only the human world could give birth to a truly invincible absolute expert. The sacred lords are too cautious. They actually activated the eye of the demon god. After confirming that there are no threats in the human world, they decided to let us go. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind shook his head. Activating the eye of the demon god not only requires endless vitality and spiritual vigor, but also the power of space. Such a great price is actually used in the human world where vitality has been dormant for thousands of years. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind sighed softly. Enough. The sacred lords are also doing this for our safety. Besides, the reason why the sacred lords are doing this is because the martial nephews who entered the human world have all died. The 9 Senses Saber Master of the Sky Saber Mountain said. What I mean is that the sacred lords don't have to do that at all. Isn't it better to just let us go and sweep the entire human world? The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind was very confident. As a true Realm Land Immortal and a Wind-type Land Immortal who was good at speed, even if the Wind King encountered a peak true Realm existence, he could still escape even if he could not defeat them. Therefore, he did not put the human world in his eyes. Even in the world of the immortal sects that maintained the prosperity of martial arts, there were only a few who could enter the Wind King's eyes, let alone the human world where vitality had been dormant for thousands of years. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Dong! A loud sound suddenly came from the huge ancient stone door, and then a crack appeared. The Wind King and the other 2 quickly followed the crack, passed through the void passage, and came to the human world. Is this the human world? Taoist Wan Yuan of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although vitality and spiritual vigor are thin, the laws of the Great Path are clearly much clearer. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go directly to the battlefield. The Wind King of the Valley of the Wind looked at the battlefield, and a hint of heat appeared on his face. I heard that there are countless living beings in the human world, and the number of living beings in any random dynasty is in the hundreds of millions. It's interesting to enslave these ants. Although there were also a large number of living beings in the immortal sects, they were all kept in captivity by the various sacred grounds. Even with the Wind King's status, he could not act recklessly. However, it was different in the human world. In the human world, with the Wind King's strength, he was invincible. How many living beings could he enslave with just a thought? Just as the Wind King was in high spirits and wanted to head to the battlefield as quickly as possible, the face of the 9 Senses Saber Master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain changed slightly. Something's wrong. Just as the 9 Senses Saber Master finished speaking, layers of distorted domains quickly spread out, and then enveloped the Wind King and the other 2. With the domains on their bodies, the Wind King and the others felt that there were heavy shackles on their bodies, and their strength was suppressed by more than 40%. Who is it? The Purple Mansion's sacred grounds Taoist Wan Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked in a certain direction. The Wind King and the 9 Senses Saber Master's faces were solemn, and they also followed the Taoist's gaze. A few miles away, from the source of the layers of domains, a tall and slender man slowly walked out. The man's eyes were calm, and his aura was deep. With his hands behind his back, he was sizing up the Wind King and the other two. "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Chapter 349. Outside the huge ancient stone gate. The Wind King and the other two from the God of Wind Valley stared at Su-Chin, who was walking over slowly. They were shocked. The sacred masters had long told them that there were no living beings at the spirit-severing stage or earth immortal level in the human world. This was the conclusion they came to after using the eye of the demon god to spy on the world. However, the aura that Su-Chin inadvertently revealed was more than that of a spirit-severing stage earth immortal. He was at least a true realm earth immortal of the same level as them. In addition, the Wind King and the other two could clearly feel that the surroundings were faintly covered by a kind of domain. Under this domain, their dermic powers and chi blood were obscure, and their strength was at least 40% suppressed. How incredible was this! The Wind King and the other two were all true realm earth immortals. When the three of them joined forces, they would not be afraid even if they encountered an existence at the peak of the true realm. Even a powerhouse in the Divine Ruins realm would not have the means to suppress their strength by 40% before they even got close. Is this the power of a domain? No, this domain is more than 10 times stronger than our domain of the true realm. Taoist Wan Yuan from the Purple Mansion's sacred ground muttered to himself in disbelief. Whether it was a spirit-severing stage earth immortal, a true realm earth immortal, or a Divine Ruins realm earth immortal, there were differences in the mastery of the domains of these three levels, but there was no fundamental change. It was impossible for there to be a difference of more than 10 times. Taoist Wan Yuan did not know that Su-Chin's domain was no longer the mastery of the domain of ordinary earth immortals, but the God of War domain that even the strongest could not obtain. With the ability of the God of War domain to evolve the world, how could a mere mastery of the domain compare to it? The Nine Senses Saber Master of the Heavenly Saber Mountain looked at Su-Chin and said solemnly, "Sir, have you been waiting for us here?" Not long after they left the Immortal Gate, they met Su-Chin. Moreover, Su-Chin used a method that they did not know to suppress their strength by 40%. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. "That's right." Su-Chin did not hide anything and nodded frankly. After avoiding the eye of the demon god, Su-Chin knew that many of the Holy Lands in the Immortal Gate would definitely make other moves. Therefore, he had arrived early to wait outside the Immortal Gate. If the sacred grounds sent out a land immortal of the Divine Ruin realm, Su-Chin would turn around and leave without a word. With the War God domain's ability to conceal his aura, as long as Su-Chin didn't openly walk past the land immortal of the Divine Ruin realm, he wouldn't be discovered. And if the Holy Land only sent out earth immortals below the Divine Ruins realm, Su-Chin would reluctantly suppress them. "I'll give you 2 choices. Surrender or die." Su-Chin didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and said directly. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Wind King and the other two immediately became unsightly. No matter what, the three of them were true realm land immortals. If they joined forces, even if they faced the Divine Ruins powerhouse, they still had hope of escaping. However, Su-Chin directly asked them to surrender? The Wind King of the Divine Wind Valley had a cold expression on his face as he looked at Su-Chin and said, "It seems that you're the one who killed the disciples of our Holy Land." As a true realm land immortal, how powerful was the power of his primordial spirit? Almost instantly, he understood the whole story. "How did you avoid the eye of the demon god?" Taoist Wan Yuan of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the eye of the demon god didn't detect Su-Chin. "You guys talk too much nonsense." Su-Chin took a step forward and stepped into the depths of the void with his right hand. He pulled out the demon god's blade and gently slashed at the three of them. In an instant, heaven and earth turned pitch black. A blade light that looked like a gap in space flashed and disappeared. Wherever it passed, even the air began to distort as if it couldn't withstand the blade chi within it. You underestimate us too much, the Nine Senses Saber owner of the Heavenly Saber Mountain said softly. Although Su Qin's strength was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they were all true Realm Land immortals. Su Qin dared to make the first move when he was fighting against 3 of them alone. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. Buzz! An extremely dazzling blade light appeared in the Nine Senses Saber owner's hand and then slashed at Su Qin. My Heavenly Saber Mountain specializes in Saber Dao. You want to compete with me in Saber Dao? Before the Nine Senses Saber owner could smile, he saw an unbelievable scene. The pitch-black blade light easily broke through everything. The dazzling blade light that the Nine Senses Saber owner had slashed out started to crumble like a thin piece of paper. Then, the pitch-black blade light didn't slow down and silently slashed at the Nine Senses Saber owner and the others. How is this possible? The Nine Senses Saber owner's body shook violently. The Heavenly Saber Mountain was a sacred orthodoxy established by an ultimate expert of the saber technique lineage. However, the Heavenly Saber Mountain's inherited killer move was quickly shattered in front of Su Qin. How was this possible? Could it be that Su Qin's earlier slash also came from an ultimate expert of the saber technique lineage? Just as the Nine Senses Saber owner was dumbfounded, the pitch-black blade light had already approached the 3 of them. The Nine Senses Saber owner didn't have time to think and quickly slashed out dozens of times. Then, he joined forces with the Wind King and Taoist Wan Yuan to block the pitch-black blade light. This is too terrifying. The Nine Senses Saber owner's heart palpitated. Although they were shrouded in the God of War domain, and their strength was suppressed by 40%, the 3 of them could only block 1 slash from Su Qin. This wasn't just because their strength was suppressed. Even without the God of War domain, the 3 of them wouldn't be Su Qin's match even if they were at their peak strength. Could it be that this person is already at the peak of the true realm? Saber Master Joju felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Only those who were at the peak of the true realm, and not just any ordinary peak of the true realm, but the kind of earth immortal who could enter the divine ruin realm at any time, could suppress the 3 of them. Impossible! Why is my primordial spirit killer move useless against you? Compared to the Nine Senses Saber owner's shock, the Taoist Wan Yuan beside him was tongue-tied. When Su Qin and the Nine Senses Saber owner were fighting, Taoist Wan Yuan had released more than 10 primordial spirit killer moves consecutively. These killer moves consumed 60% of Taoist Wan Yuan's primordial spirit power, and they all landed on Su Qin. However, what Taoist Wan Yuan couldn't believe was that all his primordial spirit killer moves were like raindrops falling into the ocean when they landed on Su Qin's body. They didn't even cause a ripple. How was this possible? Even if Su Qin's primordial spirit was extremely powerful and far surpassed Taoist Wan Yuan's, it was impossible for him to ignore more than 10 primordial spirit killer moves. He should have at least paused for a moment to deal with them. But what about Su Qin? He didn't even blink. If Taoist Wan Yuan hadn't clearly sensed that his primordial spirit power was greatly consumed, he might have thought that he hadn't used any primordial spirit killer moves. Oh no! Retreat to the Immortal Sect immediately. Wind God Valley's Wind King saw this and realized the difference in strength. He retreated to the huge ancient stone door without hesitation. Taoist Wan Yuan and the Nine Senses Saber owner did the same. They had spent 700 to 800 years to become true Realm Land immortals. They naturally cherished their lives. After knowing that Su Qin was no match for them, they didn't hesitate to retreat to the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect had a void tunnel filled with spatial fragments, and the Divine Lords were there to receive them. As long as they retreated to the Immortal Sect, they would be safe. Want to leave? Su Qin shook his head with disdain. Since he dared to attack outside the Immortal Sect, he wasn't afraid that the trio would escape. Battle God Domain. Su Qin willed. In an instant, the Battle God Domain, which had originally encompassed a radius of several tens of li, started to shrink incessantly, forming a small-scale domain that spanned several li. Within this domain, the speed of the Wind King and the other 2 suddenly plummeted. This is? The Wind King and the other two immediately stopped. They exchanged glances and no longer fled. What kind of technique is this? Wind King growled impatiently. If it wasn't for the suppression of the war god domain, even if the three of them couldn't defeat Su Qin, they would have no problem retreating. However, because of the war god domain, the Wind King and the others couldn't even return to the immortal sect. And at this moment, Su Qin took a step forward. This time, Su Qin didn't use the demon god's blade. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and channeled all his qi and blood. He gently punched towards the trio. Rumble! Su Qin's body was extremely powerful. After breaking through to the true realm, Su Qin's primordial spirit once again guided the energy of the essence qi ocean to replenish it. The great sun diagram lit up from 500 light spots to 2,000 light spots. This caused the golden crow divine body to reach a higher level. His qi and blood were as vast as the ocean. The moment the punch was thrown, the Wind King and the other two true realm earth immortals felt their scalps explode, and a sense of life and death surged into their hearts. Hurry up and use the supreme treasure bestowed by the sacred leader. Saber Master Jiuju's expression changed drastically. Under the suppression of the battle god domain, they couldn't dodge this punch at all. There was only one choice if they wanted to survive. Fight head-on. Supreme treasure. Wind King took a deep breath and poured his dermic powers into a pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. Suddenly, buzz! The pagoda-shaped supreme treasure floated up and stopped above the trio. Then, it lowered layers of light screens to protect the trio. This pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was bestowed by the primordial sacred leader of the immortal sect. It was a defensive supreme treasure that allowed the trio to pass through the void passage. Originally, Wind King wasn't willing to use this supreme treasure. After all, the primordial sacred leader only allowed them to pass through the void passage. He didn't say that they could use this supreme treasure. If Wind King used this supreme treasure without permission, it would definitely cause the primordial sacred leader's displeasure when they returned to the immortal sect. However, at this moment, they were about to lose their lives. Why would Wind King care about the primordial sacred leader's displeasure? The next moment, Su Qin punched the layers of light screens of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. Dong! There were ripples on the light screen, but it quickly returned to normal. Wind King and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Supreme treasure? Su Qin retracted his right fist. He had seen supreme treasures before. When he destroyed Raytheon, Su Qin had used his physical body to block Raytheon's supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. However, when Su Qin blocked the Thunder God Bell, it was because Raytheon's ancestral patriarch hadn't unleashed the true power of the supreme treasure. But now, with the three true realm earth immortals pouring in their dermic powers, the true power of the pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was revealed. Ha ha! With the protection of the supreme treasure, you can dream on if you want to kill us. Wind King laughed. Saber Master Jiuju and Taoist Wan Yuan also smiled and looked at Su Qin. However, just as the three true realm earth immortals looked at Su Qin, they suddenly realized that Su Qin's eyes were deep as if there was a vast world within them. It was the primordial spirit killer move that Su Qin had obtained from signing in on the 3000 Illusion Island, Abyss of Darkness. In a trance, the minds of Wind King and the other two began to gradually dissipate, as if they were being drawn into that vast world. Chapter 350. Su Qin saw Wind King and the other two activating their supreme treasures to protect themselves and used the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness without hesitation. The supreme treasures were very powerful, especially this pagoda-shaped supreme treasure. It was a defensive supreme treasure. Under the full power of the Wind King and the other two true realm earth deities, it would be able to withstand the attack of a pinnacle divine ruins magnate for a while. Although Su Qin had many trump cards and methods, he did not think he could match a peak divine ruin realm land immortal. Thus, he did not think of facing this defensive supreme treasure head-on. Buzz! Wind King and the other two felt like they had fallen into endless darkness. To them, Su Qin's eyes seemed to have a fatal attraction, they could not help but sink into them. Evidently, Su Qin's primordial spirit killer move had already started to affect the three. This was not because Su Qin's strength had surpassed peak divine ruin realm, but because primordial spirit killer moves were formless and unpredictable. Unless it was a primordial spirit supreme treasure refined by an expert of the primordial spirit lineage, other supreme treasures could not completely block the penetration of primordial spirit killer moves. This is? Among the three, Purple Mansion's Sacred Lands Taoist Wan Yuan was the first to break free from the influence of the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness. After all, Taoist Wan Yuan was a origin returning realm land immortal of the primordial spirit lineage. His resistance to primordial spirit killer moves was stronger than the other two. Adding on the protection of the supreme treasure, even if the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness penetrated, its power would be reduced to less than half. What happened? Immediately after, the other two also quickly reacted and looked around with a blank expression. Oh no! Taoist Wan Yuan's expression changed as he shouted. Activate the supreme treasure again! Earlier, when the three were affected by the primordial spirit killer move, they lost control of their magic power and did not continue to inject it into the supreme treasure. Without the support of their magic power, the pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure above their heads started to weaken rapidly. Wind King and Nine Senses Saber Master's expressions changed as well. If they lost the protection of the supreme treasure, they had no confidence in returning to the sect alive from Su Qin's hands. However, just as the Wind King and the other two were about to continue pouring their magic power into the treasure, a deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out in their ears. It's too late! Under the shocked gazes of the Wind King and the other two, Su Qin's figure had already appeared before them. To be more precise, he had appeared before the pagoda-shaped defensive treasure. Before the three of them could react, Su Qin stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then, he slammed it into the pagoda-shaped true treasure. Dong! This pagoda-shaped true treasure was a defensive true treasure. Compared to the Thunder God Clock, which was a sound wave true treasure, it was much stronger in terms of defense. However, Su Qin's strength was far from when he had destroyed Raytheon. After entering the Origin Realm, Su Qin had used the power of the primordial Qi to light up 2,000 light spots in the Great Sun diagram. His Golden Crow divine body had also reached a new level. Every move he made felt like the world was collapsing. If this pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure was still activated by the three Origin Realm land immortals, Su Qin would not be able to do anything to them. However, at this moment, under the influence of the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness, the Wind King and the other two had already let go of their control over the pagoda-shaped true treasure. And without the owner's control, unless it was a life treasure that had already faintly gained sentience. Otherwise, ordinary supreme treasures were just a tortoise shell in Su Qin's eyes. Even if he could not break it, he could kick it far away. Dong! A dull sound could be heard. The pagoda-shaped true treasure floating above the Wind King and the other two was sent flying by Su Qin's punch, even though it was not damaged at all. And under the control of Su Qin's War God domain, this pagoda-shaped true treasure was directly stored in the War God Temple. This? The Wind King and the other two were dumbfounded. In just a few moments, their most powerful trump card, that pagoda-shaped defensive supreme treasure, had disappeared. Especially the Wind King, that pagoda-shaped true treasure was given to him by the Grand Beginning Divine Lord to pass through the Void Tunnel. Hence, the Wind King had a certain sense of that supreme treasure. But at this moment, the Wind King felt that the pagoda-shaped true treasure was extremely far away from him, as if they were in another world. The War God Temple's expert, Ho Yuan, had specially refined a super-large spatial Dharma treasure to inherit the War God catalog. It was independent of the mortal world. The pagoda-shaped true treasure was stored in the War God Temple. To a certain extent, it was indeed a world away from the Wind King. Fellow Taoists, please spare my life. The Wind King begged without hesitation. Although the Immortal Gate was not far away, it was not even a few miles away. But under the cover of the War God domain, The Wind King knew that this distance was equivalent to a natural moat. Su-Chin shook his head slightly and said, "You're trying to stall for time, right? You left an Essence Soul avatar in the Immortal Gate. You're probably trying to stall for time and report to your Divine Lord so that he can come out and save you." Su-Chin opened his eye of truth, and all kinds of auras appeared in his vision. Naturally, the Wind King's aura was among them. And Su-Chin noticed that the Wind King had a total of 2 auras. One of them was right in front of him, and the other was hidden deep inside the Immortal Gate. The Immortal Gate did not belong to the mortal world. Even the Eye of Truth could not see through the void tunnel and observe the Immortal Gate. But with the Wind King's aura in front of him as a coordinate, Su-Chin could naturally discover the other aura belonging to the Wind King in the direction of the Immortal Gate. "How did you know?" The Wind King was shocked. "Fellow Taoist." Before the Wind King could continue speaking, he saw a pair of deep eyes that seemed to contain a vast world. At this moment, without the protection of the pagoda-shaped treasure, the Essence Soul Killer Move Abyss of Darkness completely landed on the Wind King's body. In an instant, the Wind King's mind fell into darkness again, and his body floated there motionlessly. Swoosh! Su-Chin directly slammed his palm and smashed the Wind King's body into meat paste. Next, the pine tree crushed his Essence Soul. "This Essence Soul Killer move is really useful." Su-Chin was quite satisfied. In fact, although the Essence Soul Killer Move Abyss of Darkness was terrifying, it could only be used against martial artists whose cultivation level was far lower than Su-Chin's. For example, when Su-Chin faced a group of Earth Immortals who had just entered the Spirit Severing stage, the Essence Soul Killer Move Abyss of Darkness directly collapsed the Essence Soul of this group of Spirit Severing stage Earth Immortals. But against experts of the same cultivation level, such as the Wind King who was a origin returning stage Earth Immortal, the Essence Soul Killer Move Abyss of Darkness could only affect the other party, and cause their mind to fall into darkness for a moment. And after a moment, the other party would be able to break free from the influence of the Essence Soul Killer Move Abyss of Darkness. But unfortunately, for Su-Chin, not to mention a moment, even an instant was enough for him to attack hundreds of times. The Essence Soul Clone is entrusted to the main body. If the main body dies, the Essence Soul Clone will naturally dissipate. Su-Chin retracted his right hand and glanced at the Immortal Gate. Indeed, the 2 auras belonging to the Wind King, whether it was the one in front of him or the one inside the Immortal Gate, had both disappeared. The Essence Soul Clone was different from the divine sense that Su-Chin had created through the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism. The Essence Soul Clone was a method that Spirit Severing Stage Earth Immortals naturally grasped. The Essence Soul Clone was completely entrusted to the main body, and if the main body died, the Essence Soul Clone would rapidly dissipate. But the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism could create a shared but independent divine sense. Although the 2 were the same life form, their life and death were not affected by each other. This was also the reason why Su-Chin had always let the clone that he had created through the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism stay in the cave world. Whether it was the main body or the Demonic Will Separation Parasitism, as long as one of them didn't die, Su-Chin would have 2 lives. This was the most terrifying part of the Great Demonic Will Separation Parasitism. The Wind King has fallen. Not far away, when the 9 Senses Saber Master saw this scene, his scalp went numb, and he immediately began to burn his blood essence Shoyuan. Even his primordial spirit began to burn. But the next moment, the 9 Senses Saber Master once again looked at a pair of eyes that were as deep as the vast world. No! The 9 Senses Saber Master clearly knew that all of this was Su-Chin's killing move, but he couldn't break free no matter what. He could only watch as his mind sank into darkness, and then, his physical body and primordial spirit were crushed by Su-Chin's palm. It's really easy. After Su-Chin destroyed the 9 Senses Saber Master's physical body and primordial spirit, he sighed again. If he didn't have the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness, with his various trump cards, he could still kill the other party. But it would also be troublesome, and a trace of the other party's primordial spirit might have escaped. Whether it was the Wind King or the Nine Senses Saber Master, they were both true realm land immortals with peerless talent, and who knew how many fortuitous encounters they had encountered. Even when facing the suppression of a divine ruin realm overlord, they could still escape, let alone Su Qin. But the primordial spirit killer move Abyss of Darkness completely cut off this possibility. Under the influence of Abyss of Darkness, the other party's mind would fall into darkness, and they wouldn't even be able to move, let alone escape. Looks like I have to be careful of primordial spirit experts next time, Su Qin thought to himself. Although his primordial aperture had the Buddha golden body suppressing it, and ignoring all primordial spirit killer moves, there were some strange primordial spirit killer moves that didn't kill your primordial spirit. This was Su Qin's wishful thinking. Ordinary primordial spirit experts were proficient in primordial spirit killer moves, and their methods were strange and unpredictable, but their physical bodies were abnormally weak. Even if they used primordial spirit killer moves to restrain the enemy for a moment, they would not be able to destroy the other party's physical body. Unlike Su Qin, who had terrifying primordial spirit killer moves and an unparalleled physical body. With the combination of the two, the primordial spirit killer moves would restrain the other party and then directly destroy the other party's physical body. With the combination of the two, it was enough for Su Qin to sweep through most of his peers. Just as Su Qin was killing the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master. Inside the Immortal Sect. Inside the Wind God Valley. The primordial spirit clone that the Wind King had left behind in the valley flew into the sky, ignoring the obstruction of countless formations as it headed towards a certain direction. What happened? The Wind God Valley Lord immediately noticed the Wind King's actions and quickly appeared before him, asking with a frown. Valley Lord, save! A trace of fear appeared on the Wind King's face. He opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, his body rapidly dissipated. When the Wind God Valley Lord saw this, his expression turned extremely ugly. There was only one possibility for the Wind King's primordial spirit clone to suddenly dissipate. The Wind King had died. Who is it? The Wind God Valley Lord's aura suddenly burst out, and the terrifying peak of the divine ruin realm's aura shrouded the heavens and earth, almost beginning to pry open space and affect the world. Even though the Wind God Valley was a sacred ground left behind by an expert, and had countless foundations and was one of the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sects, a true realm land immortal was definitely a pillar of support for the Wind God Valley. There were only slightly more than 10 true realm land immortals in the entire Wind God Valley. Now that one of them had suddenly died, even the peak of the divine ruin realm's Valley Lord felt extremely pained. Heavenly Saber Mountain. The Nine Senses Saber Master's primordial spirit clone also forcibly dissipated before the Mountain Lord. What happened in the human realm? The Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord's expression was solemn as he muttered to himself. Whether it was the Wind King or the Nine Senses Saber Master, they had all died too quickly. It had only been a few moments, and their primordial spirit clones had quickly dissipated before they could say anything useful. When the Divine Lords and the other Divine Lords joined forces and activated the Demon God's Eye to spy on the human realm, we didn't find any land immortals. The Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord's brows were tightly knitted. The supreme treasure bestowed by the primordial Divine Lord and its power passed through the void tunnel without any danger. The Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord was perplexed. In his opinion, the Wind King and the other 2 should have been safe in the human realm. How could they have died? This is troublesome. The Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord thought to himself. Primordial Divine Grounds. The Primordial Divine Lord did not know that the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had already died. The Supreme Treasure's aura has weakened by a lot? The Primordial Divine Lord rubbed his brows, his heart filled with shock and doubt. He was still the true owner of the pagoda-shaped Supreme Treasure that he had bestowed upon the Wind King and the others, so he could roughly sense the location of the pagoda-shaped Supreme Treasure. But just now, the Primordial Divine Lord suddenly sensed that the pagoda-shaped Supreme Treasure was almost beyond his senses. Even though the Primordial Divine Lord could vaguely sense that the pagoda-shaped Supreme Treasure was still there, he could not pinpoint its exact location. What happened? The primordial Divine Lord vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he immediately contacted the Heavenly Saber Mountain Lord. As the 6 sacred grounds of the Immortal Sect, they naturally had a way to quickly contact each other. In front of the Immortal Sect. After Su Qin killed the Wind King and the 9 Senses Saber Master, he looked at Taoist Wan Yuan. Taoist Wan Yuan was a land immortal from the Purple Mansion's sacred ground, and the Purple Mansion's sacred ground's path was the primordial spirit. That's right. You're the only one who didn't leave behind your primordial spirit clone. Su Qin looked at Taoist Wan Yuan and said casually. Through the eye of truth, Su Qin naturally discovered that Taoist Wan Yuan's aura was only in front of him, and there was no other aura in the Immortal Sect. This meant that Taoist Wan Yuan did not leave behind his primordial spirit clone. Otherwise, the primordial spirit clone was equivalent to Taoist Wan Yuan, and their auras were completely identical. Under the eye of truth, it would not be able to hide from Su Qin. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin deliberately spared Taoist Wan Yuan's life. After all, Su Qin still wanted to obtain more detailed information about the Immortal Sect from him. I didn't leave behind my primordial spirit clone. Taoist Wan Yuan smiled bitterly. He vaguely realized that this was probably the reason why he was still alive. Indeed, Taoist Wan Yuan did not leave behind his primordial spirit clone. Splitting the primordial spirit and leaving behind a clone would weaken the primordial spirit power, and this would greatly affect a land immortal of the primordial spirit lineage. Moreover, if the main body died, the primordial spirit clone would also dissipate, so leaving behind a primordial spirit clone was the same result. Fellow Taoist, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Taoist Wan Yuan sighed softly and bowed to Su Qin. Chapter 351. You're pretty smart. Su Qin glanced at Taoist Wan Yuan with a smile on his face. He originally thought that Taoist Wan Yuan would struggle a few more times. As a land immortal of the Essence Soul lineage, if Taoist Wan Yuan was willing to give up his body and escape with his Essence Soul, there was a glimmer of hope for him to escape the suppression of the War God domain. But it was only a glimmer of hope. With the War God domain's control and suppression of heaven and earth, Taoist Wan Yuan's chances of escaping were less than 1 in 10,000. Besides, even if Taoist Wan Yuan was lucky enough to escape, what could he do? Without the protection of the pagoda-shaped treasure, Taoist Wan Yuan couldn't pass through the void passage in the Immortal Sect with his Essence Soul body. He could only hide in a corner of the human world. With the observation of the aura of the world with the eye of truth, Taoist Wan Yuan couldn't escape from Su Qin's Five-Finger Mountain. Taoist Wan Yuan shook his head and said, Fellow Taoist, your strength is unfathomable. How would I dare to fight against you? Taoist Wan Yuan didn't know that Su Qin had a divine ability like the Eye of Truth that could lock onto one's aura. However, Su Qin had defeated 3 true Realm Land Immortals with just a wave of his hand. Especially his last punch, which directly sent the pagoda-shaped treasure flying. How unbelievable was that? One had to know that this was a treasure, and it was a defensive treasure. Even the spatial fragments that could shatter everything couldn't do anything to it. Although Su Qin had used his Essence Soul killer move, Abyss of Darkness, to temporarily restrain their minds before he sent the pagoda-shaped treasure flying with a punch, they didn't have the energy to continue controlling the pagoda-shaped treasure. Even so, the pagoda-shaped treasure wasn't something that a true Realm Land Immortal could shake. Okay. Don't resist. With a thought, Su Qin turned a wisp of Essence Soul power into a seed and gently planted it into Taoist Wan Yuan's forehead. It was the great Tao Heart Demon Seed art that Su Qin had obtained from signing in. This was an Essence Soul secret technique that was specially used to enslave others. Apart from enslavement, Su Qin could also clearly sense the other party's emotional fluctuations through this Essence Soul's secret technique, and determine if they were lying. This, Taoist Wan Yuan sensed that his ancestral aperture was being invaded. He hesitated for a moment but did not stop it. Instead, he opened his ancestral aperture and allowed the other party to invade. With Taoist Wan Yuan's attainments in his essence soul, there was naturally no problem Taoist Wan Yuan's will. However, Taoist Wan Yuan didn't dare. Su Qin was right in front of him. If he dared to make any move, he would be crushed by Su Qin just like Wind King and Nine Senses Saber Master. Taoist, 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 Taoist Wan, Taoist, 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 Taoist. Wan Yuan's Taoist S back to Taoist, Taoist, Taoist. Purple Mansion's sacred grounds? Su Qin touched his chin, as if he had expected this. Taiyin Fairy had long told him about the 6 sacred lands in the immortal sect. Among them, the Purple Mansion was the only sacred land with the Essence Soul lineage. Su Qin naturally guessed Taoist Wan Yuan's origin from the Essence Soul technique he displayed in the battle just now. How many peak Divine Ruins experts are there in your Purple Mansion's sacred land? Su Qin asked bluntly. With Su Qin's current strength, even if he encountered an Earth Immortal of the Divine Ruins realm, he could still escape unscathed. Only those peak experts of the Divine Ruins realm who had already begun to come into contact with the power of space could pose some danger to Su Qin. One had to know that the power grasped by the peak of the Divine Ruins realm was known as the limit of the world. The next step was to break through the void and become a supreme expert. Especially when a peak Divine Ruins expert held the supreme expert's life treasure, he could probably exert 1% of the supreme expert's power with just a raise of his hand. The Purple Mansion sacred land now has 3 peak Divine Ruins experts. Taoist Wan Yuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 2 of them are the Grand Elders who live in seclusion in the depths of the sacred land, and the Sacred Lord. Other than that, the Purple Mansion's sacred land also has a direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert, but I'm not sure who it is exactly. Taoist Wan Yuan did not hesitate to reveal the biggest secret of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. The direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. It must be known that although there were many descendants who possessed the bloodline of supreme experts in the various holy lands of the immortal sects, the number of disciples who could truly awaken their bloodline and inherit a certain ability of the supreme expert, and become a direct descendant was 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, and 1 in 1,000,000. Any direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert who had awakened their bloodline had unlimited potential. As long as they continued to grow smoothly, they would be able to surpass the peak of the Divine Ruins realm sooner or later and dominate the immortal sect world. However, the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect were not monolithic. Ordinary genius disciples could not enter the eyes of the sacred lands, but the direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. This was a power that could control the entire immortal sect world. If a bloodline descendant of the supreme expert had completely matured, naturally, no sacred lands would dare to provoke them. However, if a bloodline descendant of the supreme expert who had not yet matured was exposed to the various sacred lands in advance, and could not be taken in for their own use, they would probably attract all kinds of assassination attempts. After all, no matter how strong the potential of a bloodline descendant of the supreme expert was, it was only potential. Once they died prematurely, they would be nothing. Hence, the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect naturally protected the direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert extremely tightly. Before their strength had completely matured, they would definitely not let others know about it. Taoist Wan Yuan only knew that the current generation of the Purple Mansion's sacred land had awakened a direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert because he was a disciple of one of the Grand Elders in the Purple Mansion's sacred land. However, that was all. As for who exactly it was not something that Taoist Wan Yuan could know. In the entire Purple Mansion's sacred land, only the Sacred Lord and the 2 Grand Elders knew about the direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. A direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. According to Taiyin Fairy, before the supreme experts of the 6 sacred lands of the immortal sect died of old age, they would spread part of their bloodline to all the disciples in their respective sacred lands. Most of these bloodlines would completely die out, but there was a slight possibility that after dozens of generations of inheritance, the bloodline would suddenly awaken. This was the direct bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. The so-called direct bloodline descendant was not the descendant of the supreme expert. In fact, the higher the realm, the lower the possibility of having a descendant. This was especially true for the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm, who had almost cut off the possibility of having a descendant. However, even if they could not have a descendant, it did not mean that they could not continue the bloodline. Taoist Wan Yuan saw that Su Qin did not speak and immediately said in fear, "Sir, I am not sure of who the direct bloodline descendant is." "I know," Su Qin said lightly. Through the great Tao heart demonic seed art, Su Qin could sense Taoist Wan Yuan's true emotions. Naturally, he was sure that Taoist Wan Yuan was not deliberately hiding anything. "This is the supreme expert of the void-shattering realm." Su Qin's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with emotions. In martial arts cultivation, even the powerful Earth Immortals could only show off their power for a lifetime. When the 1,000-year limit came, everything would turn to ashes. Nothing would remain. However, the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm, even if they died of old age, could still use the power of their bloodline to bless their descendants. Their methods were simply incredible. In a way, a sacred ground that had given birth to a supreme expert could easily be passed down for generations as long as they did not seek death. After all, with the bloodline descendants of the supreme experts, a direct bloodline descendant would awaken every few hundred or 1,000 years. The sacred ground would only become stronger and stronger. "Not long ago, how did your sect spy on the mortal world?" Su Qin pondered for a while and continued to ask. "Sir?" Taoist Wan Yuan smiled bitterly. "A few divine lords used the eye of the demon god to spy on the mortal world. It was precisely because the eye of the demon god found no threat in the mortal world that Taoist Wan Yuan volunteered to go to the mortal world. After all, Taoist Wan Yuan was a disciple of one of the Purple Mansion's sacred grounds. If Taoist Wan Yuan did not want to, even the Purple Mansion's sacred lord would not force him. Thinking of this, Taoist Wan Yuan's expression became even more bitter. If he had known that there was a freak like Su Qin in the mortal world, he would not have come to the mortal world even if he was beaten to death. "Eye of the demon god!" Su Qin narrowed his eyes. He observed the gate of immortality with the eye of truth and indeed found a huge eye with a pitch-black pupil. "The eye of the demon god is a treasure jointly refined by the supreme experts 10,000 years ago, imitating the demon god of the cave world. It can easily spy on the entire mortal world." Taoist Wan Yuan hurriedly told him everything he knew. "I see." Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. "I still don't know how far away it is from the real demon god opening its eyes." Su Qin shook his head slightly and commented. Su Qin was probably the human who understood the demon god of the cave world the best apart from the supreme experts. There were even dozens of drops of demon god blood in Su Qin's system space. Even if Su Qin could not touch or sense these dozens of drops of demon god blood, just by observing with his eyes, he realized how terrifying the demon god of the cave world was. The supreme experts were said to have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. But the demon gods in the depths of the cave world had set off several wars that invaded the mortal world. They had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Su Qin even suspected that these demon gods had existed since the birth of the cave world, like eternal and indestructible gods. "But now it seems that the reason why I can't touch the demon god blood and can only see it with my eyes is probably because the demon god blood did not come from this layer of space at all?" Su Qin thought silently. "Or if it weren't for the system sign-in, I wouldn't even be able to see the demon god blood?" Su Qin guessed. "Forget it. There's no need to think about the demon god now. No matter how powerful the demon god is, there should be great restrictions and they can't intervene in the mortal world. Otherwise, if the demon god chose to descend in person 10,000 years ago, even if there were 10 times more supreme experts, they wouldn't be able to win." Su Qin shook his head and thought. "When will the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect enter the mortal world?" Su Qin calmed down, looked at Taoist Wan Yuan, and asked. Before Taoist Wan Yuan and the other two entered the mortal world, Su Qin had been here for a long time and had been observing the huge ancient stone gate not far away. According to Su Qin's observation, this huge ancient stone gate should be in the sealing stage. The reason why Taoist Wan Yuan and the other two could enter the mortal world was entirely because of the gap in the seal. And this gap in the seal could only accommodate a few people at a time, and it was extremely difficult. Therefore, if the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sect wanted to enter the mortal world en masse, the first thing they had to do was to open the immortal gate. The seal left by the supreme experts cut off the connection between the mortal world and the immortal gate. But as long as the mortal world's vitality tide passes the 6th critical point, the vitality spiritual vigor on both sides will form a balance. At that time, the immortal gate will naturally be completely opened. Taoist Wan Yuan said immediately. This was what the Divine Lord told him before he left. The 6th critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide? Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and he relaxed slightly. The recovery of the vitality tide was only approaching the 2nd critical point, and there were still decades or centuries to go before the 6th critical point. Su Qin had enough time to cultivate. Sir? Just as Taoist Wan Yuan was about to speak carefully. Su Qin's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the huge ancient stone gate not far away with a serious expression. Buzz! A huge eye with an unfathomable pitch-black pupil slowly opened. Its terrifying gaze pierced through layers of the void, and it seemed that even the immortal gate could not block it as it slowly looked toward the mortal world. The eye of the demon god? Su Qin muttered to himself. At this moment, Su Qin felt like he was being watched again. It was exactly the same feeling he felt when he was in seclusion in the Black Palace under Chang'an's city not long ago. Because Su Qin was now close to the stone gate, Su Qin felt even more intense. The eye of the demon god? Taoist Wan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although he did not feel the eye of the demon god spying on him, he could roughly guess from Su Qin's expression. Did the Divine Lords activate the eye of the demon god again? Taoist Wan Yuan was both happy and worried. It was obvious that the death of the Wind King and the 9 Senses Saber Master, 2 true Realm Earth Immortals, had infuriated the Wind God Valley and the Heavenly Sword Mountain. They immediately joined forces with the other Divine Lords to activate the Eye of the Demon God again, trying to figure out what had happened in the mortal world. Hee, Su Qin chuckled. With a thought, the God of War domain covered a 10-meter radius around him. The void within the 10-meter radius was slightly distorted. Su Qin's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he did not exist in the mortal world. Even Taoist Wan Yuan's figure was faintly discernible. Buzz! A majestic wave spread out from the immortal gate. It instantly passed through Su Qin and Taoist Wan Yuan and swept toward the distance. What? Taoist Wan Yuan was shocked. He did not feel the wave of the eye of the demon god spying on the mortal world. However, when Su Qin used the God of War domain to cover him, Taoist Wan Yuan immediately felt as if he had left the mortal world, or rather, he was independent of the mortal world. Sir, did you use this method to avoid the eye of the demon god? Taoist Wan Yuan's mind raced. His heart was suddenly in turmoil. He had originally guessed that Su Qin had used some kind of treasure to avoid the eye of the demon god. However, Su Qin had used his own strength to deceive the eye of the demon god. Chapter 352. Using external forces to avoid the prying eyes of the demon god and relying on one's own strength to prevent the demon god's eye from detecting were 2 completely different concepts. For example, a land immortal of the Divine Ruin Realm with a life treasure of the strongest was enough to sweep through a group of Divine Ruin Realm experts. But could this land immortal of the Divine Ruin Realm be said to be strong? No. It could only be said that the life treasure of the strongest was strong. Even if it was another land immortal holding this life treasure, the result would still be the same. At this moment, Taoist Wan Yuan was shrouded in the War God domain. He didn't feel the aura of any life treasure, but he could easily deceive the demon god's eye. It was simply incredible. The eye of the demon god was a precious treasure created by the combined efforts of many supreme powerhouses. It had the function of monitoring the mortal world. Although the one using the eye of the demon god was not a supreme powerhouse, the power of the treasure itself was enough to see through everything. Buzz! The gaze of the demon god's eye kept sweeping out of the immortal gate. Compared to the previous time when several holy lords jointly activated the demon god's eye to spy on the world, this time it was obviously more serious. The terrifying gaze lingered in the world for more than half an hour before it finally slowly returned to the immortal gate. Too rigid. Su Qin's figure was illusory, shrouded in the war god domain. He quietly watched the demon god's eyes' aura gradually disappear and shook his head slightly. If it was the gaze of a demon god from the cave world, not to mention Su Qin hiding in the war god domain, even if he used the war god temple to go deep into the void, he would be discovered. After all, Su Qin's current war god domain couldn't even be considered a prototype. At most, it could only be a world shadow. How could it escape the gaze of a demon god? Although the demon god's eye was far inferior to the gaze of a real demon god, it was still refined by several strongest experts. Logically speaking, even if it couldn't find Su Qin, it could still capture some clues. However, the holy lords who activated the demon god's eye in the immortal gate couldn't exert the true power of the demon god's eye at all. Taoist Wan Yuan stared at the huge ancient stone gate not far away, and his expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Lord, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, once the holy lords arrive." Although Taoist Wan Yuan was unwilling, he knew that his life was now in Su Qin's hands. With just a thought, Su Qin could make his ancestral aperture collapse and his primordial spirit extinguish. He couldn't even possess his body. Therefore, Taoist Wan Yuan was sincerely thinking for Su Qin's sake. He wanted to prevent Su Qin from clashing head-on with the sacred masters. In Taoist Wan Yuan's opinion, although Su Qin was powerful and could even escape the detection of the eye of the demon god, there was still a gap between him and the sacred lords who stood at the peak of the small world of immortals. The various divine lords were in charge of the Holy Land and had their own natal cardinal treasures. Unless they encountered a direct descendant of a supreme expert who also had a natal cardinal treasure, they would be able to suppress them. As for the others, they were no match for them at all. The arrival of the Holy Lord? Su Qin smiled and shook his head. They won't come. Won't descend? Taoist Wan Yuan was slightly taken aback. If the Holy Lords were willing to descend, it wouldn't be you true realm cultivators who came to the mortal world this time, Su Qin said lightly. For example, Su Qin wouldn't easily enter the immortal gate at this moment. Before figuring out what was going on in the mortal world, the holy lords in the immortal gate wouldn't easily enter the mortal world either. To be able to become a holy lord, one had to be at least at the peak of the godly ruins. Such an expert had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Unless it was absolutely necessary, who would let him personally take the risk? If the holy lords in the immortal gate hadn't activated the eye of the demon god, Su Qin would have guessed that the Nine Senses Saber Master and the Wind King had sent information back to the immortal gate before they died. But in the end, the eye of the demon god peeped into the mortal world again. The only possibility for the holy lords to activate the eye of the demon god again was that they still didn't know what was going on in the mortal world and why the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died. Inside the immortal gate, in the palace that floated under the sky, the saint sovereigns gathered together again, their expressions solemn. The Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died one after another, which raised the holy lord's alertness to the highest. They activated the eye of the demon god again without hesitation to spy on the mortal world. However, the result this time was no different from the previous time. Even though they had used up several times more energy than the previous time, and used the eye of the demon god to spy on the mortal world for an hour, they still didn't find anything. "Who did it?" the primeval holy lord said in a low voice. Although the three people who had entered the mortal world this time weren't from the primeval holy ground, the primeval holy ground had given them a supreme treasure. The Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master had died, which meant that the supreme treasure had fallen into the hands of others. How could the primeval holy lord bear such a loss? For thousands of years, it had always been the primeval holy ground that took the treasures of others. When had the supreme treasure of the primeval holy ground been taken away by others? Don't panic. Although it's a little troublesome now, it's actually very easy to solve, the Taiyin Holy Lord said slowly as he looked at the others. Oh? Very easy to solve? How do you think we should solve it? The eyes of the primeval Holy Lord, the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley, and the others lit up as they looked at the Taiyin Holy Lord. It's very simple. The Taiyin Holy Lord didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, any one of us just needs to go to the mortal world personally. The moment he said that, the expressions of the sacred lords changed. The Taiyin Holy Lord was right. The sacred lords present were all at the peak of the godly ruins and had mastered countless inheritances left behind by supreme experts. How could they be compared to the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master? Although they didn't know who had done it in the mortal world, being able to easily kill the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master didn't mean that they could do anything to the sacred lords. However, although the Taiyin Holy Lord's method was very effective, none of the sacred lords present were willing to try it. They were very confident in their own abilities. Unless a supreme expert was born in the mortal world, the sacred lords would be able to escape unscathed even if they couldn't defeat him. But what if? What if they really died in the mortal world like the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master? Although this possibility was very small, which sacred lord present wasn't a sly old fox. Naturally, they didn't want to take this risk. Although the death of a true realm earth god would make the sacred lord's hearts ache, they could still accept it. However, if a sacred lord at the peak of the godly ruins died, it would be a great loss to the entire sacred ground. Since the Taiyin Holy Lord has said so, why don't you come to the mortal world yourself? Don't worry. If anything happens in the mortal world, we'll work together to save you. The sect master of the Sky Blade Mountain immediately said. If that's the case, pretend that I didn't say anything, the Taiyin Holy Lord said as he shook his head. Purple Mansion Sacred Lord, is Wan Yuan from your sacred ground still alive? At this moment, the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley turned to look at the Purple Mansion's Sacred Lord, who hadn't said a word. No. The Purple Mansion's Sacred Lord closed his eyes and sensed for a while before saying, Wan Yuan is the disciple of Fuyao Grand Supreme. He should have used a trump card to barely survive. That's true. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley nodded slightly. The Purple Mansion's sacred ground was the sacred ground of the Primordial Soul Sect. Their methods were strange and unpredictable. Wan Yuan Daoist was the disciple of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground's Grand Supreme. It was very likely that a trace of his primordial soul had escaped and was hiding somewhere. However, without the protection of the Supreme Treasure, even if Wan Yuan Daoist survived, he would be at death's door. He wouldn't be able to return to the gate of heaven and tell them what had happened in the mortal world. It's a pity that other than the legendary Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures, the other Supreme Treasures can only be activated with dermic powers. Otherwise, I would want to split a Primordial Soul avatar and go to the mortal world to take a look. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley sighed softly. To enter the mortal world, one had to pass through the Void Tunnel. However, the Void Tunnel was filled with space fragments. Only supreme treasures and precious treasures that contained the power of space could pass through. Regardless of whether it was supreme treasures or precious treasures, they all required dermic powers to activate. As for the Primordial Soul Avatar, it was completely formed from the Primordial Soul and naturally didn't have dermic powers. Therefore, it couldn't activate the supreme treasures and pass through the Void Tunnel. It was said that the Purple Mansion's sacred ground had the legendary Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures. However, Primordial Soul Supreme Treasures were extremely rare. In terms of value, they were almost as valuable as natal Supreme Treasures. Of course, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground wouldn't be willing to hand them over. We sacred lords are the pillars of the sacred ground. We need to guard the gate of heaven and can't leave. However, other than us, you can send your disciples to the mortal world again. Before leaving, let them leave behind a primordial soul avatar. If anything happens, immediately inform us through the primordial soul avatar. The mountain master of the heavenly blade mountain's expression changed. Before the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master died, they had rushed out with their primordial soul avatars. However, before they could say what had happened, their true bodies died and their primordial soul avatars dissipated. Therefore, the mountain master of the heavenly blade mountain suggested this method. If there were sacred lords guarding the Wind King and the Nine Senses Saber Master before their primordial soul avatars dissipated, even if they couldn't save them, they could at least find out what had happened to the Nine Senses Saber Master in the mortal world and who had killed them. However, this method also had a flaw. That was, the disciples who were sent out to the human world would have no chance of surviving. However, it was better to let the disciples die than to let the sacred lords personally take the risk. Actually, there's no need to exhaust the disciples of the sacred grounds. In the world of heaven, other than the 6 sacred grounds, there are also countless ordinary living beings. Over the past 10,000 years, many of these ordinary living beings have embarked on the path of martial arts. Now, there are quite a few sects that are quite powerful. The Grandine Sacred Lord said slowly. Before the end of the previous vital chi tide, the various supreme experts had broken through the void and opened up the small world of heaven. Not only did they bring their own inheritances into the small world of heaven, but they also brought in countless living beings. After all, even the 6 sacred grounds needed new blood. After 10,000 years of reproduction, the living beings living in the small world of heaven numbered in the billions. Moreover, some of the living beings with good talent were unwilling to join the 6 sacred grounds and were restricted. Thus, they set up their own sects and lived freely. The 6 sacred grounds naturally turned a blind eye to this. A batch of these sects would disappear every few hundred years. Without the heritage of the sacred grounds, how could they survive for so long? That's right. I've heard that there's a sect called the Myriad Transformation sect that was founded by the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master. This Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master is already an Earth immortal at the peak of the origin returning realm. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley said slowly. He had once cherished talent, and wanted to accept this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master as his disciple. After all, to be able to cultivate to the peak of the origin returning realm without relying on any sacred grounds resources, one could imagine his talent. Unfortunately, the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master was arrogant by nature and thought that he could enter the ruins of God by himself. Thus, he naturally ignored the Wind God Valley's recruitment. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley was somewhat annoyed by this, so he chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. He wanted to see how the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master would enter the ruins of God. One must know that to enter the ruins of God from the origin returning realm, one must not only rely on oneself, but also have to come into contact with the power of space. In the entire small world of heaven, only the 6 sacred grounds had mastered the power of space. The Valley Master of the Wind God Valley thought that the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master wanted to enter the ruins of God with his own strength. Then let this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master take a trip to the human world on our behalf. The Great Beginning Sacred Lord nodded slightly, and said softly, "But be careful not to force this Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master too much. We have to give him some benefits so that he is willing." The Great Beginning Sacred Lord said thoughtfully. With the power of their Sacred Lord, they could indeed force the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master to take the initiative to go to the human world. But this way, the Myriad Transformation Spiritual Master's heart would be filled with resentment. If the other party betrayed them after entering the human world, wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Therefore, they couldn't force him. They had to give him some benefits so that he would be willing. Outside the Immortal Gate, Suchin waited for a while and realized that there was no movement from the huge ancient stone door. He realized that his guess was right. The sacred lords of the Immortal Gate really didn't dare to come out. In fact, this was human nature, who would easily put themselves in danger when they didn't know the depth of the situation. Of course, there were a small number of people who were straightforward and impulsive and didn't care about life and death. but to be able to cultivate to the peak of the ruins of God and become the sacred Lord, they were obviously old foxes who weighed the pros and cons. This stone door? Suchin slowly walked through the stone door and looked up. The stone door was dark yellow, but vaguely, it revealed a kind of aura that could tear the world apart. Obviously, there was a method left behind by a supreme expert on the stone door. What a pity! Suchin shook his head slightly and gave up the idea of destroying the stone door. If he could destroy the stone door, it would be equivalent to completely severing the connection between the world of the Immortal Gate and the human world. In this way, the 6 sacred lands of the Immortal Gate would be completely trapped in the world of the Immortal Gate, and would never be able to return to the human world. Then, when he was strong enough, he could recommunicate with the Immortal Gate and go in to sign in. But this huge ancient stone door was obviously not simple. Even if Suchin hadn't made a move, he could see that the aura flowing above it was not something that an Earth Immortal level expert could shake. Therefore, he didn't even bother to make a move. But if I step into the peak of the ruins of God, I might be able to destroy the stone door with the first move of the Buddha's palm, I, the unique and righteous? Suchin's thoughts fluctuated. Even if I can't destroy it, I can use the second move, Pure Land in the Palm, to seal it forever. Chapter 353. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 moves. There was no difference in quality between the 9 moves, but they focused on different aspects. For example, the first move, I, the unique and righteous, was a pure offensive divine palm. As for the second move, Pure Land in the Palm, it was a sealing divine palm. Unfortunately, the huge ancient stone door in front of Suchin was too extraordinary. Although it was just standing there, it exuded an aura that could tear heaven and earth. If Suchin attacked it, he would definitely suffer a backlash. My lord, are you okay? Taoist Wan Yuan saw Suchin staring at the stone door and thought that Suchin was worried about something. He couldn't help but comfort him. Your lord's strength is enough to dominate a region even in the Immortal Gate. Even if the sacred lords really come, they might not be able to do anything to you. Although the sacred lords were all at the peak of the divine ruins and had their own natal supreme treasures, if Suchin wanted to hide, just this unknown domain that could hide from the eye of the demon god was enough to give the sacred lords a headache. Taoist Wan Yuan naturally didn't know that Suchin's thoughts at this moment were to destroy or seal this stone door. If Taoist Wan Yuan knew Suchin's thoughts, he would definitely be dumbfounded. This stone door was built by the supreme experts and was specially used to lock the coordinates between the mortal world and the Immortal Gate world. For thousands of years, countless spatial storms had crashed into this stone door, but it didn't shake at all. In terms of sturdiness, this stone door had probably surpassed the natal supreme treasures. Even if the supreme experts attacked, they might not be able to destroy this stone door. Suchin ignored Taoist Wan Yuan's worries. At this moment, most of his attention was focused on this huge ancient stone door. This stone door. Suchin looked at the huge ancient stone door not far away and suddenly thought of something. This stone door itself has experienced at least 10,000 years, and its material is rare. Maybe it contains a lot of Tao connotation, ? Thinking of this, Suchin circled around the huge ancient stone door. After confirming that he didn't miss anything, he said in his heart, System, sign in for me. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the World Tree Seed. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Suchin's ears. World Tree Seed? Suchin's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he didn't know what the World Tree Seed was, just the word, world, was enough to tell him that the treasure he got this time was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Suchin's mind quickly sank into the system space. Soon, he found a fist-sized seed in the corner. This seed was chaotic and slowly rotated. It was as bright and deep as the void. Suchin merely looked at it, and he felt as if he could see a world being nurtured within the seed. Once the seed of the world tree takes root and sprouts, it will grow into a world tree and open up a real big world. Su Xing thought to himself. Before seeing the World Tree Seed, the system had already transmitted everything about the seed to Su Qin's mind. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin realized just how terrifying this World Tree Seed was. It could open up a real big world. Even tens of thousands of years ago, when the various supreme powerhouses joined forces to break through the void, what they opened up was only an incomplete small world. They relied on plundering endless vitality, spiritual vigor, and nomological Tao fragments from the mortal world to survive until now. But this World Tree Seed was said to be able to truly open up a big world? How incredible was this? Although Su Qin cultivated the War God catalog and condensed the War God domain, he could also evolve a world when cultivated to the extreme. But even Su Qin himself didn't know if he could reach that step. The so-called evolving world was just the theoretical limit of the War God catalog. But even so, the Battle God catalog was something that even the supreme expert Ho Yuan could not obtain. And now, this World Tree Seed was said to be able to grow into a world tree sooner or later as long as there was enough time, creating a true great world. This was simply astonishing. If there were still supreme powerhouses in the current world who knew that Su Qin had such a World Tree Seed in his hands, they would probably risk their lives to snatch it. But why do I feel that this World Tree Seed is so familiar? Su Qin looked at the slowly rotating World Tree Seed in the system space, and suddenly felt a little surprised. Su Qin was very sure that before today, he had never seen any treasures related to the World Tree Seed, but now he felt that it was strangely familiar. Is this the cave world? Images flashed through Su Qin's mind one after another. As a true realm land immortal, how powerful was his memory. Almost in an instant, Su Qin had recalled everything that had happened since he stepped into the martial Tao, and finally stopped at the cave world. To be precise, it was the branches of the ancient demon tree in the Demon Cloud City, Cathode City, and several other large cities in the cave world. The cave world was not like the mortal world, where there were many holy lands and great sections. The cave world was divided according to domains, and within each large domain, there were hundreds and thousands of large cities. And in each large city, there was a branch of the ancient demon tree. At this moment, the feeling that this World Tree Seed gave Su Qin was that it was very similar to a branch of the ancient demon tree. In fact, this similarity was not in terms of aura. A branch of the ancient demon tree could gather monstrous demonic energy, while this World Tree Seed was chaotic and pure. Not to mention the similarity, the two were completely different. But instinctively, Su Qin believed that the World Tree Seed and the ancient demon tree's branches were essentially similar. Could it be that the ancient demon tree in the depths of the cave world is a world tree? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. One of Su Qin's incarnations stayed in the cave world all year round, so naturally, he had heard a lot of rumors about the ancient demon tree. It was said that this ancient demon tree was as tall as heaven and earth. There was a saying that the entire cave world was supported by the ancient demon tree. If it weren't for the ancient demon tree, the cave world would have collapsed long ago. Even the high and mighty demon gods, who were above everything, lived on a branch of the ancient demon tree all year round. From this, one could see how incredible the ancient demon tree was. Originally, Su Qin thought that the ancient demon tree should be a demonic treasure refined by the demon gods, but now it seems that if the ancient demon tree in the cave world was a world tree, then the relationship between the so-called demon gods and the ancient demon tree was probably not what Su Qin had imagined. Forget it. It's too early for me to think about this. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and finally, he slowly calmed down. Whether the ancient demon tree in the depths of the cave world was a world tree or not, it had nothing to do with Su Qin. Now, the most important thing for Su Qin to consider was how to make this World Tree Seed take root and grow as much as possible. Next, Su Qin waited until the next day to confirm that this huge ancient stone gate could no longer sign in before preparing to return to Chang'an City. What a pity! Su Qin was slightly regretful. Originally, Su Qin was prepared to get some treasures from the stone gate. Even if they were not as good as the World Tree Seed, he could still get some supreme treasures. But it seemed that the sign-in for the World Tree Seed had exhausted all the Tao accumulation on the stone gate, causing Su Qin's idea of continuing to sign in to become empty talk. However, just this World Tree Seed alone is better than countless life treasures. Although Su Qin was regretful, he was already satisfied. One must know that the World Tree Seed was nurturing a complete world. How could a mere life treasure compare to it? Leave with me. Su Qin glanced at Taoist Wan Yuan and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't have the intention to kill him. This wasn't because Su Qin was a saint, but because Taoist Wan Yuan was in the true realm of the Essence Soul Realm. The Essence Soul Realm was rare to begin with, let alone the true realm. If he kept Taoist Wan Yuan, he might have a use for him in the future. In addition, Su Qin had already planted a wisp of Essence Soul power in the depths of Taoist Wan Yuan's ancestral aperture. Through the great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Art, Su Qin could decide Taoist Wan Yuan's life and death with a thought. Yes. Taoist Wan Yuan didn't know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. He followed Su Qin cautiously and headed towards Chang'an City. Several hours later, Su Qin and Taoist Wan Yuan arrived at the palace. Senior Wan Yuan. Tying Fairy was stunned when she saw Taoist Wan Yuan. She couldn't believe it. Although Tying Fairy was the saintest to be of the Tying Holy Land, Taoist Wan Yuan's status wasn't low either. He was the disciple of the Purple Mansion Holy Land's Supreme Fuyao, and was in the true realm of the Essence Soul Realm. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to Tying Fairy at all. It's me. Taoist Wan Yuan's expression was slightly complicated. It's good that you know each other. Now let's catch up. Su Qin glanced at Taoist Wan Yuan and Tying Fairy. He didn't stop them from talking. Instead, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Whether it was Taoist Wan Yuan or Tying Fairy, their lives were in Su Qin's hands. Even their thoughts could be vaguely sensed by the great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Art. Su Qin was naturally relieved. In the majestic underground palace of Chang'an City. Now that I've just stepped into the true realm, it'll be difficult for me to take another step forward in a short period of time, Su Qin thought to himself as he sat cross-legged. As for the Buddha's palm, I can continue to study it. But unless I become an ultimate expert and master the third move, it'll be difficult for me to make a qualitative change. As for the War God Catalog and the Great Sun Portrait, if I continue to cultivate, I'll need a lot of resources. I don't have any space crystals, fire element divine pills, and so on. Su Qin suddenly realized that he had fallen into a bottleneck, and couldn't make any progress. Sigh. In the end, every step of the martial path is difficult. I don't know how those supreme experts cultivate. Su Qin sighed. He had long expected the difficulty of the Earth God Immortal Realm. Although there were only 3 levels in the Earth God Immortal Realm, the Spirit Severing Stage, the True Realm, and the Final Divine Ruins, compared to the 9 levels of the Myth Realm, it seemed much simpler. But in terms of difficulty, the former was much more difficult than the latter. The cultivation of the Myth Realm was gradual. As long as one took it slowly, with enough talent and opportunities, one would sooner or later enter the peak of the Myth Realm. But the Earth God Immortal Realm, not to mention the Spirit Severing Stage and the True Realm, just the spatial power that one needed to comprehend in the Divine Ruins realm was illusory. Although the spatial power was everywhere, and even mortal ants could come into contact with it, who knew how to comprehend it and how to break it? Let's look at the World Tree Seed. Su Qin calmed himself down. With a thought, a chaotic seed appeared in front of him. In addition to this World Tree Seed, Su Qin also obtained a pagoda-shaped supreme treasure from signing in at the Immortal Sect. However, that pagoda-shaped supreme treasure was the supreme treasure of the Great Beginning Holy Land. There was a mark left behind by the Great Beginning Sacred Lord in it. If Su Qin wanted to use it, he would have to consume a lot of worlds to erase the mark inside. How should this seed germinate? Su Qin looked at the slowly spinning World Tree Seed in front of him and suddenly felt a headache. If an ordinary seed wanted to germinate, it would naturally be planted in the ground and absorb the nutrients of the earth. However, the World Tree Seed was a seed that could open up a great world. How could it need to absorb the nutrients of the earth like an ordinary seed? Let's try the Vitality Spiritual Vigor? With a thought, Su-Chin instantly gathered the Vitality Spiritual Vigor within 100 miles and floated in Su-Chin's palm. Then, under Su-Chin's control, it all surged into the World Tree Seed. Unfortunately, no matter how rich the Vitality Spiritual Vigor was, it would automatically evaporate when it was 3 feet away from the World Tree Seed. The Vitality Spiritual Vigor is useless. Su-Chin had already expected this. Next, Su-Chin tried various methods, but they were all useless. In the end, Su-Chin directly forced out a drop of blood essence from his arm and landed on the World Tree Seed. This time, the World Tree Seed clearly reacted. This chaotic seed spun and devoured Su-Chin's drop of blood essence. However, there was nothing. Even if Su-Chin released some more blood essence, it was useless. However, Su-Chin's only gain was that he seemed to vaguely sense the World Tree Seed. He could feel the surging vitality in the seed. If I had this vitality, I would probably be able to live for 100,000 years. Su-Chin exclaimed in his heart. Just as Su-Chin was cultivating and thinking about how to make the World Tree Seed take root and germinate, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, the recovery of the vitality tide of heaven and earth became more and more turbulent. In a trance, the vast and endless vitality sea was rolling, leading the vitality tide of heaven and earth to rise continuously. Finally, it suddenly reached a critical point. Buzz! The entire world was shaking. If someone stood above the 9 heavens, they would find that the entire battlefield was like a prehistoric beast, swallowing and spitting out endless vitality, chi, and spiritual vigor. This is... In the palace, in front of the East Palace's right spring square, Tyne Fairy looked at the sky and whispered to herself. Is the second critical point of the recovery of the vitality tide coming? At the same time, in the black majestic palace under Chang'an City, Su-Chin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. It's finally here. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.